Hey, hello, everybody. Welcome to our first ever Arcade Con. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm really looking forward to Arcade Con. We have a lot of amazing sessions for you today. We are streaming on several platforms. So I know some of you are over there in the Arcade Educator channel watching. Hello, hello, hello. And we are also live on our main YouTube channel, as well as our Facebook channel. So I'd love to hear from everybody just to, make sure our chat is working. Go ahead and sound off. Let us know where you're watching from. And if there's any session that you are particularly excited to see today. After this is all said and done for the day, we will be taking each individual section and clipping it up and hosting it on our Educator YouTube channel. So if you do not subscribe to that channel, go ahead and subscribe to YouTube/@MSMakeCode. And that will let you see all of the content, even if you miss some today. So to get the party started, I'm going to introduce our brave leader, Jacqueline Russell. She is the queen of MakeCode, and she's going to give you a little bit of history on MakeCode. So thank you all, and I'll see you later.
All right. Thank you, Kiki. I just have a few slides to talk through. So Sarah, if you wouldn't mind pulling on my slides. All righty. So welcome everybody to Arcade Con. We're so excited to be getting together online to talk with you all about teaching and learning with MakeCode Arcade. But first I thought what I would do is introduce a little bit about myself. So my name is Jacqueline Russell. This is a photo of me with the MakeCode team several years ago, working together in our office on the Microsoft campus in Redmond, Washington. My role in the team is as a product manager, which basically means that I try to make sure we build the right product for our customers. And so it involves a lot of customer research, market research, working with our design and engineering folks to help scope and prioritize features. And really throughout my career, my passion and the mission that's really driven me is to use technology to help people learn and teach. And really the most satisfying thing for me is when I see a teacher be able to pick up and easily use our products to create these transformative aha learning moments for students. It's really super, super satisfying. All right, so Kiki asked me to give a little bit of background on MakeCode. So I thought I would take you a little bit through, why this product exists at Microsoft. So let me start at the basic fundamentals of, what is the purpose of education? And I love this quote from Malcolm X, where he said, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." And, that is even more true now, in this very uncertain world we're living in, where change is happening so fast. We don't know what jobs will look like 10, 20 years from now. But one thing we do know is that technology will become even more ubiquitous and influential in our daily lives and across the workforce, no matter what job you do. And so it's even more important than ever to make sure that we're opening doors to opportunities for all young people to be able to contribute and to shape this digital future. But we know that, a lot of students are being left behind. These are stats from the code.org report. Last year, only 6% of high school students in the US take a computer science class. And of that, only a third are young women. And so this is really generating this skills gap between, creators and consumers of technology. And so, we really need to make learning about technology and computing exciting and fun and relevant. And we want, wait lists for computer science classes. And so the vision for Microsoft MakeCode is to inspire new generations of technology creators. Technology is such a powerful tool for expressing student creativity, for helping, students build things that they care about. And so we want to make sure that our approach to computer science is hands-on, it's playful, it's personal. It taps into that student agency and creativity, while also teaching core computational thinking concepts. So when we very first created MakeCode, we took a lot of inspiration from the constructionism learning theory. This was made popular by Seymour Papert, the creator of Logo and author of Mindstorms. And he actually built a lot of his ideas on a lot of the theory of the Swiss child psychologist Jean Piaget. And you can see in this table here, there are several ways that constructionism differs from the more traditional instruction-based learning philosophy. And Papert really believed that learning is the construction of knowledge within each student's mind. So much like kind of connecting the dots or erecting the walls of a house. And because knowledge is constructed by the learner, it's inherently extremely personal, reflecting the individual's own personal experiences, interests, beliefs. And, some of the other ways it differs is it really values purposeful play, tinkering, trial and error processes versus sort of linear following a strict curriculum pathway. And so that was really the inspiration for our product name when we sat down and tried to come up with a name for our product. We wanted to create a tool that would combine the magic of making with the power of code. And thus MakeCode was born. All right, so let's talk about Arcade. So in 2019, we kind of turned our focus from physical computing and robotics to games, and we created MakeCode Arcade. MakeCode Arcade is a retro game development environment where students can code their own arcade games. And I think we know that game development can actually be very intimidating and difficult to get started. And so our first thought was, hey, we want to build the easiest way to create a game. And objectively speaking, I think we have, with just 8 blocks of code and a few pixel graphics, students can create very, compelling, simple games. And so, a lot of people ask me, well, why games as a learning format? So, and I'll tell you a story. So one day I was doing some research at the local high school, and I kind of camped out in the hallway outside of the computer science classroom. I was working with the teacher there. And I just asked a bunch of students who were walking by in the hallway some questions from a survey. So one of the questions I asked was, why weren't they taking this computer science class? And this was some of their responses. Computer science is boring. Only the geeky boys take that class, Don't you have to be super smart to take CS? And, none of my friends signed up for it, so I don't want to take it, right? And then I asked them, like, hey, do you like games? Do you play games? And of course, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, I love Minecraft. Let me show you what I built." And I play this. I play these games with my friends after school. We play together. I feel like I can be myself when I'm playing my games. I can create my own characters and worlds. And so games really makes computer science personal, relevant, fun, creative, and collaborative. And it also ties into a future career path. And everyone loves games. It's not just like the hardcore gamer in their basement, right? Old people, young people, men, women. This is just some data from the Entertainment Software Association, but 66% of Americans play video games every week, and 71% of kids play video games with a pretty equitable gender split. So, and I love this quote. I just put this quote in from Obama here, encouraging us all to be creators of the things we love. Don't just buy a new video game, make one. And so that's my inspirational message for today, is for all of us to make and code the world we want. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the sessions in ArcadeCon. And with that, let me pass it off to our very own celebrity here, Scott Hanselman, who is Vice President of Developer Communities at Microsoft and an amazing teacher, storyteller, and technologist. So Scott, you want to come on to stage?
Hey, thank you so much. This is going to be very cool. I appreciate all the work that everyone is doing, and I want to say shout out to the team. The engineers that work on MakeCode and work on MakeCode Arcade are actually backstage running this stream right now. So just to show you what a passion project all of this work is. The folks that build the stuff that you're using every day as educators are also running the stream. They're so excited about this kind of stuff that they are wandering the streets saying, "Have you heard the news about MS MakeCode?" And for a little background context, I was a professor at Portland Community College. I live here in Portland, Oregon, and I also worked at Oregon Institute of Technology. So I've been in education my whole life, and I'm just wandering the streets telling people about things like MakeCode. And I want to call it out that I feel like MakeCode just needs to be heard. Someone in the chat said, "Looks like Scratch." Oh, you don't even know. Like, this is beyond that. So I want to just talk about what you can do and show you maybe some demos. So let's share my screen real quick. Let's go ahead and just pop up my screen and give you a little more context, because, oh yeah, it's block-based programming. That's cool. Here we've got MakeCode Arcade. You notice that I'm in the MakeCode editor. For folks that might be joining us who are not familiar, just go to arcade.makecode.com, go in, sign up, and immediately start editing. You see you've got this block-based programming environment, which I think we're all familiar with. We've seen it before with things like Scratch. We're using the Blockly editor here, but we also have the ability to switch to JavaScript and Python and think about that for maybe older learners or people who want to graduate and go from a block-based environment into a more text-based environment like JavaScript and Python. All of this is happening entirely in the browser. And then the little emulator here, the little simulator, as if you had a Game Boy or a little device in your hands, is running entirely in your browser. But here's the part where we need people just wandering around the streets talking about how amazing MakeCode Arcade is you can pick hardware. You can buy physical hardware and take a look at these things. We have partners, these hardware partners, where you can go and get different models, different styles. I'm a big fan of our friends at Adafruit that has this horizontal badge that you can effectively like put on a lanyard and wear on your chest, and also 3D print cases for. Kitronic Arcade has a cool programmable gamepad. I'm going to talk about those in a little bit. And when you hit download, it compiles a file that the kids can just drop onto a piece of hardware and immediately start running. And all of those hardware designs are free and open source. So maybe you're running a university, or maybe you have some more advanced learners and they want to learn about how that hardware works. There's a hardware reference design, all free, all available, and they could theoretically, there's nothing keeping them from doing it, make that hardware as well. Or very inexpensively, you can get that hardware with these arcade compatible boards from all of our different partners. Now, this is just me sharing my screen. Sure, that's fun. Let's do this. Go ahead and bring, let's have our producer, Sarah, pull my screen off there. And I'm going to try something here just a little bit because live is fun, right? Let's do live. All right, cool. So here's me. This is my hand. This is me. And what we've got on my desk here with my my little Logitech screen badge, stream cam here, is the Pi badge from Adafruit. And you can see that it's got USB, it's got a battery, it's got all the parts, speakers, it's totally extensible. A lot you can do with this. But look, I'm actually running MakeCode Arcade and a game directly on this device. And that's where I think things really become interesting for the kids. The idea that, let me turn off auto exposure here. I'm going to make just a brief adjustment here. Watch this. See how we do things on live TV? There we go. We've got the game running on physical hardware. And that's where I think things come alive. You see that? Look, the owl bear just jumped at the party. See that asset, that graphic is appearing here on this piece of hardware. I'm going to go ahead and bring my screen back up. Let's pop to my screen. You can go not only from arcade.makecode.com, but you can jump into Visual Studio Code here, and you can see that I've installed MakeCode Arcade as an extension. And now I've got the ability in Visual Studio Code, which might be better for our more older learners, to go and manage those assets. And now I'm coding in TypeScript and having fun there. I've even put a little friendly pet down in the corner. My little cat is running around and entertaining me while I do this work. So you have got the ability to start in the browser, run it on a Chromebook, run it on a piece of physical hardware that the kids can play with, graduate and spend time inside of Visual Studio Code. These are things that you're not going to see on other platforms. See, I love it. People in the chat are already saying, wait a second. I didn't know you could use Visual Studio Code. I just joined. I didn't know anything about this. This is what we're talking about. I love it. This is fantastic. Teaching kids how these things work and the ability to graduate them from starting on a Chromebook, graduating to hardware, moving into Visual Studio Code, becoming a developer. This is super powerful stuff. I love this. Folks in the chat are appreciating it already. This is great. Now, I want to call out one of our friends in the chat who said, I didn't know I could do this. Oh, see, someone, actually, I want to say this. Someone said, what are the prices like on these devices? The prices on the devices are pretty reasonable, but there's also some really cool stuff with microbit that you can get for, like an expensive latte. So go and explore our partners about that, but you can get those in bulk. But I want to call out something else, because what can we do that we didn't know we could do? I love that someone said, I didn't know you could use Visual Studio. Let's go ahead and unshare my screen and bring up my camera here. And I'm going to do a little trick here, and let's see if we can try this. Okay, this is all live. We didn't record any of this. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this. And what I've got here is my Xbox. There's an Xbox here. You can see this sitting on my desk right there. I'll point to that again. See this white Xbox? This is just an Xbox Series S. It's the cheapest Xbox. And I'm here on my Xbox, moving around, and I've got the MakeCode Arcade kiosk. This is where things start really coming alive for the kids. And check this out. These are all MakeCode games made with MakeCode Arcade. And if we go up here in the corner and we say, add your game, the kids can then scan a code and it'll jump into their Xbox. Look at that. Yeah, this our friend in the chat here is asking if this is going to be recorded. You can back up. It's all on the live stream on YouTube. So yeah, you can check this stuff out. So now, look at this. That game I was just playing, is now on my Xbox. Let's see if we can find that owlbear. Look at the pixels, how great that looks. It's like having a Game Boy. This is where kids can take their games that they make at school and play them on the Xboxes that they have at their home. This is all free, all free, all free. Look at that. Isn't this fun? People don't know. People don't know. Look at the dragon. I just think this is the best. And being able to run that on your Xbox is so powerful. So let me just review. Let's go ahead and share my screen again. And we'll switch back over here. You go to arcade.makecode.com. All free. Log in with your Google, log in with your Microsoft account, check it out. Then explore, try it on Chromebooks, all runs entirely in the browser. Maybe consider graduating and checking out hardware from the partners. These are not Microsoft things. These are all free hardware plans, and our partners price them their way. There's lots of different ones. So go and explore those hardware partners if that's something you're excited about. Maybe you don't have budget for hardware. Maybe the kids have Xboxes. Run the games on the Xbox, but you can also run them on any PC. Any PC. Now this arcade right here is just a PC. So I can go and run it on this, take any PC, plug an Xbox controller in, plug a PlayStation controller in, and I can play all those fun MakeCode Arcade games that the kids set up. Right here inside of MakeCode Arcade, I want to go and run that game. I can go full screen, hit A, and now we're playing directly in the browser. You can also put it into kiosk mode. You check out kiosk mode and run it on a kiosk. So we actually have an arcade at Microsoft headquarters in Jacqueline's office where people can come and play directly there. So if you're a computer science educator and you're excited about this, you could build this, put a little joystick in front of it. Maybe you could do something like this. I made one out of a Raspberry Pi, just did a little laser cutting. The possibilities are endless. It is to look a little bit like Scratch from MIT, but it's much, much, much more. So check it out. Super cool. All right. That's just me being overtly excited about this. Go ahead and unshare my screen there, Sarah. Yeah, the hardware is totally up to you. Hardware is not even required. I 3D printed a Game Boy and stuck a Raspberry Pi in a 3D Game Boy thing. So that's a project that you can do as well. So lots and lots of fun. You can just run this stuff in a browser. Super cool. So anyway, I'm super jazzed about what we're going to see today. We've got a whole arcade con designed for you. We've got the devs in the chat. The real people who work on this every day are excited to share with you. Thank you so much for letting me just be overwhelmingly excited and chat with you. And I think Kiki will come back out and talk me down because I just freaking love this product. I want you all to play with it as much as possible.
Me too. Thank you so much, Scott. That was like, I was watching all those things and just thinking how excited I am to get my hands on a 3D printer. So thank you. And thank you, Jacqueline, for the history. I think all of this is really important when it comes to understanding where we are as a product and the fact that we're still growing. We're relatively young. I saw a lot of comments about us looking like Scratch, which we do get from time to time. And that's because people don't often see block-based languages. So if they don't have a lot of experience with them, they kind of all look alike. Just like somebody who's only used block-based languages might look at Java and go, oh, is that JavaScript? Is that Python? Because they haven't had much experience to understand the nuances. But we are a completely separate block-based coding language, and we have our own personality. So it's not to say either is better necessarily, but they really both work well together. And it's a lot of fun to have students learn how to code on basically as many languages as they're interested in coding in. So with that, I think we're just about to get ArcadeCon kicked off here. We have 12 thrilling and informative 30-minute sessions throughout the day. We will be recording these. They will be chopped up into individual sessions and put on our teacher educator YouTube channel for you to catch later. We'll also be doing some giveaways throughout the day. So we have some digital giveaways that we'll be giving to teachers in between sessions. And I think this might actually be a good time to do one. Who likes stickers in the chat? Do we have any teachers who like stickers? Okay, so for our first giveaway, we are going to do, and I tried posting something in the chat earlier and it doesn't look like it went to all the channels. So we may have to put this on the channels individually, but I'll say it out loud first. Our stickers are located at aka.ms/arcade stickers. So if you go to aka.ms/arcade stickers, oh, hey, there we go. There went all of the requests for stickers. So yes, arcade stickers. You will get a sheet of stickers that we designed specifically for the classroom. They are the traditional teacher style, cute pun stickers with an image on them. And they're made to be printed on just standard 1-inch round labels. So 1-inch round labels with 0.25-inch gap. And you can print them off on your printer, as many of them as you want. You're free to use them. You're free to give them away. It wouldn't be very nice for you to sell them. But other than that, do with them as you please. And you'll probably even see some stickers popping up during our sessions today. So we have the little stickers up here. Yay! For you to help us celebrate. So thank you very much for that. And then one other kind of housekeeping thing I wanted to mention is surveys. So we do have a couple of school districts working with us to give teachers credit. But other than that, we are not able to give PD credit ourselves for these sessions. If you do have the ability to get credit from your district, if you prove your hours, we have surveys you can fill out where you can leave us that information. And each of the informational sessions will have a code word associated with them. And you'll be asked to put that code word in the survey as kind of your proof that you were there. Those sessions or those surveys are at aka.ms/arcadecon survey. And it will be the same survey for every session, but you'll just choose which session you were in and put the code word. If you do not want to fill out the information actually about yourself, that's fine. You don't need to. You only need to fill that out if you are working with a district that is able to give you credit for these sessions. So, all right, I'm going to flip back to the comments real quick here and see if I missed any big questions. And yeah, I think other than that, we're about ready to get started. So I am going to be your host for the first session. It starts at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Pacific. So it's going to start at the top of the hour. We will have a breezeway slide on. In the meantime, we will still have people around answering questions in the chat, chatting with you in the comments, and we'll try and get those links to you as well during that time. So with that, let's get started. I'll see you in a couple. Bye-bye. All right. Woohoo. Here we are. I'm going to see if I can change the size of my window a little bit so that it doesn't collide with that ArcadeCon banner up at the top. Double ArcadeCon. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, welcome. I'm back. I will be back several times throughout the day. I just love seeing you all so much. So I have quite a few presentations for you, but we also have some other amazing presenters today. We have some from inside MakeCode, and we have some from outside Microsoft altogether. So I'm really looking forward to walking through some of this. Let's get started with some general introductions. We will do our little intro. I will be doing my intro for every session because they'll be sliced up separately. So if you've seen my intro a couple times by the end of the day, that's okay. They'll probably get shorter and shorter. Then we're going to just go through some of the basics of getting to know MakeCode Arcade. We'll look at the homepage. We'll talk about tutorials versus skill maps versus curriculum. We'll look at how to start a project. And then if some of you are new, you may not know that we just released a major update, our first major update in a couple of years. So if we have time, I'll talk about some of that. And then at the end, I have some resources for you, and I have a survey. Introduction. This is me. Doesn't look much like me anymore. My hair is a different color, and I'm not wearing sunglasses. But my name is Kiki Protzman. I am at Kiki VSIT almost everywhere on social media. If I look familiar to you, that might be because I started out at code.org. So I was over there for several years. I wrote their first few sets of curriculum, and then I moved into doing specifically their elementary school curriculum. So if you have done the computer science fundamentals curriculum, you have probably seen my face, maybe quite a bit. I moved over here in 2020, at the end of 2020. So I've been here just about 5 years. And I put those books up there. I do have a couple of books. These are my educator books. I have some for kids as well. And then I do have a code if anybody's interested in getting my latest book, Let's All Teach Computer Science. And it is that bit.ly code, LATCS. And you can use Raven25 to get 25% off. Our producer today is Sarah Reitkirk, and she is at Sarah on the MakeCode forum. She is also doing a session this afternoon. She has an Ask Me Anything session at 3 p.m. That'll be taking live questions from the audience about what it's like to be a MakeCode engineer. And she also happens to be a woman in computer science. So if you have any questions about being a woman in computer science, that is a great place to ask those as well. We will have a special hashtag to ask those questions so they don't get kind of lost in the overall chat. I realize that I have the ability for, if we have any comments that should interrupt me, then that is great. I am all about that. But I have my window up in front of my screen, so I wouldn't end up seeing those. So I'm going to move that around a little bit. There we go. All right. So Jacqueline told you that we actually got started using the hardware stuff, and eventually our arcade product popped up. Our other two products we still use. Oh, let's see. I think we've got a little animation here. Waha! Fun. We still support our microbit product and our Minecraft EDU product. They're both amazing ways to learn to code, and they use our same similar block-based interface, and you can choose between using the blocks or using the text. But today is all about Arcade. Arcade is our first solo product. So it is our product and our product alone. It is also our first product that doesn't require any buy-in. So there is no item to purchase. There's no subscription to purchase. It is absolutely free. All of our lesson plans are absolutely free. We even have some curriculum sets that Jacqueline will be talking about later, and our entire sets of curriculum are absolutely free. So we welcome you to come along and play. Speaking of coming along to play, We are going to hop over to arcade.makecode.com. And this is what you will see. And actually, mine is blown up really far. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom out a bit here. And this is our homepage. So it has a banner at the top that'll kind of let you know if there's anything new and important that we want you to take a look at. For now, we have ArcadeCon and our new pizza party. So I don't know if you've played the pizza party lately, but we have a new version that's lots of fun. We also have a project row. This row is for the projects that you create yourself. And if you've done any tutorials or any skill maps and you have saved those to your projects, they will show up there as well. And it's a great place to be able to just find what you were working on. Although certainly you can save them off to your computer and take them with you that way as well. If you don't like to log in, sometimes you want to be able to take them to multiple computers. We do have a login though. So our login experience, I'm not logged in at the moment. There will be a session later that I need to log in for. But our login experience allows you to log in to a Microsoft account, and it could be a Google account, it could be a Clever account, but it allows you to log in to the Microsoft version of your account so that you can save all of your stuff. But it also allows you to log in to GitHub. So if you are a GitHub user, you can interface with GitHub through our interface. And I'll show you later kind of how to do that. We'll be working with some extensions, and that'll require us to do that as well. The first couple rows here are skill maps. The very first one is beginner skill maps. A couple of these are what I call beginner. And I call them that because they are very hand-holdy, very step-by-step. They show you exactly the block that you need. And in some cases, there's even anti-GIFs that show you how to take the exact block you need every single step and drag it into the workspace. So these are good for people who are just learning to do block coding, maybe people who aren't as strong of readers. These first couple are perfect for that. And then as you go down this row a little bit, you have some that pull back just a little. Maybe there's no anti-GIF. And then by the time you get to burst in balloons, it's not even showing you the block you need. It's just telling you what block you need. And then you have to go locate it yourself. So these are all a lot of fun, and I really enjoy them. As you get a little more comfortable with block-based coding, you go into next level skill maps. And those next level skill maps are a little more, I'm not going to quite say intermediate yet, although we kind of start to get in that intermediate space with Code and Adventure. But they just require a little more thinking, a little more cognitive load in order to get through. And they start to get longer as well. By the time you get to Save the Forest or Jungle Jump over here, you can see Jungle Jump is quite long. And while I'm talking about that, let me go through tutorials before I pull this up. But this is a good way to show kind of the difference between a skill map and a tutorial. So you'll see these entire rows of tutorials down here. We have our very famous Chase the Pizza. Many people who have done our tutorials have done Chase the Pizza as one version. These tutorials are single tutorial experiences. So you have one set of instructions from start to finish, and then you make a game that is more or less a complete game. The difference is that skill maps, you're making a more complex game most of the time. Some of them feature animation. They feature a lot of steps that you wouldn't necessarily be able to get through in just a single tutorial. So we link a bunch of little tutorials together. And the way we do it is we try and make each little tutorial kind of have a win at the end of it. So you kind of first you put a sprite on the screen, yay, a little win, and then you've got another one, and then you make the sprite move, yay, another win. And so it's very gratifying each way through. And often you have a complete playable game by the end of that third level or so. So that's what those are. As we go down just a little bit further, we have some multiplayer tutorials, and we will talk about that a little bit more throughout the day, the multiplayer. But these games are tutorials you can build and then play with friends online in our very secure, very safe online multiplayer tool. Okay, so that's about as far down as I'm going to go to show you what we have here. I'm going to go ahead and open a skill map so that you can see what they look like. Since I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and open Jungle Jump. It wasn't originally what I planned on doing, but that's the fun part of this, is that there's so much to choose from. So you'll see when this opens, we have this little map of levels, and that will take us through to do all sorts of fun things. We have a description of the map over here, and we have this learning outcomes page. So when I click on the learning outcomes page, you'll see that this opens something fairly similar to a teacher, or at least I think you'll see. There we go. Fairly similar to a teacher lesson plan. So it tells you about how much time each level should take for the students that this was meant to be used with. Gives you some objectives, game design concepts, and then it shows you kind of the blocks that you'll be using in each session. It even gives you kind of a little solution option. So it's almost like an answer key, but it does show you a version of the game that you could have by the time you're done with that level. So it has that for each level in the skill map. A lot of teachers don't know that those are there. So and some teachers don't need them at all. They just kind of turn the students loose. But if you are looking for that little kind of lesson plan style thing, then that's where you find it, right here in learning outcomes. As you click on each of these levels, you'll kind of see an image of what you should be able to do by the end of that level. And we just have moving it around. We have the ability to win or lose the game. You want to be able to jump, not just jump, but create things to jump on, then explode the things that you want to take away. And as you go, you'll have animations and all sorts of fun items. And after your first 3 levels, you've got a complete game. You don't have to keep going. But everything after that just kind of allows you to do a little bit more. So can students access the learning outcomes? Yes, they can. However, I have never seen a student ever find it. In fact, I haven't even ever seen a teacher find it out in the wild. So they are pretty well hidden. But yes, it is possible. The skill badges. So we do have badges. When you complete, you get these certificates, but then if you're logged in, you can also get a little badge that goes in your profile. And those badges aren't tied to any specific badge management system. So it's not necessarily something you could put in a digital wallet for a future employer. But hey, you can copy it and put it on your social media platform and let people know that you got through Jungle Jump, which is one of the fun ones. And it really is a game that students enjoy because they really like making platformers. I'm going to walk through just one step of this tutorial real quick, show you a couple of things that you might not have known you could do. And then we'll look at making an actual project from the start. So this is just our modal that pops up at the beginning. Almost all of our tutorials and skill maps have one of these. And the instructions are over here. And they tell you what you should do. And this one already has a background image and a tile map in it when you get started. And that's because the tile maps are really difficult to teach. And this was not originally built as an intermediate level tutorial. It will be switching to an intermediate level, like a true intermediate level tutorial at some point. Excuse me. So, but then when you get to the place where it needs blocks, it tells you what category to look in and which block to look for. When you do that, if you don't know where you're looking, particularly with this kind of block where the colors don't match, the color of the block doesn't match the color of the category it's in, you can click on this and it will open the category you need so that you can easily find the block you're supposed to find and pull it out. So this is our instruction panel. we have our toolbox right here in the center, and then we have our workspace. And when you put code in the workspace, it will render on your game window. And so your game window is down here, and that allows you to see your game every step of the way. So that you can see exactly what your code is doing as you're building, which is a lot of fun for students. It's also helpful for debugging, because if students are constantly looking at that game window and know it worked here, it worked here, it worked here, it didn't work here, it helps give them a place where they can go and look back at what was happening. Also, you'll notice this game window is a little bit small. You can click this button over here to blow it up nice and big, and then you can play your game. We don't have any playable items in the game right now, but the instructions will tell us how to create one. And so you can just follow along. We have a wonderful sprite library. If you're new here, something you may have realized is that everything looks a little bit on the pixelated side, and that's as intended. We built this to kind of simulate that retro style arcade game. And one of the reasons that we really like this is that, well, it's Jungle Jump and I just chose a duck. Sorry about that. One of the reasons that we really like this idea is because it helps manage expectations. When you go into a game development course, students might join that course thinking that they're going to make something, like a massive multiplayer online game, something like Halo with 3D graphics and lighting and all of that. And, maybe they will get to that place, but the intro to computer science students probably aren't quite ready for that. Most of those games take several years and a few hundred, maybe $1 million. So this helps keep expectations in that, like Super Mario Brothers, Pac-Man space. And that is something that is absolutely within reach for learning this curriculum. And sometimes for some students, it's within reach in a single class in a single hour. So this Jungle Jump would probably take about 5 days to complete if the student is doing their own artwork and really getting into it, learning all of the things that they need to learn. If it's accompanying curriculum, this actually works great with our Intro to CS curriculum. Yeah, so you can see our little sprite on the screen. It is the same color as that background up there. So it's a little hard to see, but when I blow it up, you can see it really nice. And yeah, that's our tutorials. You walk through the tutorials step by step. And then when you're done, let me just kind of fast forward. It will take you back out to the skill map, and it asks you if you want to sign in. You are welcome to sign in. If you sign in, it can save your progress, and not just save it to the computer, but it'll save it in the cloud so that you can reopen this on any computer and be back in the same spot that you left off. As you can see, and as I mentioned earlier, you can log in with Microsoft account. So if you have an Xbox account, or if your school is a Microsoft school, you can use that. If you're a Google school, you can also log in with your Google account. So your Google account will work for this. And then we also have Clever. So I'm seeing people ask if it's available in other areas, and yes, it is available in other areas. We have several languages of our main interface is translated into Arabic, German, Spanish, French, Irish, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Russian, Chinese simplified, and Chinese traditional, and Dutch. So it's something that you can use with a lot. Now, not all of the languages are translated for every single tutorial, but the blocks are translated. Now, if you do not want to sign in, you do not have to sign in. You can just close this and keep going, and your progress will be saved to this machine in its local cache. Now, the problem with that is if your students use different computers each time, they don't know which computer they're getting, then they won't be able to re-access from right where they were. Or if your school wipes the cache every time you shut the computer down, then that will get lost. So that's one of the things that sign in is great for. The other is being able to access the badge. You don't get a badge. You will still get a certificate, but the badge has to be associated with your profile. So if you log in, you'll get that. And then sharing games with a persistent link so that every time you make a change, the same link updates. That requires sign in. And the other thing that requires sign in is the ability to host an online multiplayer game. You need to be signed in order to do that. So those are the things that require sign in, but you can do almost everything else with no sign in whatsoever, completely anonymously. Whew, lots to cover. You'll see when we get done with that, we will move on and the next level will unlock and they can go do that next level. If they don't want to, if they want to completely divert from what we had planned for them, they can click on the last level that they did and they can share it or they can save it to their own projects. I'm going to go ahead and save it to my projects so that I can show you the next step, which is very similar to creating your own project. So I'll do that, save to project, and you'll see that it kind of quickly went to my main screen, created a little project tile, and then opened up the editor so that I could have all of the categories here to choose from. So I'm no longer limited to just the categories that were in the actual tutorial. And I can keep building. If I want, I can still go back to the tutorial and keep moving along. But this version, the snapshot that got saved, will always be this for me to kind of build off of. Now I'm going to come back to arcade.makecode.com. I'm going to reload because you saw I just made that project and this window, my projects are empty, but you'll see, there we go. So the name of the level I completed was called Moving Monkey. And so my project was titled Moving Monkey. And I have that in here now that I can play with. But I'm going to start a new project. I'm going to go here to New Project. And I'm going to give the project a name. And you'll see that I get more hearts the longer and more descriptive I make my name. So I'm just going to call that, this is not Moving Monkey. There we go. And now I have a project. There are a couple differences here between projects and tutorials. Namely, this simulator is no longer down here. It's now up here in the side window where you might be used to seeing a simulator for microbit if you use the microbit. We have all of these categories, although you might notice in my, oh, that's not the one I wanted. Oh, those were the stickers I shared. I never actually showed you the stickers you were getting. So that's the stickers, aka.ms/arcade stickers. Okay, so what I was trying to show you is in this project that I made from my tutorial, there are some categories here that are not in the main portfolio in the toolbox when you start a new project. These are called extensions, and we have a couple of great sessions on extensions coming up. So Bill and Sarah from Code Ninjas will be doing a session about existing extensions, and then I will follow up with a session about making your own extensions. But that's why you'll occasionally see things in here that are not in your other projects. You can add them to your other projects, and I will save how to do that for that next session. But this is what you'll see when you start a standard project, and you can just get in there and start building. You don't have to follow any sort of protocol. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm just going to kind of start pulling things out. I'm going to make it so that when the A button is pressed, my sprite, let's see, my sprite starts. We're going to make this a very juicy ham. How's that sound? So we're going to make this sprite spray pixels for 200 seconds every time. And then I'm going to blow this up real quick. So now we have a clicker game where my juicy ham is leaking. And I just see so many problems with the way I just said that for middle school classrooms, but that's okay. We're going to move past it. Anyway, you can see in just 4 blocks, we have a pretty fun clicker game that people could play for quite a while. If we add some points to it, just as simple as going in and changing the score by 1 every time I click that A button or press the space bar. And now I have a clicker game that keeps points. So Fun stuff. It's really, really easy to get started in MakeCode Arcade. Super easy to build something fun, super easy to build something familiar in MakeCode. That is starting a project. I'm going to pop back to my slides real quick because I need to remember what else I'm not ready for wrapping up yet. Here we go. What else I promised you? Starting a project. 2025 updates. So let's take a look real quick at some of the updates. You might notice just by looking that my screen looks different than yours, unless you've already found some of our updates. But I have kind of a more modern teal color with a grayish background. There's dots back there. I can't really see them right now, but there's some dots back there. And that's because we introduced something called themes. So in this little gear here, the settings menu, you can click theme, and now we have a couple of different options that we can choose from. So most of y'all are probably on the orange theme. That should look really familiar. I prefer the light theme. I feel like it's more bouncy, more playful, and it is easier on my brain. But other people prefer the dark theme. It's easier on their eyes. It makes them feel more grown up, and it matches a little more what they might be used to if they've used some VS Code. So that's there. And then we also have high contrast theme. And the high contrast theme makes it easier to just see everything a little bit better with a little less strain on the eyes. So students can choose between which theme they want. They don't have to be signed in to do that, but occasionally you will need to change back if you've been using things that aren't cached. So light is going to be mine. I see some people in the chat asking about curriculum. We do have curriculum. And if you scroll down a little more on our homepage, you'll see it. But we have a whole session dedicated to choosing Arcade curriculum. So I'm not going to steal Jacqueline's thunder on that. I'm just going to kind of keep moving along here. Something else that we've added is this is getting to know MakeCode Arcade. So this is the very entry level session. Thank you for asking. So one other thing we added is version history. And if you've ever had a student who has maybe lost some work or got to a space where they added so much that it no longer worked and they really wished they could go back to a working version, but they didn't save it off, that's what version history is for. So you can see I started this about 1022. And so I have that version there. And it will take little snapshots every, I want to say 5 minutes, but it could be 15. I'm not completely certain, but you do have different snapshots. You can also choose to save off a copy whenever you want, or whenever you share, it'll save a version as well. So you can go back to this and always have access to your previous work, which is really nice. We also have a tour, an editor tour that we added this time. You didn't see that because I've already been playing with this, even though it is in private mode. I was already playing with this, so I just missed my tour, but you can get back to that through the help menu, and you can click on tour, and it'll just walk you through all of the important little areas here. And I'm about to break my own rule. We're supposed to get over about 27 past and then give people time to fill out the survey. And so I'm going to hop back over here. There is more. There's so much more you can do, but this is just a getting started. And there we go. This is just a getting started. We will have more throughout the day. If you have questions on how to do things, please do join us at our forum, forum.makecode.com. We have a little educator lounge there. And if you missed something here, you can ask about it in the educator lounge. If there are links we forgot to give you, we'll put that in the educator lounge. And then we will also make sure that you have any of the giveaways, like the stickers that we showed you earlier. We do also have a link for you for the slide decks that you're going to be seeing today. So let me pop over to that so that I can read it out for you. And the slide decks are at aka.ms/ArcadeCon 2025 slides. I'll put that in a chat. I'll go put it over on the forum. You aren't going to see me for another half hour. So I will talk to you all later. Thank you, Sarah.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm here. I'm going to talk more about getting hands-on with the arcade tutorials. In the previous session, Kiki talked about some of the tutorials and skill maps, and I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into them. So hopefully you learn something new and get something of value from that. But tutorials, I think, again, some of you in the chat were saying, how's this different from Scratch? Well, this is one of the features that is different and so powerful. It's an easy way to kind of unlock coding and creativity for your students. It's just a really kind of easy entry point to get into MakeCode Arcade and really the rest of the MakeCode products. All right, so let me just kind of start off with a little introductory question. Yes, an ice-breaking question. Sorry, I have to do it, but here are kind of 5 educator personalities. If you're not an educator, that's all right. Could just be your personality. But we have the storyteller. So this is someone that loves to weave narratives into a lesson. I wish I was like this. I'm not a good storyteller, but I always admire teachers that could do that. The explorer. This is someone that's loves that project-based learning, kind of open-ended, guides the students through that. We have the strategist, which is basically the teacher that plans out every single detail, scaffolding, different kind of options for the students to choose from and challenges to unlock. We have the action hero. That's someone that likes a high energy classroom, fast-paced activities, hands-on, always moving, always doing. And then we have the tinkerer. That's someone that loves to take something apart, remix it, put it back together, you know, kind of your maker problem solver. All right, so if you could just kind of pop in to the chat what number you are. I really do think kind of educators were all of these things, but which one kind of really speaks to your inner self? Let's go ahead and pop that in so we can see what kind of styles we have today in today's sessions. Yes, I'm some teacher. I'll get to introducing myself in the next slide. So a lot of 4s, action heroes, 5 and 4, 2. I view myself as the explorer, kind of the project, you know, the guide on the side instead of the sage on the stage. All right, excellent. So in today's session, I'm going to kind of try my best to match up your teaching style with tutorials, because really tutorials and skill maps will help all of these educators. All right, so I apologize for being so rude. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Ryan McCoach. Like I said, I'm just some teacher. I'm a public school educator. I have developed some curriculum. I'm an indie game developer, but most importantly, a MakeCode enthusiast. So I'm going to kind of tell you my story of how I got started with MakeCode and MakeCode Arcade. Originally, I was using MakeCode with the microbit, kind of hands-on programming and kind of integrating some science in with that. And then I discovered that they had a arcade version where you can make games with MakeCode. My inner child's mind exploded. I was amazed because growing up, I would always sketch out my game ideas, characters, worlds, stories, but really couldn't even make them real. I even remembered I sketched out a game for the Nintendo 64. It was Bob the Alien something. I thought it was so clever where the aliens had to rescue one of their friends who were abducted by humans. I know that was the twist. And I even sent it into Nintendo, but I think all I put on the envelope was Nintendo and then put it into the mailbox. So I'm still waiting to hear back from them. So Nintendo, if you're watching, and I know you are, hey, still waiting. But anyways, now this is a reality where MakeCode Arcade has provided something that's accessible to a lot of people and our students. And tutorials is kind of the best way to get started on that game dev adventure. All right, so here are some of the features with tutorials. You probably noticed when Kiki, was going through these. You notice how it's step by step, right? So it really has that built-in scaffolding for students, and it really kind of narrows their focus so they're not distracted by all the kind of bells and whistles that the editor has. We also have some in-editor guidance, so other visuals that can help the students kind of figure out what the instructions are asking them to do, whether this is an image, a GIF, videos, and even little hint blocks as well. And then we have the instant feedback, the game simulator, right? So this is where students can see the changes that they make come to life in real time. And I think that's really powerful because it allows the students to fail fast, and hopefully fail forward. All right, so those are just some of the features. We're going to be, again, kind of walking through this together in just a little bit. But here are the collection. There's even more available out there. So it comes in a wide variety of styles and concepts. And again, there's always adding more. MakeCode's always adding more. I remember one time I was teaching my class and was going to MakeCode and realized they now have multiplayer and multiplayer tutorials. Well, I told my class we're scrapping what we're doing that day and we're just going to explore this new feature. And it was just kind of great because I was learning alongside my students at the same time using the tutorials. All right, so always make sure you're kind of checking back on the homepage to see, well, what's new. All right, so we're going to do a walkthrough of Chase the Pizza. I think it's the best one to kind of get started with because they create a game with very few lines of code or blocks of code. So if you would like to follow along, you can, or you can just sit back, relax, and watch. Hopefully, I am entertaining enough. All right, so here we go. The tutorial starts off with kind of this introduction. This is where the students kind of see what their goal is for this tutorial. And it will give them an image or a GIF of kind of what the end product is going to look like. And hopefully they can work their way kind of as they're working towards this, they can kind of see where it's going. So this game is just, we're going to try to eat as many pizzas as possible before the time runs out. One thing I do want to point out is another great accessibility feature is the immersive reader that Microsoft has built into this. So anytime that you see this icon, students can click on it. It's going to open up the immersive reader. If you haven't used this before, it's a fantastic tool where you can adjust the size of the font, increase the spacing, different kind of color schemes. It can even, I believe, translate to different languages. So the instructions, this is kind of really adaptable. It can read the words out loud as well as kind of provide a picture for the words. So this is great for students that, again, maybe are English as a second language, or they're learning English, or again, speaking a different language than what the instructions are written in. All right, so that comes with all of the steps. All the steps have that immersive reader. You can see it right here. All right, so here we have our first step. We're going to set the background color. And just like Kiki said, the words are color-coded. The instructions are color-coded. So it kind of helps guide the students to where they should be looking at with the toolbox. And if you click, it will open that up for the students. And another thing you'll notice is the toolbox doesn't have all the blocks available. If you were to open up the editor, you'll see kind of the very wide selection of all the different blocks available. This is nice because it limits actually what the blocks you're going to be using in this tutorial. So again, it kind of narrows in the focus for the students, and they don't become distracted with everything else. Because I could tell you, with my classroom experience, they love to kind of go and explore, and it can kind of be a little bit distracting, and they get off track easily, especially once they discover the extension category. That's always fun. All right, so we have our instructions, and again, we have these drop downs, which are great because it adds a little bit more information without cluttering kind of like the main instructions. So again, when given instructions, we have the highlighted text. So this is a great tutorial that will introduce the tutorial itself. So let's go in here. We can set the background. Hopefully I zoom in a bit. And this is where you're kind of encouraging students to kind of make it their own, to remix it a bit so they can choose the background color to what they like. All right, so now we're going to go on to the next step. All right, so now we're going to add a player sprite, open the sprites drawer, and then we're going to set it into the on start. And this is great because we have right here a definition for a key word, a key concept when creating games is the sprite, right? So a character or image that's called a sprite. Again, that's why I love these drop-down boxes, because they provide key information without cluttering it up. And then you can even see that we have a GIF of what the steps should be. All right. So again, this is for like beginners, right? So they're getting used to the layout and kind of getting their feet wet with game development and coding. If you kind of have more advanced learners, you kind of want to open up what they can be able to do. So let's click on to the image. And with tutorials, which is great, is that they'll come with custom images. I don't know if you notice when Kiki was presenting, when she went to the gallery, we didn't have these smiley faces. So these tutorials will have custom assets that are made just for the tutorial. So if your students maybe are artistically inclined, they can easily just kind of pick from here. So we have a smiley face. They can edit it if they want. They can create their own. So we want to encourage that creativity. All right, so let's move on. And again, we can see what's happening in our game simulator. We can go full screen, back to minimum. All right, next step, draw your sprite by clicking. So again, we kind of skip that step, but I believe you get the idea where maybe an angry, evil. For some reason, my students always like to make the sprites evil. So now we got an evil smiley face. Click done. Again, we still have the show me of a GIF kind of showing you the steps of what you can do. All right, so now we're going to enter in our controls for our character. So going to the controller, dropping it in. And even though this is not in the tutorial, but again, encouraging kind of exploration, you'll notice that some of the blocks has this plus icon. If you open it up, it gives you a little bit more parameters. So you could change arguments you can put in to kind of adjust how the sprite is moving. So right now they're kind of moving 100 on the VX. kids can increase that and encourage that exploration, and then we can test it out in the game window. So let's see how this affects it. So now the character is moving a lot faster. So again, as you're going with these tutorials, yeah, you're kind of still building the same thing, but you're making these minor adjustments to kind of personalize it for the students. And again, I think speed's number one. And that might come back with a mod. Maybe the more food that they eat, you can have the player kind of slow down as they get more full. Again, just some ideas. All right, and again, here we go. You can test your game in the window, make sure it's kind of working as it should before you move on to the next step. All right, so now we're going to add some pizza, make sure we're good on time. So again, let's just say this is a lot of text for me, a little confusing. You can always click on this hint button. This is going to kind of show you what block you need to add for this step. Again, another good visual. Ooh, I like the inverted controllers. Maybe you have like a sour pizza, one that's kind of went bad. You eat one of those, then your controls are reversed. It's a good idea. Yeah, so now we can see more of a visual of what we need to do. So sprites, set pizza. You'll notice how it's already kind of properly named, so your students don't have to worry about kind of renaming or creating variable names. We'll go into sprites, click on the gallery. Again, you can choose from anything, maybe a little science. You can incorporate a little science into here. Maybe you pick like an animal and then have the students design kind of what that animal would eat. That would be the food instead of the pizza. All right, so we have the pizza, and we got to make sure it says in bold, making sure students focus on that. It should be a food kind of sprite. All right, so now we have pizza in the middle, player in the middle, got a pizza face. All right. Got that. Making sure we have everything. All right. So I'm going to kind of try to speed run a little bit because I'm looking at the time. We're going to add a overlap block. So something happens when the player kind, which is our smiley face, overlaps or touch the food kind. Make sure I got everything right. We're going to change the score by 1 when this happens. I want to make sure this is working, but this is why you kind of want to encourage students to always test after each step to make sure everything's working properly. But we're noticing that our score is going up and not stopping. And this is actually kind of entertaining. I know my students just love this and kind of sit back and watch the score go up. I guess it's a kind of an idle game. All right, so let's move on and let's see how we can fix this. Good, a nice built-in question. Notice that you'll get way too many points when the pizza sprites overlaps the pizza. All right, so we'll fix this. So we're going to make the position random. And again, you'll notice the block is already set up. Usually the position block doesn't have this pick random with the screen width and screen height. So again, it's kind of already nicely laid out for students just to drag and drop. This is a beginner skill map, or sorry, tutorial. All right, so now when we test it out, our evil pizza, there we go, got it working. And last but not least, we kind of need like a game over state. There's got to be some kind of challenge with games, with the game. So we're going to now start the countdown at 3 seconds every time we eat the pizza. So when the player overlaps the food, eats the pizza, we change the score, give it a new random position for the pizza, and then the countdown starts over again. I only got 1 that time, so now every time we eat the pizza, we get 1 point, and the countdown starts over. Now we kind of have like an endless, now we have a game loop. All right, so there's our turtle chasing, oh, Brittany, that's such a good idea. Turtle, that makes sense. But it has to be a ninja turtle, not just any regular old turtle. All right, so that's just kind of a walkthrough. And again, once you are done, click on this. You can share the project via the link. And then this is kind of the great part, is where you can now open up and have complete access to the rest of the code blocks. So now you can have students all kind of on the same page, the same foundation. And then if you now want to kind of challenge them to add more to it, this is your opportunity to do that. Yeah, that's someone said similar code in Scratch, and the code was much longer. Yes, a lot of these tutorials, they kind of built in blocks that do the heavy lifting. So kind of for beginners again, right? They can kind of create some cool things within their game, but the blocks are simplified and kind of do a lot of the behind the scenes stuff they don't see, but just makes it a little bit more accessible. All right, Kiki kind of already talked about this again. We have our skill maps. Again, this could be for more advanced learners, or kind of ones where you are, instead of just having our standalone tutorials, they're now kind of even chunked a little bit more, and they're kind of made into little mini units. So you can kind of use these to focus on certain concepts and kind of built out a more well-polished game. And again, you can save your progress as long as you kind of sign in using your Google Microsoft account. I believe there's others as well. But every time you see these little puzzle pieces, that's its own individual standalone tutorial. Yeah, I do that as well. The creative mode, like when they're done, now they need to make at least 2 changes, which I think is great. Yeah, of course they go with the graphics. But then you can encourage them to put some sound effects in there as well, maybe some animation. Yeah, so I see that. What are some strategies you've used so the kids understand the coding versus copying the code? Yeah, that is a certain struggle, and that's why what I use in my classroom is I kind of use this as, here's all the collection. Let me kind of go forward to this. Is I use these tutorials kind of as my whole class instruction. It could be used for warm up if you're doing a flip class. You kind of flip classroom. You kind of, or homework. The students complete that tutorial on their own, and then when they come to class, or as you're doing it together, right, that's where your instruction takes over. So they kind of have all the fundamentals of this project complete. And then from there, you can kind of dive a little bit deeper into those blocks and kind of explain what's going on. And then once you get to your creative mode at the end of that, then you can kind of challenge them to then add a different feature or behavior with those blocks that you used in the tutorial. So that was a great question. But yeah, these are really, tutorials can be used through every stage of the lesson, whole class, independent practice. I use it for students that miss class. It was a great way for them to kind of catch up on what we've been doing in class on their own. Fast finishers. So we always have those students that finish sometimes too fast, where you're just like, really? You did everything? And you check it and yeah. They just pick it up like that. And also subplans as well. I think with the skill maps, Kiki pointed out, they have learning outcomes, kind of breaks everything down, gives you kind of a rough estimate of which each stage of the skill map, how many minutes is going to take and what concepts are being covered. Or just making sure code tracing. Yeah, I also, another strategy is you can right click and add comments on certain blocks. I always like to have my students kind of explain what the code is doing as well. Kind of explain to me what's going on here. So that's another way to kind of check for understanding. All right, so my time is kind of wrapping up here, but what are some resources and kind of what's next? I encourage you to visit the educators page. Again, it has kind of all these resources. Let me just kind of show that to you. If you scroll down, you'll notice here's all these standalone tutorials and kind of how they're mapped out. You can kind of see that here are some junior ones. These are the ones that are more kind of with our early readers, and then it progresses. And the skill maps, they're kind of all on the same level. MakeCode Forum, please check that out. I think everyone here today that's presenting is very active. The MakeCode team's very active on there. They'll help you out if you let them know. I'm on there at Rymick88. And then the one last thing I want to point out is you can make your own tutorials and skill maps. Now, it's a little bit more not too much in depth, but I don't have enough time to go over it. But you can create your own, which I did for my classes, right? So for warm-ups, I created my own kind of tutorial. So I can customize kind of what I want the students to do and kind of present that scaffolding. So just kind of give you a little brief look. Again, this is for all the MakeCode platforms, but you can choose which platform you're using. MakeCode Arcade. Here we go. Perfect time for my computer run there. All right, you can click run, and here's the markdown of kind of what's going on. Here's what the students are going to see. Here are the steps. And if you need documentation, right in the right-hand corner, you can see your tutorial docs. So definitely check that out. If you need help, I'll be in the educator forum helping you out with that if you want to learn more about that. But that is my time. So if you're doing the, blocks, there we go. So if you're filling out the survey, go ahead and complete that now. The secret word is blocks. Blocks. All right. Yeah, if you hop over to the educator forum, I'll be more than happy to help you out. I'll post a kind of like a cheat sheet of kind of the formatting to create those tutorials. But if you go to the documents page, it's very detailed how you can get started with creating your own. Yeah. And again, that's the power of this feature, why it's so great for educators to use in their classroom. All right, so I believe I am out of time. Any questions? Yeah, you are very welcome.
All right, thanks very much. Oh.
Yeah, no, sorry. This is our producer, Thomas. Thank you.
Hi. Yep, I've been backstage. Thank you, Ryan. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
All right. Hello, everybody. Time for our next session. This one is going to be on collaborating in MakeCode Arcade. But before we get started with that, I think we need to do a round of introductions because I'm not here by myself today. I'm Richard. I'm a developer on the MakeCode team. And let's just go in order, starting from the top. So, Thomas.
Sure thing. My name is Thomas, also a developer on the MakeCode team.
I'm Sarah, also a dev on the MakeCode team.
Ben is muted.
And I was totally muted for that. I am Ben. I was a developer on the MakeCode team, and now I'm on the Visual Studio Code for Education team.
And I'm Joey. I'll give you a guess what I am.
Yeah. So as you've gathered, we're the developers on MakeCode. Not all of them, but most of them. And we do a live stream 3 times a week. And we do a lot of coding on that live stream. We do a lot of collaboration. So I'm usually the one who's doing like the main coding, but we do a lot of sharing of projects. And through the years, through the forums and talking to teachers and all sorts of things, we've seen a lot of different ways that people have for collaborating on projects in MakeCode Arcade. So what we're going to be going through today is some of the things that we have learned from seeing how people actually collaborate on projects in MakeCode Arcade, and just some suggestions on how you can do like assigning group projects and the like in the classroom when you are working with Arcade. So with that, let's get started. First though, live stream. So live stream is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 1 o'clock Pacific time. And you can watch us on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. And if you can't catch us live, we put all of the videos up on YouTube afterwards, so you can also just watch them there. Also, I would say everyone here is very active on the MakeCode forums. So you can also at pretty much any of us on the MakeCode forums. I am Richard. Yeah, let's get started. So project collaboration. This is a pretty common pain point in the classroom. I think it's kind of especially difficult for coding classes because there is the necessity to like share code back and forth. And this is a scenario that we want to improve. I think we know that this is not a perfect scenario in MakeCode today, but there are some ways to make it easier. And that's kind of what I'm going to be walking you through. So I'm going to be talking about 4 different ways of collaborating on projects and kind of some benefits and drawbacks to each. So the first one is going to be just like passing links back and forth. Then we're going to be doing some new features that are in Arcade, which is copy and paste between projects and a couple other ones. We'll get to them one by one. But let's actually start out with the age-old way of sharing code for class assignments, which is passing links back and forth. Chances are this is how students come up with it, their way to share things like on their own. The most basic way of sharing projects in MakeCode Arcade is student A works on a project, student A creates a share link and sends that to student B. Student B then imports that share link, makes edits to the project, and student B creates another share link and sends it back. Rinse and repeat. This is kind of like the classic way of just sending files back and forth. And it has some benefits. Namely, you automatically are creating a bunch of backups of your project each time you share, which is nice. Every time you re-import the project, you are creating another version of it. So if something goes wrong, it's pretty easy to go back to old versions of the project. And also, you don't have to deal with merging code because only one person is ever coding at a time, which also brings us to the very big drawback with this, which is that realistically, only one student can work on this code at any time. And also, creating many versions of the project can be messy. I don't know which version is the most recently shared. I don't know if I'm working on the right version or if I'm working on 3 versions ago because I have to mentally keep track of all of these different versions that are being sent to me. So while passing links works, it's not really the ideal scenario. Luckily, we've been making some improvements to Arcade. We did a release earlier this year, and with that came a new feature that makes a collaboration a lot easier, and that is copy paste. Yeah, so copy and paste. MakeCode's always had copy paste, right? But what we didn't have was the ability to copy and paste blocks between projects. So the vast majority of projects that are made in MakeCode are blocks first projects. And in the past, when people wanted to collaborate on blocks projects, they would have to switch to JavaScript, copy and paste the text code, and then switch back to blocks. Which, if you've done that before, you know that it doesn't. A lot of times, your blocks end up getting moved around. It's not a perfect transition, and so it can be a little problematic. But with now being able to copy and paste blocks between projects, it becomes very easy for students to merge separate work streams. So the way that we recommend doing this, and we're actually going to be doing a demo of this today, I'll get into details of that in a bit, but is you divide the project into separate work streams. So for example, you might have student A who will be implementing like the base gameplay. Student B might be working on like the HUD and information that gets displayed on the screen. Student 3 could be implementing a menu for the game, so on and so forth. It's really up to what project they're working on. Then students sit together and they merge the projects by taking all the different share links. And because this is a new feature in Arcade, and there are a few gotchas, we wanted to demo this today. So we have actually prepared some projects that we are going to live code at the end of this presentation. And I have contributions from all of my co-hosts who are not visible anymore, but Thomas, Joey, Ben, and Sarah. And I'm going to be merging those projects together using this copy and paste. So stay tuned for a practical demo if you'd like to see that at the end. So benefits of this approach. Students can work on projects at the same time or asynchronously. That's great. It teaches good software engineering principles because you kind of have to decide how you're going to be separating these features so that they're kind of self-contained. The drawback to this approach is that merging, while is much easier than merging with like the sharing link method, it can still be a little tricky. There are some gotchas, which I'll get to in just a second, for like warnings you should give to students so that they don't end up making projects that are difficult to merge afterwards. And then finally, it does require careful planning of the various tasks, but that can be done by the teacher or whoever is assigning a project in addition. Or it can just be a really good experience for the kids to kind of get together and decide at the beginning how they need to chunk up this project that they're working on. So, like I said, I'll be doing a demo of this in a bit, but some pitfalls to keep in mind. Before you copy and paste, it's a very good idea to make sure that you have a backup of the project you're pasting into. You can undo copy and paste. It's totally fine. And typically a project will survive just fine. But kids have a habit to sometimes refresh the page or something like that, and they can end up losing the undo redo history, which can end up, leading to tears and broken projects. So it's a good idea always to make sure that everything is saved before you start doing a merge. And then next, both projects should have the same extensions installed. You will actually get a warning if you don't have the same extensions installed. It won't let you copy and paste. So this one's an easy to remember. It'll let you know if you didn't do it right. And then finally, it's important to make sure that the projects use different variable names. You'll see some strategies of this when we merge our code together. For our example that we're going to be doing, we actually decided on what extensions should be installed ahead of time. So I have those installed in a project that I'll show you in a bit. All right, so that's copy and paste. There's two more strategies I want to go through real quick. The next one is what we like to call Project Game Studio. So the idea here is that, like a game studio, you have students take on separate roles when they are developing a game. So you might have a coder, an artist, a level designer, play tester, project manager, those sorts of things. And each student gets to inhabit that role for a certain amount of time, and then they rotate so that all students get a chance to do all of the various things. One note here is that all MakeCode asset editors support copy and paste. It's very easy to copy images from one project to another, or levels and the like. So having artist and level designer be separate projects is actually pretty easy to do. So benefit of this is how actual games get made. Teaches you about how some software engineering stuff actually happens and how you have to kind of integrate a bunch of different work streams, which is great. And there are no problems with merging code because there's only one coder at a time. But the obvious drawback to this approach is that it is not suited for non-game projects. If you are trying to do a recursive implementation of the Fibonacci sequence, there's not an artist for that one, so it's a little bit harder to chunk that up. All right. Finally, there's one other thing that I did feel like we had to mention because we've definitely seen people try to use it on the forum, which is GitHub. So if you're not familiar with GitHub, I'm not going to be doing a whole introduction on how GitHub works today, but it lets you have repositories of code that can be shared between multiple people and then merged together. So the basic idea here is that students create a shared repository in GitHub and each import the repo into MakeCode. And then each student would then commit locally and pull from the central repo to have everything together. Now, I'm not going to go super in depth into GitHub because in general, I would not recommend it for the classroom scenario unless you are already teaching Git and GitHub for your class as a whole. So the benefits, of course, GitHub is a very useful tool to learn and use. And it's very easy to restore old versions of the project if something goes wrong. The drawbacks, though, is that GitHub is quite complicated. Yes, we have a question for Brittany. Do students have to have their own account to use GitHub? They do. And this is also not recommended for blocks projects. Merging things like blocks is not something that Git or GitHub is particularly good at. And while we have plans on how to make this better in the future, for now, you end up with a lot of merge conflicts, and merge conflicts are difficult for students to resolve. So while I think with any coder, it's very important for them to learn how to use source control and things like GitHub in the future. In the classroom scenario, if you're not already integrating that into your curriculum, trying to add GitHub on top of, basic learning to code can be a little bit difficult. So my last 2 points are, as we mentioned, everyone needs to have a GitHub account. And also GitHub is often blocked in school. So you obviously will know if this applies to you or not, but a lot of school intranets block GitHub for whatever reason, which can make it difficult to use in the classroom. All right, so those are all of our different collaboration things. It's demo time. So for this demo, I have, everybody add yourselves back in. For this demo, I have, we came up with an idea for a game yesterday, and I have tasked all of my co-hosts with making projects that we are going to merge together. So, Sarah, would you like to say what the game idea we had was?
I didn't come up with the name, so I don't think I'm qualified.
Okay,
I think either
right.
Thomas or Ben. I don't know.
All right, someone say it. Thomas, go ahead.
All right. Well, since I did the title screen, I unilaterally decided the name of this game is Banana Bonanza. We will be running around collecting monkeys. I'm not sure if we'll be a duck today, Richard, or something else, but I leave that to you.
We'll see. So we divided up all of this work beforehand. We gave everybody a different task. I'm going to be coding the base gameplay of the game live here. We'll be starting in a second. I'm going to be starting from a blank project. But let's go through real quick what everybody's task was. So Sarah?
I got the HUD. So
Yeah.
how many monkeys you collected? And seeing it on the screen.
Yep. And as I mentioned, I did the title screen.
I got the level design.
And I just made the monkey so that it jumps around. Yeah.
Joey was in charge of monkey AI, just like the proverbial monkeys at the typewriter. So let's get started. I've already got the links from all these folks that I'm going to be merging in a second, but let's switch over to Arcade real quick. There you go.
While we're swapping over.
What's up?
While we're swapping over, we did do this live last Wednesday on live stream.
That's true.
We just didn't want to do it here because we had 30 minutes. So
Yeah, because we are tight on time today, we decided to prepare beforehand. But if you want to see us doing this live, we did do it last Wednesday, and I did indeed spring it on my co-host, so they didn't even know we were doing it beforehand. All right, so we're going to be coding a platformer where we run around and we collect monkeys. So I'm going to be coding a platformer up real quick. Now, I'm starting from a blank project, but I've already added some extensions, mainly the tile util, character animations, fancy text, timers, sprite utils, a bunch of extensions that we figured we were probably going to need for this project. So we all agreed that we were going to be using beforehand. And just to make the copy and pasting easier. But to get started, I'm going to code up a platformer real quick. So I'm going to create a player sprite. We are going to make him a duck. I love the duck. So we got to go with the duck. And we're going to be giving this duck some gravity because it's a platformer. So I'm going to give it some acceleration Y. Set that to 500. Going to add some controls. So I'll set the VY to be 0, but we're going to have VX so that I can move left and right. And we are going to have the camera follow our duck. The last thing we have to do to make this a platformer is we need to have controls for jumping. So I'm going to grab an on A button pressed, and I'm going to have an if statement, and we're going to be checking if we are on the ground. And if we're on the ground, then we're going to do a jump. So let's do a if hitting wall, change this to bottom to make sure that we're on the ground. And then we are going to set the velocity of our sprite to be something negative. I'm just going to do negative 200 because that'll probably work. You know, we can tune these values later. All right, so here we go. We have the base platformer game. I am now going to integrate my co-host's code, and I'm going to start with our level designer's code, which is Ben. So, Ben, do you have any introduction for the code I'm about to import?
You're muted, Ben.
Muted again.
I think this is one of the greatest levels ever made, if I could claim such a thing.
Yep.
Take a look at that. We got plenty of monkeys there. We got some platforming that's got to happen.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Looks good.
I think the level speaks for itself.
I asked Ben beforehand to put in 2 special kinds of tiles that we're going to be using, which is a monkey tile for where we need to spawn the monkeys and a spawn tile for where we're going to spawn the player. So that's what these are. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this. So I'm just going to be using Control C and then head over here, Control V, and there we go. We have the tile map and all pasted into our project, and we can now see this show up. All right. So I want to do the code to, if we have a question, where are the monkeys? They're coming, I promise.
Well, they're right there already. You can
yeah,
see
that's
them.
true. The faces are there staring at us with a
nice smirk and everything.
Yeah. So I want to spawn my player on top of that spawn location. So I'm going to go ahead and code that up real quick. I'm going to grab an on tile map loaded event right here. I'm going to grab from scene. We're going to do a place on top of random location. And we're going to change this to be our spawn. And now our player should jump up there. So there we go. Looks good. And we're also going to cover up all of these special tiles because we don't actually want the player to see them. So I'm going to grab the cover all block from tile util. And I'm going to cover all of the spawn tiles with the background. Oops. And I'm going to cover up the monkeys too. All right. Okay. Next up, I'm going to grab the code from our monkey designer in chief, Joey. Joey, do you have any words to say?
I mean, it's a monkey. It jumps back and forth. I guess one thing to note is that we did try and make an emphasis to make this one easy to copy. So it might not be as smooth. You might have to copy some more variables or some more chunks. But this one, we tried to put it in all in one function so that it's just easy to just take it all out. That's something you might encourage in your classroom.
Yes, that is a tip. It's a very good idea to have students do like one function, because that makes it very easy to then copy and paste this code because you're just going to copy one big chunk. You can definitely copy smaller events, but we don't currently today have a way to select multiple blocks at once. So collecting a thing is, nice and easy. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this place monkey function, and we're going to switch back over to our project, paste that in there. And I'm going to call this place monkey so that I place them on all of our monkey tiles. So to do that, I'm going to need a for of loop. I'm going to go into scene, and I'm going to get the list of all monkey locations. And we're going to go ahead and place our monkey on those locations. So we should now have a game that has a bunch of monkeys in it. Go. Whoops. Do I have a problem in my code?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, it dragged out. Oh.
Oh, wow.
I see what happened here. Okay. I can fix this real quick.
Bug we'll have to fix.
Yeah. Technical difficulties.
That's what happens when you code live every time.
Yep. If you didn't have technical difficulties when you code live, were you even coding live?
It's true. This is how you can
Murphy's
tell
Law.
that it's real. Yeah, we didn't test everything beforehand. There we go. All right. There we go. Now we have a world full of monkeys who are jumping around in all of the locations that were specified by Ben. All right. So that's great. Let's go ahead and catch these monkeys. For that, we're going to need to display how many monkeys we have. So I'm going to go ahead and copy Sarah's code next. Sarah, do you have an introduction?
I made it yellow because I think of bananas when I think of monkeys.
Yep. That's what they eat.
Me too, Sarah. Me too.
So we have a monkey thing up here. If I press A, it's going to increase the number of monkeys. And we're going to use this to keep track of that in our game. So I'm going to grab this render on Z index and paste that over in my project right here. And then Sarah also made a catch monkey function for increasing that number. So I'm going to copy that over as well. And now I want to catch these monkeys. So I'm going to do an on sprite overlaps. Oh, not that. I want this guy right here. We're going to do a overlap between player and enemy because our monkeys are kind enemy. And I'm going to just destroy that monkey. Oh, that sounds bad. Don't destroy monkeys.
No monkeys were hurt in the making of this game.
It's true. And we're going to call the catch monkey function. And now I can go and catch those monkeys. There we go. Great. Okay. And now, finally, we need the title screen of our game, which was made by Thomas. And let's go ahead and grab that. Thomas, do you have an introduction?
Well, like Sarah, when I think monkey, I think banana. So despite the fact that this game unfortunately has no actual bananas, the bananas are in our heart, and it's still called Banana Bonanza.
Yeah, and we could add bananas to this at some point. Is a game ever truly finished?
No, I'll follow the work item.
I mean, it used to be when you have to put it on a cartridge, but yeah. Relatable much. Monkey plus bananas equals yellow. Very true. All right, so we have our little title screen here, and if we press A, the monkey jumps away, and we start the game. So our code is divided into two functions here. Looks like we have a show title and dismiss title. So let's go ahead and copy both those over. And we're going to copy dismiss title, paste that in.
We'll have to be a little bit careful here because
you may have noticed that this function got created when I pasted this in. That's because it's referenced inside of this function. I probably should have copied this one first, but it's okay. I can just take the blocks from this function and go ahead and stick it in there. All right. Also, there is sound in this title screen, and it's delightful, but you won't be able to hear it because I did not share with audio this time because that can cause problems with echo and such. All right. So we're going to call this show title function at the beginning of our game over here. And let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to grab the show title function. I'm going to put it at the top of my onStart. And now we have Banana Bonanza. Press A to start. Ooh, failed cast on null. Yeah, so I have this on A button pressed code, which is using the mySprite variable. And so I need to make sure that mySprite is defined before I actually trigger any of this code. Luckily, that's easy to do. I can just go ahead and do if mySprite. But it's a good idea why it's like you should discuss controls and the like beforehand, because that's kind of a big place where a lot of code ends up sharing stuff. And it's a good idea to work these things out before you do the project. All right. So with that, I think that we have finished our example. So we have Banana Bonanza with our monkey counter, our title screen, and our monkeys with their wonderful AI of jumping all over the place and laughing at us. And of course, if I was making this to an actual game, I'd probably make it so that there was a way to win and get scores or a timer, things like that. You know, you can work on this till the cows come home. But I hope that this was a nice little demo of how you can use copy and paste to kind of merge some projects together. With that, I think that brings us to the end of our presentation. So let me actually share this again. Whoops.
Let's see, I didn't know you could just use a sprite in an if block. Yeah, you can put any variable in just an if block, because we follow the same semantics as JavaScript in that.
Yes.
The gotcha though is that once sprite has been defined, it'll always be true. It just doesn't exist, so it could be destroyed. So you have to check other ways if it's been destroyed if you want to check that.
Yes. If you want a more robust way to check if a sprite is defined or not, you can actually grab the is sprite destroyed block from Joey's Arcade Sprite Utils extension, which, you know, perhaps we will put up some other a link for that later. But that will also check if it's defined or not. So it's a better way to do this. All right. So we have some questions real quick. How do you get each other's links? So that's going to be defined by the classroom. So you can either just share them. Our share dialog has a QR code. So you can share QR codes between each other. But otherwise, it's going to be really defined for your classroom. If they have a school email, or if they are just on different laptops and can walk next to each other to type them in. Our share codes are actually made to be easy to type. We avoid similar letters and the like to make sure that they're easy to type from one screen to another. Especially if you go to the actual share page and you get what we call the credit card number, which has a bunch of numbers as opposed to the letter combination.
It's also possible, Richard, that people don't know what sharing looks like. That might also be the question. I don't know if we want to try to show that off really quick.
Sure, I can show that off real quick. So I did kind of come in here with an assumption that you know what sharing looks like, but in case that you don't, to share a project in MakeCode Arcade, there's this share icon up here. And when you click this and click share project, you generate a link to your game, which can then be used to either share with someone to play it or to import into the editor so that you can work on that project or copy and paste from it and the like. So, all right, we're out of time now. So last thing I want to mention is we have a code for this session, which is theme. Please fill out the survey. It's the same link that you've had for all the other sessions. And thank you. If you have any questions, I'm at Richard in the MakeCode forum, or I'll be hanging around here all day and producing a lot of the sessions in the afternoon. So if you ask a question, chances are it'll make it to me somehow. Thank you, everybody. And I think that's it for us. So see you later.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. That was a fantastic session, wasn't it? I was so excited for that. I was actually giddy backstage. I love the stream team. I love watching the Twitch streams live, but it does make it a little hard to get my work done while they're going. So thank you to the entire stream team. And thank you for showing us how to do that. I think it's very practical to know how to work together in Arcade. So now we are going to flip back to talk about you as the educators specifically. And this presentation is called Custom Games for the Classroom. So you know what? Let me actually follow my slides here. I'll go ahead and pull these up. Let me also change the window size so that it works a little bit better here. That looks good. All right. All right. So first we're going to talk about thinking about CS plus X, which is computer science plus another subject. That games aren't just about coding. I know we at Arcade love to teach coding through games, but they're about so much more than that. And hopefully what you pull out of this session is that you can code for fun, not just to learn how to teach your students, not just because your principal said you had to, but actually for fun because you enjoy it. And I'll give some project examples, some resources for you, and then we'll do the survey. This is me. I'm going to assume not all of you have been on since the very beginning, so I will reintroduce myself. My name is Kiki Protzman. I am at Kiki VSIT on all social media, at least all social media I can think of. And I started off with my own nonprofit. I worked at code.org for years. I started off their curriculum and then moved to the K5 version and created CS Fundamentals. I came to MakeCode in 2020 and I love it here. And just a side note, I haven't said yet in any of my intros, I'm here because I love MakeCode. I didn't love MakeCode because I'm here. And I think that that is something that's important to mention. Our producer for this session is Ben Villalobos. Ben is an engineer on the VS Code EDU team, Villalobos. And you can learn more about VS Code EDU at vscodeedu.com. Thank you, Ben, for being here to produce me today.
Happy to be here.
So you'll hear me yelling at him every once in a while, especially if things start to go wrong on my end. All right, let's talk about CS plus X. So this is something you're going to be seeing more and more. In the CS education world, we made a huge push to try to get computer science to be its own course. We really did want kids to learn authentic computer science and to some extent learn it quite rigorously. And that has taken off in many areas, specifically in high school, but it's a little less practical for younger students. And it's really important to get younger students interested in computer science. And I'll go into that more later, but this is to say that one of the ways we can authentically bring computer science down to very, very young students is to integrate it into other subjects. That's what the X is about. So computer science is a tool. And when people see computer science as something that they can use, it becomes more effective than seeing computer science as a subject that you have to be a member of. So I'm going to talk to you about two ideas that I call the escalator. I call this the escalator method. And there's two pieces to the escalator method. The first one is that we need to make sure that we're not expecting students to come meet us at computer science. We're not expecting them to come meet us in AP classes, to come meet us at college level computer science classes. That's too much to hope for. I call that the teleportation method. Like they might get there, but there could also be some very valuable pieces missing. So with the escalator method, we come down to meet them where we are. And so I would think of Annie, who is a graphic designer. She's an artist and she wants to be an artist. Everything about her says artist. Or her friend Lisa, who's an actress. She wants to be in theater. She wants to eventually be in movies. And to try to get them to switch their personality and now see themselves as a computer scientist is a very hefty ask. It's something that makes them not feel like themselves anymore, unless they've gone through that progression themselves. So instead of making them change who they see themselves as so that they feel comfortable sitting in that college level computer science course, we need to bring computer science to them in their acting class, bring computer science to them in their art course, show them that it's a skill and a technique that will serve them their entire lives. And now it's no longer you need to change yourself to be in computer science. It's computer science is already meant for you. You already belong together. So it's just a whole mind shift. And now they're more likely to take that entry-level computer science course because they took some computer science in art course, in art class, and they realized that it could really help them out. And that the more they learn, the more powerful their skills will be in the area that they want to study. So that's one of the subjects. The other piece to the escalator method is how we teach that computer science. So a lot of educators want students to jump in and be rigorous right away. When I created Thinkersmith and we brought computer science down to elementary school and we were using block-based programming and we were talking about the vocabulary as if it was something more playful, using beads, using stackable cups in their classrooms, people accused it of being watered down. They said that it wasn't real computer science, it was watered down and that it wouldn't do any good. But I think that as an educator, we understand everything needs to be developmentally appropriate. And when you start with something like an unplugged lesson where you're literally stacking cups, shout out my robotic friends, hey, to learn how to code and to learn about algorithms, then everybody's on a level playing field. It's not just the people who self-selected into computer science that are now experiencing these ideas. It's anybody who can stack a cup. So that's the same idea where you're starting down where they are and helping them come up every step of the way. And teachers might think that it is time expensive, that it takes more time to do this. And in a way, they're right. In the beginning, it will take more time. But since each student will come with you throughout the journey, they will understand more because they'll be interested and they won't be telling themselves they can't do this. So by the time they get to the top of the escalator, the students who've had the gentle ride up will be more confident and actually understand more than the students who were kind of forced and pulled up to the top. They might get their assignments done. They might be getting good grades, but it doesn't mean they'll be comfortable and truly believe in themselves. So STEM from Dance is a cool initiative that literally blends dance and CS. Yes, I love the idea of STEM and dance, not just like the algorithm of the routines and everything, but even you've seen people do lighting in their costumes and all sorts of technology happens on stage. If you've been to a big concert, you can see people with amazing stuff going on behind them. And even the way that the lifts work, it's all just super duper powerful. Okay, games aren't just about coding. So games authentically speak to people. Everybody plays games. There is not a demographic that is not represented in the gaming industry. And I don't know if you know this, and I don't remember if I put a slide in here. I think I did. But gaming is 48%. Like it's that might not be actually the high number, but it's a very equal number of women to men, a very equal number of those who are adults to those who are kids. Gaming is for everybody. So just in the chat there, please don't tell us what it is. Do not describe it. You don't want to look it up. Trust me. But how many of you know what shigellosis is? I'm going to guess not many. But how many of you have heard of dysentery? I'm going to guess that that number goes way up. How many of you have heard of dysentery? Let's get some of those in the chat. And those of you who have heard of dysentery are probably somewhere around my age. And this is thanks to Oregon Trail. So we learned about a whole lot of diseases in Oregon Trail, and they stuck with us, right? These are things we remember, even though shigellosis and dysentery are exactly the same thing. So many more people know of dysentery because of the connection to games, and things felt so real. You feel so connected that even now, years later, I remember dysentery. Thankfully, I've never had it. Okay, so here's the statistic. Okay, it was 46%. So it's not just about coding, universal reach, shared experience, cross-cultural, so much research about games and how games help students learn. When people are having fun, they retain information better than when they're zoning out and they're trying not to fall asleep and they're feeling left out. It's also about intrinsic motivation, like the desire to actually learn it, not learn it because grades are telling you to, not learn it because the next class you need is going to need it, but because you're interested in it, because it's going to help you make a better game, or it's going to help you feel like you accomplished something if you get to the next level. It creates this lasting knowledge that sticks with you, and it's very playful. And most of the time, these types of games have positive experiences for their players. Games are built in such a way that they'll be a positive experience. So with that, I want to talk more about you coding for your classroom, not just bringing coding to the classroom, but the understanding that you as an educator can create games for your students' classes. And if you teach computer science, that's fine. You can make games about coding. But think about making games for the math teacher. Think about making games for the English teacher. I've heard so many teachers complain about how the big game houses don't really understand what they need in their classroom. Well, you do. So if you want to play around with Arcade, if you want to learn how to make games that your students could then take to learn more about math, to learn more about spelling, to learn more about history, it's completely possible. And it doesn't take that much, and it's absolutely free. So we're going to dig into that a little bit. All right, I have two examples here, but I do want to ask the chat, what would you make? If you could code a game for fun for your classroom, what kind of game do you wish you could have in your classroom? I'm still seeing talk about dysentery in the chat. I'll see if I can change that subject a little. What kind of game would you want to see in your classroom? Oh, simple snakes game. Yeah, that's easy enough to code. All right, we've got FPS. So I've put these two games together. Let's see, where did my links go? Oh no. There we go. All right, I'm going to click on it. There we go, and hope that the link comes up. It looks like my slides shifted, so my links are at the bottom. But I'm going to choose one of these. I think I'm going to choose this Dino Math one here. And I'm going to click on it, and I'll show you what I did. So real quick, I'm going to open a new tab, and I'm going to go to arcade.makecode.com. And this was built using the Save the Dinos skill map. So what I did was I took a basic game that we already have the building blocks for, and you could do this with any of our skill maps, with any of our games. Oh, I see someone who said story-driven. I love that. We do also have a story-driven skill map right here. So If you want something for history, if you want something for English, full of stories is great. Also, if you are a little adventurous, and by that I mean willing to learn more about things like functions and conditionals, some more hefty concepts, then Code and Adventure is a great story game. It has that kind of choose your own adventure feel. So you write your story, and then you can split them depending on if they say this, they go this way, and if you say that, they go that way. That's great to use for both history, English, any kind of story-driven game. So for this math game, I would just go through. I'm not going to have time, unfortunately, to build the whole thing in front of you, but I can kind of show you what I did in order to make it. So I followed the skill map, and the skill map walked me through everything from putting the background in to making the background move, adding the mama dinosaur. And this is one of our entry-level skill maps. So, oh, baby dinosaur, we're not ready for you yet. This is one of our entry-level skill maps. So you'll see that it has the actual block that you need, and it's even pre-filled. So that's something that makes this go by a little more quickly, a little more easily. You'll see I already have my mama dino on the screen there. Let's go ahead and shrink that down. And so I would just go through and build each step of the way, and then continue through and continue on to the next one. And I'm not sure if I actually put the animation in for this one, but I'll click over to it and we can check. So I'm going to click on that tab, and I'm going to open my Dino math game. So you can see, I've got to make a decision. You can see that I'm using a very similar mechanic. I've got even the same road. I'm going to kill myself if I don't actually think about what I'm doing here. So in this case, I have the dino set to a number, and down in the corner there, you'll see that we're multiplying by 9s. So I have 9s, and I want 9 times what is 45. So 9 times what is 36. And then every time I get one, it shifts, and I have to find something else. So 9 times 9 is 81. And you can make them go slower. If you feel like this is too fast for your students, you're in control. So you get to make all the choices here. You get to choose if it's dinosaurs and bats, if it's dinosaurs and baby dinosaurs, if it's 9s. It's hard to play while you're talking, as it turns out. If if it's 9s, if it's 8s, if it changes, you get to make all of those decisions, which is why it's so cool and so powerful when you can design these on your own. So I'm going to open up my code here, and it's going to look a little bit crazy when you come in from nowhere, like when you haven't seen any of the building and you haven't been there step by step. It's going to look like there's quite a lot going on here, and I guess that's fair. But when you've been the one building it step by step, each decision makes sense to you. And if you're building something for math, you probably already know your the type of math you're trying to teach. And if you don't, you would not believe how clarifying coding is. You have to get things crystal clear in your brain. And there have been so many times I've been making a game for something, and I go, oh, that's why it's like that. Okay. So yeah, that's what I did. I took the game, the base skill map to make my base game. And then I said, I need to add the ability to say what number we're doing the multiplications for. So then I went in and said, well, how do I do that? How do I say I want this to be the number that we're doing this for? And let me find my on start here. Here we go. And so I made a variable. And now I have that piece. That piece is good. And then I had to start thinking about other things, like how do I say that I want the dinosaur to say this is a product that I want you to look for the other piece to. So it's going to have to be 9 times something equals this thing that's going to be above the dinosaur's head. And I built a lot of stuff in place, and then I tidied it up later by making functions. And you can see I made a function called call new product, because I wanted to do it more than just in the OnStart. I found I needed to do it again after I got the correct answer. I needed to find a new product to put in that speech bubble. So I ended up making an entire function for it. This function didn't come to my head like, I know the stream team does stuff constantly, and they probably have functions pre-built in their heads all the time. But that's not how it works for me all the time. Sometimes I have sort of an idea how I might do something, and then it turns out that that won't work at all in practice. So I go through and I just start adding block by block. How do I put a speech bubble above the dinosaur's head? How do I make sure that whatever I am multiplying is going to be within the range of what the students already know how to do? And so that last one I solved by using a pick random between 0 and 10. So I know that my students can multiply 9 by anything from 0 to 10, and that's what we're practicing. So I'm just going to put that range in there. I'm going to put a say block in, and so have the mama dinosaur say, comment, how to know which code is specified for which function. Oh, we got this earlier. So here's how we connect functions in MakeCode. First, it's very important, and this is something that we don't enforce in Arcade, but that as an educator, you can promote and you can enforce, is that it's pretty important to make sure your function is named what you want the function to do, right? It should be descriptive. So because this function is coming up with a new product to show over Mama Dino's head, I called it new product. That way, when I'm looking through my list of functions live down here under this advanced tab. So okay, as it turns out, I only had one function in this game. Bad example, but you could have 20. And when you're looking through your functions, you know that new product makes a new product. This is why it's so important not to just name your function X or foo or bar. I know there's some of you out there who do that because they're not very descriptive. So if you start getting a whole pile of functions, you're going to forget which ones these do. So for modularity's sake, making sure that everything is nice, tidy, clean, and all by itself, just give it a nice descriptive name. And then everything in this container belongs to this function. So I can see how I can move this function around. That also means I could copy it out of here, paste it into another game if I was working with other people. Yeah, so everything in here, the purpose of it is to serve adding that new product to the top of the dinosaur's head. And then to link to that, to actually call it, we have these call blocks that we can put in where we actually want that code to go. So that is equivalent to this. And the reason that I didn't just leave it the way it was and I put it in a function is because I have to use it more than one place. If I was just using it there, honestly, I might have still put it in a function and given it a name because it's just so much code that it's a good way to clarify what that chunk of code does. But because I'm using it somewhere else, I didn't want to have all that code in two places. So this just keeps everything cleaner. That was a great question. Yeah, so then each step of the way, when I figured out, oh, I want this to be able to happen, I just said, okay, where in the code do I want that to be? If I want this idea of a multiplier to be on the bat's head, how many of you have ever gone to a webinar and done this in front of everybody live? Yeah, anyway. So if I want that multiplier to show up on top of the bat's head, I need to figure out where the bats are coming from. And so I went into my code. I found out where the bats are coming from. And then I needed to be able to choose a multiplier, but not just any multiplier, right? I needed to make sure that the correct option was in there somewhere, or it would be a pretty bad game. So I just used random numbers. I used a list of numbers, and I took the product over the dinosaur's head divided by whatever number we're using, which was 9. And I made sure that was in the array. And then I made sure that there was 1 on either side of it. And then I kind of have an outlier that uses a random number that could be 2 up to 2 on either side of it. And that gives some options for the kids to have to choose from. And then as I was putting it over the bat's head, I just pulled each item out of the array so it didn't exist in the array anymore. So there weren't duplicates, unless one of the numbers was already a duplicate. So it is not to say that your games have to come out as if an expert built them. What I'm trying to say is you can go through easily any of the arcade tutorials step by step. You can find a tutorial that you can then start thinking, how could I make this for my class, make this something educational for my class? You'll see in this one right here, in this target practice one, this is about syllables. So the ball says how many syllables of a word that your students are looking for. And then the words come across on the target. And you only get points for knocking over the target with 1 syllable word. And that changes every time. So it could be a 2-syllable word next time and a 3-syllable word the time after that. So it gets students thinking, and they don't have to know how to code. They're just playing your game like this. They're playing target words. Target words is a game that they play in spelling class. They look for the words that have the right amount of syllables, and that one doesn't. And they go through, and it's just something that they play. They might know you made it. They might not know you made it, but it becomes part of their cultural icon. So, okay. That is my soapbox. I just want to encourage you to try coding yourself for you, for the good of your students, and it doesn't always have to be about bringing the coding to your students, although that's pretty cool too, right? So I wanted to leave you with these links, arcade.makecode.com, forum.makecode.com. That's where we can continue the conversation after ArcadeCon. Go over to forum, visit the Educator Lounge, and chat with us. If there's any links that you didn't get because the comments are going by so fast, we'll have all that information over there in the forum. I also write a blog called Kiki's Corner, and you can read about all sorts of things on Kiki's Corner about how to do basically every little thing in arcade. And we have educators page that has a bunch of resources for educators as well. And like I've been mentioning, please don't forget to go over to @MS MakeCode. @MS MakeCode is the educator YouTube channel. And if you subscribe over there, you'll be able to see all of the sessions from today. And then the @Microsoft MakeCode is the student-facing version. Oh, someone has heard of Kiki's Corner. Yay. Thank you very much for that. All right. And the survey, the word for this session was debug. And you can find it at the same place, aka.ms/arcadecon survey. Thank you, everybody. And I will see you again in about an hour. Until then, we have an amazing next session coming up for you. If you want to learn how to make game show games, stick around. Cheers, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I've muted my sound, but hopefully my audio is coming through okay. Thomas apparently pushed the button and then didn't push the button and then pushed the button again, but that's okay. We're good. Thanks, Thomas.
No problem.
He's up there. Thomas Sparks is going to be my producer for my 30-minute sessions. Thank you, Thomas, very much for helping me out here.
Of course.
Today, I was bummed. I was hoping that I'd get to jump in at the end of Kiki's session. Kiki and I will be at ISTE here in a handful of months, and it'll be the first time that I get to see Kiki in person. We've met many times virtually, but it's the first time that I'll get to see her in person. So I'm looking forward to presenting with her at ISTE in San Antonio in the middle of the summer. So come join us and come see us if you're going to be at ISTE this summer. I'm here to show you some game shows and to show you how you can run your own game shows in your own classrooms with hopefully not a whole lot of effort on your part. Kiki talked about this a little bit earlier this morning, but why would you do game shows in your classroom? And really, it's kind of the same idea as why you would do games, period, in your classroom. And partly, it's because game shows can be familiar. And so they're a shared experience for you and your students. And because they're familiar, they tend to have pretty easy rules that are easy to explain, particularly for kids who have never seen, say, the game show that you're planning on using in your classroom. It offers some friendly competition depending on how you structure your classroom for these activities. We'll show you some different ways to do that. They're great for reinforcing information. I used one game show in particular that you'll see here in a little bit in my classroom frequently. But I use a variety of them because they're great reinforcers. They're great ways to present material in a different way. So it gives your students a different set of hooks that they can latch onto for information. And again, depending on the structure for your classroom and what you want to accomplish, you can use these games either in a hosted mode where you have the entire class play together, or you can break them up into groups and you can have them play multiplayer in a variety of ways. We've seen multiplayer already today a few ways. You'll see it again here in a little bit. But enough of that. Let's play. So, Thomas, if you would, put the first bumper up, the A9 bumper, because our folks that are watching live, sorry for those of you on the recording, these links won't work for you, but for those of you watching live, 12 of our lucky visitors will be able to join me on stage live and play some game shows. So hop into a browser window and head to aka.ms/A9. That will take you to the multiplayer console for MakeCode Arcade. And while you're doing that, you'll need to sign in. You need to prove that you're a human so that you're not a robot playing our games. And while you're doing that, I'm going to queue up our first game show. You'll get a code, or you'll need a code in order to join me. And here's your first code. 591 Delta 2 Bravo. The first 3 people who who enter that code can join me on stage for this game. Now, for those of you who've never seen, excellent. For those of you who didn't get there in time, don't worry, you'll have more chances. For those of you who've never seen the multiplayer interface, this is me hosting a multiplayer session. I don't know who these 3 people are, and that's by intention. You can't share information. There's no chat, nothing like that. So the multiplayer interface is very safe. And it's also meant for you not to play games online, right? So it's not like Xbox Live or anything like that where you're playing with somebody long distance, even though that's what we're doing here. You need to have some sort of connection because you need to share codes or otherwise need to converse with the people with whom you're playing the game. All right, so I'm going to start this game. This is did I load the right one? Yeah, this is Quiz Show. You might be able to tell based on the color scheme what show this is based off of. I'll log in. The other 2 players, player 2 and player 3, go ahead and hit the A button in your online console, your makeshift console here on the screen. One more person, player 3. Push the A button. There you go. Here are your 6 categories for today. They're showing up on your screen. I'm going to shrink that window down. And we'll give you a little bit more room than that. You don't need to see my screen. You all can play while I'm loading another one. So I will hit the first category. I'll pick one at random, and away you all go. Have fun. A will buzz you in. All right, so let's get another one going. How about this one? Somebody chimed in. Good job. Here's another code. Bravo 3 Niner Bravo Delta 1. This is a different game. Oh, you didn't get that one. All right. Here you go. Try that one. Bravo 3 Niner Bravo Delta 1. Come join me for this game. Hey. All right. 3 people join me. I'm paying attention to this first game just to make sure that I don't need to interact, but we should be good now that somebody got one right. Good job. All right, so here's another game. This one is called Secret Phrase. Again, by the color scheme, you might be able to figure out what game this is. Maybe. Press A to join us, player 2. All right. Away we go. Now, this one I actually do have to play a little bit when it's my turn, so I'll try and pay attention. And how about a Z or Z? Oh, there's no Z. Player 2, take it away. All right, let's grab another one. Three more people can join me. 4 Echo 2 5 Bravo Charlie. 4 Echo 2 5 Bravo Charlie. Come join me for a game of. I suppose I need to keep that one away, alive. I need to see that one. All right. Hey, excellent. Here we go. This is Quiz Show. So you get to play Quiz Show too. Go ahead and log in. Player 2, hit A, please. Thank you. Same categories as before, as you saw earlier, because it's the same game. And while that one's running, we'll get one more instance. And hopefully my computer doesn't spontaneously combust. It is pinning at 100% CPU, though. But just give you a little bit of a chance to see how these games could work. Anybody familiar with French cuisine? Go for it. Oh, good try. You're looking for rooster, aren't you? And it's not in there. So for those of you who are wondering where I got these questions for the quiz show game, these are the questions from the very first episode of the current run of Jeopardy. So this is the set of questions from the 1984, the very first episode with Alex Trebek in 1984. So if they seem a little arcane, that's why. Ooh, that one's going to be hard. How about that one? All right. Did you get it? Nice. Good job. Away you go. All right. One more game. This will be secret phrase. Echo 7 Niner 4 Delta 0. And again, for those of you watching on the recording, these codes no longer work. I'm really sorry, but you'll have a chance to play something here in just a little bit. All right. Excellent. Once the game gets started, press A to join me here for secret phrase. Oh, and it's waiting for my turn down here. So one thing about this game is I have to keep playing. How about a queue? Is there a queue? No. Player 3. Press your A button, please. Thank you. All right, and then I'll speak. Now, for those of you who didn't get a chance to join me on stage here, that's okay. Because if you like, you can play a game on your own. Oh, there's no V. Shocking. Thomas, if you would put up the other bumper with the other URL that heads to the forums, because it's another game that I'll talk about here in just a little bit. Thank you, sir. Head to the forum, which is forum.makecode.com, and search for What's My Word. And the game probably will look rather familiar to you for those of you who are familiar with word games and word games that were super popular like 5 years ago, I think, is when Wordle came out. So if you're familiar with Wordle, What's My Word is my take on Wordle. So these are, well, on your screen anyway, are two of the games that I've built for you all. And then the third game, What's My Word, is another game that I built for you all. And I'm showing these off to you, so that people can interact with each other in our live stream. And I hope you're having fun. You all are still playing, which is great. You're moving along really well too. But also to show you, to get you thinking about how you might use games like this in your own classroom for reinforcers. Ooh, somebody's solving up there in the brand new game. If you don't know what it is, you have to, you still have to enter letters all the way through. Oh, my turn. All right. So these folks are continuing to play and having a good time, which is excellent. And again, for those of you who are watching on the stream or weren't able to jump in with me on stage, hopefully you're playing Wordle, which is a fun game. But you might be thinking, how would I use that in a classroom? You got some ideas? Oh, Thomas, I forgot to start my timer, so I have to keep looking at my watch now in order to make sure that I don't run over.
I'll let you know if you're getting too close. Don't worry.
To make sure that I'm not running over, and we're already halfway through my session, and I'm just getting warmed up. Oh, it's my turn. This one's a hard one. Nice job, everybody. Feel free to keep playing. I'm going to move you off of the live streams, and I'll try my best to pay attention to the secret phrase games. And when it's my turn, I'll try and advance it along. But hopefully, I don't think in the quiz show game, I don't think, now that I've relinquished control, I don't think I need to interact with those anymore. But I'll try to keep a close eye on you. But what I'd like to show you instead is this. So you saw the games playing in multiplayer mode, right? So you saw multiple people interacting, and it's my turn again. What a B? There a B? Okay. So this is what you would see if you were to open the game normally outside of multiplayer mode. And up here, don't worry, you'll get links to these, I promise. Up here, you can look at the code, but you can also edit the code. And what I've done with these projects is to give you the ability to make these games your own and run them in your own classrooms. And you saw one way to do it, which is to have groups individually. For example, Quiz Show would work as an individual game. It's fine. So this is what Quiz Show looks like. And I've created a bunch of functions. You can use these. You don't have to, but it's meant to make things a little simple for you to customize, right? So you can turn design mode on. And when you do, you can see what the quiz show will look like for your students. All right, so here's the first round, which is Jeopardy in the game show. Here's round 2, which is Double Jeopardy. And here's the final round, which is Final Jeopardy. All right, and you can alternate amongst those. And then you can also select a particular item to make sure that the question appears correctly and that everything's spelled correctly and that your answers are all appearing the way that you want them to. Nothing's randomized, so it's consistent while you're doing your design review. Do you want to make the background red instead of blue? Go right ahead. You want to change the text color to yellow? Go right ahead. Do you want the categories to always present in the same way, or do you want them to be different each time? Do you want the questions to show up in the same order? Do you want them to be randomized? What do you want to call the game? By default, it's called Quiz Show. You can call it whatever you want. You can turn sounds off. So if you have a classroom full of laptops or other computers and you don't want everybody's sound to be on, you can turn the sounds off in the game and they won't bother you. And then the timers are set for kind of high school / adult reading level to make it kind of challenging. You can change the timers so that the question stays on the screen a little longer, particularly if you play this in, say, a math classroom, which is where I taught. You may want to give the students a minute to work out a problem before they buzz in. All right? Or for younger players who need a little bit more time reading, change the timer. So that's some of the configuration options. There's a bunch more. There's some blocks over here to help you with that. Change the questions up. Write your own questions, please. Because most of your kids won't be able to answer questions that were written in 1984. So change the questions up. Do you need all 60 questions? Probably not. Don't use them all. Take some of the categories out if you want. The game works just fine with, say, 4 categories instead of all 6. I'm waiting for the simulator to refresh so that you can see that. All right, so there's 4 categories instead of 6. Don't need all 5 questions in a category? Don't use them. You notice that I have a hole here. One of them actually has been skipped just to show it off, but all of the categories don't need to have 5 questions. Some of them can be shorter, some of them can be longer if you want. It doesn't have to be symmetrical like it is in the television show. Television likes symmetry, but you don't have to be symmetrical in your classroom if you don't want to. Do you only want 1 round? Go ahead. You don't need both rounds. Do you not want Final Jeopardy? That's okay. Take that one out too. Just have 1 round. This is the game that I use most frequently in my math classrooms. And when I played it, and I did write 60 questions. I did have 2 regular Jeopardy, Double Jeopardy, and Final Jeopardy. It took an entire hour. The game ran the entire hour, without doubt. Every single class period. They all ran an hour. So if you don't want to spend that much time on it, cut it in half. Run just 1 round. Right? Whatever works for you and whatever works for the content that you're presenting. But these games are fully customizable, and I'm sure there's bugs in them because I haven't done a complete set of play testing, and there's no unit tests in here for those of you who are computer programmers. There's no unit tests. So who knows what bugs are in here? Hopefully they work just fine. They seem to while we were playing together, which was great. So that's quiz show. If I did this correctly, I can just do this and this, and I can show you similarly how secret phrase looks, which is Wheel of Fortune. Those of you watching from across the pond, either live or in the recording, I saw that you recently started your own version of Jeopardy on British television with Stephen Fry as the host. That looked fantastic. I watched the first episode. I hope you're enjoying it over there. Jeopardy has been a long-standing game show in the United States. It first aired in 1964. The current version is one of the longest running television shows in the United States. It's been running every day since 1984. This is what secret phrase looks like. It's a lot simpler because there's a lot less information that you have to put into Wheel of Fortune. So you just add the puzzles that you want in the puzzle board. You can change the name from secret phrase to something else. You can tell it how many puzzles to run in each game. It's randomized every time. So if you tell it to only run 5 puzzles, it will select 5 random puzzles in a random order from, say, well, there's 6 here loaded. So one of them doesn't get displayed during the game. Okay. And then each puzzle has a category. That's the thing that shows up on the top of your screen, along with the actual puzzle. And I'm now realizing that I'm showing you all the puzzles. So those of you who are still playing, you now know the answers to all of the puzzles that are in the game. So that's secret phrase. Super simple game show to put together, but still a fun one for kids to play, just because there's the randomness and playing with chance in this particular game. And then the last one is What's My Word? And I actually, very silly, forgot to grab a link. Give me just a second to find it. Now, oops. What's My Word, or Wordle, as it's more commonly known, is a great game for vocabulary building. The version that you will get soon will be very different from Wordle in that it won't be restricted to 5 letters. That's one of the ways that Wordle makes the game both appealing and also makes it a little easier to kind of solve in 6 turns, is because you know it's 5 letters long. The game that you'll be able to play and create will allow for multiple lengths of words. So it doesn't matter if your words are longer or shorter than 5 words or 5 letters, it'll work. But then also the students will be able to guess words that aren't exactly the same length, right? So if you have an 8-letter word for your science class that you're teaching, the students will be able to guess like a 5-letter word just to get some letters in so that they can use that to figure out what's going on with the 8-letter word. So here's What's My Word. Again, you can find this one in the forum. And this one, if you were to try to edit it the way that it is, it's not very editable. You can edit it. It's just a bit difficult to do because once it runs, it's written in JavaScript. There's no blocks yet. So again, this one isn't. This is the old version of the game that is meant to be played and not modified. If you know JavaScript, feel free to modify it to your heart's content. You don't need my permission. Have fun. You also could use it as a way to show off some cool little computer sciencey things for those of you who teach computer science. And this is taking forever to load, so I'll get it out of there. Because I talk about in this particular post and in a couple of other posts in the forum, I talk about bloom filters. That was one of the ways that it was introduced. The topic was introduced to me, or I was reminded of bloom filters, was as I was putting word lists together. That idea came up, and it was a great idea. That's a very computer sciencey thing. Really great data structures as a bloom filter. So have fun playing with those if you're a computer science educator. or not. Just add it to the word list and that will work too. All right. So that's some of the ideas for using game shows in your classroom. Your secret word is host, H-O-S-T, for this particular session. So for those of you who are filling out the survey and collecting hours for your school district, your secret word for this session is host. Be sure to visit us on the forum. I'm there frequently, forum.makecode.com. For those of you who get the slide deck, that link will take you directly to the forum topic for this session. It's already up there and already posted, so feel free to join me over there and ask questions. You'll also get the links for all of the games there in that forum topic. There's a few summer sessions for professional development besides the one that you're at right now for ArcadeCon. There is the Pathfinders Institute for Teaching Intro to Computer Science with MakeCode Arcade. I run that one along with Kiki. So feel free to head to Pathfinders Institute and register for that course. There is also an asynchronous, partially asynchronous and partially synchronous PD for teaching AP Computer Science principles with MakeCode. And in the slide deck, there's a link to that on the MakeCode site. And there's also a couple of links for the educator page and to the MakeCode forum. So be sure to join us over at those resources as well. You'll see me there quite frequently. Thomas, I have literally not looked one time at the StreamYard. So any interesting comments that you want to put up on the screen for me to respond to, or any questions or anything like that came up during the session?
I think you're all good. Everyone seems very grateful. Any last minute questions you want to squeeze in before we wrap up this session? Put them in the chat right now.
I was going to say, I am literally running minutes over time. I know that.
I think you timed it very well. I was impressed.
Thank you so much. It literally won it totally unscripted other than the 8 slides that I had to go off of. I'm so glad that so many of you joined me on stage to play those games. I hope you had a good time. I apologize for those of you who got stuck and were waiting for me, because I actually did have to do a presentation too. So I'm glad that you joined me on stage. With that, I am going to, where can I find the game show extension? That's a great question. They are built into the games. They are not offered as a kind of a separate extension because they are specific to the game. So there's a game show extension specifically for Quiz Show, which is Jeopardy. There's another extension specifically for Secret Phrase, which is Wheel of Fortune. So they're not standalone. They're embedded in the game. But that's what that drawer is for you to pull blocks out to customize the game and create your own puzzles or write your own clues. Okay, great question, though. Thank you for asking that. All right. If you do have any other questions, come join me at the forum. That's where I'm heading literally right now because I have some moderation to do, I'm sure. So if you want to ask me questions, you're welcome to join me there too. But stick around for other sessions. You've got a great afternoon. For those of you on the Pacific time, you've got a great afternoon in store for you. Have some fun. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our presentation called All About Extensions. My name is Bill Mars. I work with the Ninjas Education team. I'm here with my colleague, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. We're really excited to join you today, talking all about extensions today.
Yeah, so today we are going to share with you 4 of our favorite MakeCode Arcade extensions. In case you don't know what extensions are, and that's totally okay, extensions are add-ons or plugins from MakeCode Arcade that create new categories of blocks or code in the toolbox. So it's really cool that you can visit this separate screen, explore all these different extensions that are possible, and then bring them into your code. And we're going to demonstrate what that looks like, and then demonstrate some of our favorite ones, as I said. Extensions are really great to be used to customize gameplay, add on different UI, UX features, and even add on some really cool special effects to your game. There's a bunch that have been created by the MakeCode Arcade team, but what's even cooler is that anyone can make an extension. You can share that extension and anyone can access it. And that is actually what Kiki is going to be talking about after our session today. Sarah?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Bill. I thought you were working on this one. Great. So to add an extension, there's a couple different ways that you can go through it. There are some screenshots on this slide. You can either just select the extensions menu on the left side of those drawers that you can pull out. Alternatively, on the right side of the editor in the top right corner, there's that gear icon, which is the settings. And then you can click on extensions and it will open the same menu if you go through either of those methods. And then once you access that menu of extensions, you'll be able to scroll down to select different options. Alternatively, you can type in that search bar if there's a specific one that you're looking for. And again, Kiki will talk in the session following this one about how you can access custom extensions and create your own as well. All right, so as Bill mentioned, during our session today, we wanted to spend some time highlighting 4 of our favorite extensions that we've used in our curriculum at Code Ninjas. MakeCode Arcade has so many great extension options, but we really enjoy using the scroller, the status bar, the story, and the raycasting extensions. They really help bring what can be a simple project to life. We're going to discuss each extension in detail and showcase just a few blocks from each category that can be used to enhance a project. We'll have an example project that we'll share on the screen, as well as share with the link in the chat. There are some blocks that you can tinker with inside, so feel free to open that project link once we share it, or Bill is also going to demo it on the screen, so feel free to just watch along as well. All right. So the first extension that we wanted to showcase today is the scroller extension. This extension allows you to scroll or to loop through background images. And this is really helpful to create an animated scene in a project with relatively simple code. You can set the background image to only scroll in one direction, whether that's horizontally, vertically. You can set it to scroll at a given velocity, again, to kind of set which direction, how fast it's moving. And you can also set the scroll offset for the background image manually. Another cool part of this extension is that you can use it to create a parallax effect by scrolling multiple layers in a project at different speeds. In a moment, Bill is going to walk us through an example project where each background image is set to a specific layer. And then each layer scrolls at a different speed. So you'll see that this creates a really cool, just animated scene that, again, can just bring that project to life. There are a few other blocks that are included in the scroller extension, but here are just a few of our favorites. So with that, Bill, if you want to pull up the example project, and the link is on the screen, aka.ms/arcadecon-scroller, and you can pull it up at the same time if you're interested.
Yeah, so I am going to leave this slide right here to go to that project. So I hope you did grab that link, but again, we'll make these links available. You'll be able to grab them later on. But we have this project that we sort of decomposed the extension code. And so you'll be able to see the extension code sort of like exploded out on the screen. And we're just going to sort of walk through and drag it back in and show you how it works and how we use it in some of the projects in our curriculum at Code Ninjas. Just as soon as this project opens. There we go. So again, we've already preloaded the extension into the code here, and then we've given you some starter assets. So this is one of our favorite ones, where I'm just going to start off by setting these different images. So I'm going to set sky to the very background layer. So now it's going to appear on the screen. I am going to set the clouds to be a layer above. And I can actually start by just scrolling those clouds, and I can adjust that. I can make them move faster or slower. I can make them move in the opposite direction with a positive number here. I could even make them move up and down if I wanted to. So it's really fun to like play around with this. Also, I should have pointed out, just for the sake of the starter code, I started by just declaring all these background images as variables, but you could actually just drag them directly in here as well. It was just a little bit easier for the starter code to do it the way we set it up. Layer 2 is going to be some city images. So we're going to have this city background, and that will now appear on screen. And if I want to actually give the illusion of the city scrolling as well, I can make that scroll, and I just have it set to scroll at a -10. So just sort of like a small scroll as it goes across the screen. And then my last layer will just be some extra birds, and I'm going to have those birds also scroll just in the opposite direction. And let's see that. And we were envisioning this to be sort of like a Flappy Bird style game where the primary character here, the player character, can only move up and down, but it gives this illusion that it's behind birds and buildings and clouds that are all moving at different speeds, creating a really cool effect. And just adding like a subtle extra to this game. This is great for like adding on the UI UX. This is great for like having kids feel like, oh, like I've really made something very cool, when really it was just creating a simple background and then applying this scroller effect to the code. So we'll move on to our next one. Pass it back to Sarah.
Awesome. Another favorite extension of ours is the status bar extension. Like Bill just mentioned, it's great for really enhancing the UI in a project, and again, making that project come to life. As the name mentions, it's useful for adding status bars to sprites in a project. These status bars can communicate a certain value as it increases or decreases in a project, such as a sprite's health status. In the example project that we're going to show you, the player sprite must send burger sprites to the customer to decrease their hunger status. So there's a lot of just unique ways that you can integrate the status bars into projects. And the status bar is actually a sprite. So it must be created first. And then you'll do that by defining its width, its height, its kind. So you can set, again, what sort of status bar you're including in the project. You can assign each status bar a value and then change or retrieve that value when different events occur in a project, such as when it overlaps another sprite in a project. And then in order really for status bars to be really useful, you have to attach it to a sprite. Not always. Sometimes you might want to have a big status bar somewhere else in a project. I know in one of our curriculum projects, we have kind of a mini golf game, and the status bar increases and decreases based on when you're holding down the A button. So it doesn't always need to be attached to a sprite, but often that's a really useful piece of the status bar. And by attaching it to that sprite, it also allows you to then access the value of the status bar that is attached to that specific sprite. You can also customize the status bar by changing their field colors, their border, their position, and a lot more. Particularly for the status bar extension, we recommend using the documentation to learn more about each of these blocks, as sometimes they can be a little tricky to figure out on your own. And Bill's going to demo it in a moment, but you can access those resources if you go to the JavaScript tab and you can select the function that you're looking for. And then there's a question mark where you can pull out the documentation for each block. So that's just really useful for learning what each block does and then how that block or function can be used in the project. I'm going to pass it back to Bill, who's going to bring up the example project. And again, you can access it at aka.ms/arcadecon/statusbar.
Awesome. Give people a moment to get that, because thank you for adding that in the chat there, Ben. Yeah, you're definitely going to want to grab some of these projects. You're welcome to use any of these projects that you see here. yeah, we're really excited about these projects, and we love sharing them with other people, especially this one. As Sarah pointed out, we love the fact that we wanted to teach kids about using status bars, but we didn't just want to make a shooter game. So that's why we tried to spin it on the idea of, we're actually increasing from, instead of going from like green all the way to red, we're going from red to green as we are feeding these hungry customers and filling up their life. So I, again, have some exploded status bar code here on my screen. You can see this if you open up this project yourself. And when I play this project, sorry, it does seem to be taking a moment to load, but when I play this project, there's nothing, like the customers are coming towards me, and I can use the A button to shoot projectiles that end up being burgers to these customers. But nothing actually happens until I put in this status bar code. Okay, doesn't seem to be loading at the moment. So, okay, over here in my on-game update every pick random milliseconds loop, I'm going to add this status bar code. So I'll do it one at a time. These are going to be, this loop is creating the customers. There we go. This loop is creating the customers that are going to regularly appear. And so in this loop, I'm going to actually add this code that creates this status bar. So it's going to attach it to every single customer that appears. But first now, it's just only showing up there. I actually need to attach the status bar to the customer sprite. And now each customer who appears has that status bar. And I'm going to say that I want the status bar to the maximum to be anywhere from 2 to 5, just to keep the game interesting. So some customers are going to require 2 hamburgers, some 3, some 4, and some 5, just to keep the game interesting. And then the status bar is going to fill with red as, I'm sorry, the status bar starts off red, so it's filled red, and the background is green. So the status bar decreases as I feed these customers. But I still have to set the rest of that code up in this overlap loop here, where I have our unsprite of kind food, that's the burgers, overlaps the other sprite of kind customer. So the other sprite, the food sprite, is first being destroyed. But then I want to make sure that I'm changing the status bar of the other sprite by -1. And then I've also just created this code so that if the status bar actually reaches 0, to then destroy that customer sprite, change the score by 1, and play a sound. So now I should have a complete working status bar game where I feed my customers. Again, some take more burgers than others, and that's okay. But if they reach the counter, I do lose a life. Sarah had mentioned seeing that, seeing the documentation. So Sarah, you said we go to JavaScript for that. And when you go to status bar, this is the documentation you're talking about, correct, Sarah?
Yes, and you should be able to, it's kind of small on my end, but you should be able to click that question mark. Yep. And then the tab will just pop up. And it's really useful for just learning about what the block does. Again, you can see it both in blocks and in JavaScript. It gives you an example of how you might use it. So it's just a really helpful reference as you're exploring new extensions and new blocks to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Sarah. Let's pass it back to our next extension.
Awesome. So like Bill mentioned, we really tried hard to create a variety of types of projects in our curriculum. We know that MakeCode is awesome for creating retro-style arcade games, but we really love the story extension because not only can you enhance those arcade games and add, a cutscene at the beginning of a project, but you can also create more story-driven projects. And so it just really allows for just that variety of types of projects to be created. The story extension allows you to display text on screen in a variety of ways. That might be coding a sprite to say a message, by printing the text to a specific coordinate, maybe within, a custom box, either at the bottom or a different part of your screen. You might customize the color of the text. There's a lot of ways to kind of personalize what that message is. Another useful block that we really like in the story extension is the move to XY block. If you're familiar with Scratch, one block that we often were missing was the, glide to this position block. And this is where it is. It's in the story extension. It's really useful if you're, again, using it as a cutscene, you know, at the beginning of a game and explaining the premise, and you want sprites to move to a specific spot, or again, just in whatever kind of story-driven project you're creating. And then lastly, the story extension is also great for incorporating user input into a project. You can create custom menus in a project that a user can select from, as you can see on the screen, and we'll show you in a moment. And then use the user's response to make a decision in the project. The example project that we're going to show you is really cool. We tried to make a choose your own adventure project, really emphasizing the use of these custom menus where users can select what scene they want to go to next. So yeah, you can do just so many great things with the story extension. But yeah, with that, we're going to jump over to the example project. Again, you can access it at aka.ms/arcadecon-story. And thank you, Ben, for dropping that in the chat as well.
Awesome. When you get into the story project, it was much harder to explode the code, so I did leave it intact. But we can still take a look at those blocks that Sarah talked about. Sarah did reference probably one of our favorite blocks, which is the one that replicates the glide block. That is not actually used in this project, but we highly recommend you check it out, because when we did make the transition ourselves from scratch to using MakeCode Arcade, that was a block we were missing, and we pretty regularly hear people ask about that block. So we often recommend the story extension just for the use of that block. But here, one of our favorite things is just this idea that you can print text anywhere on the screen and you can create that text box. We also love using the text sprite extension, where text is actually used as a sprite. And I did use that extension in this project as well, though we're not specifically talking about that in this section. But it's great to just have this text on screen. Let me get rid of that. And it's also nice to have this idea of the player choices. So we had set this up. This project was talking a little bit more about the use of arrays. And so we have all of these text arrays, but you can actually just enter the text directly into these bubbles and have it show up on screen. Actually, what you're seeing on screen right now is an example of the text sprite. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Nope, I was wrong. This is actually just the regular one. But then you can see this menu here which says either climb the cat tree or eat breakfast. Those are being pulled directly from those arrays that we have set up in this line of code that I just have highlighted right there. But this is a great way to practice using conditionals as well, where one answer goes to one function scene or to call one function. And the other answer calls the scene of another function. And so it's really great to practice lots of different things with this story. Like I said, we were practicing arrays, we were practicing calling functions with different parameters. And yeah, the code, even looks maybe a little complex, but it was really simple to follow along with. And it follows a pretty regular format, which is also really great and convenient for kids. So again, not much to put back together in this project, but definitely take a look at this project, play around with it. Feel free to, tinker with this and make it your own. We'll go back to Sarah for our final extension.
Yeah. So the last one we're going to talk about is the raycasting extension. We think this one maybe has the most wow factor of all the extensions that we've talked about, but it's a great way to change the user's perspective in a project. So with the raycasting extension, you can render a tile map into 2.5D and really bring sprites and tiles to life, as you can see in this image. The raycasting extension requires that you create a myself sprite, which kind of serves as the viewpoint for the raycasting render. You can update the position, the speed, the scale of the sprite as well. That toggle current view mode block is useful for changing the user's perspective, even within the same project. In the project example that we're going to show you, the user can toggle between the 2D and the 2.5D modes to identify different sprites in this museum heist project. The raycasting extension also allows you to set a sprite to jump with a certain height, with a certain speed and duration, and then move with a specific speed as well. And those blocks are helpful. They just build off the additional dimensions that are present in the raycasting view. But there's so many other blocks to explore in the raycasting extension besides just the ones that are on the screen. And similarly, the documentation is really helpful for this extension as well, because there are so many different functions to learn about. But this is really just a really cool extension to play with. And again, just really makes those projects kind of come to life, literally. So yeah, let's jump into the example project. The link is in the chat. It's on the screen, aka.ms/arcadecon-raycasting.
Thanks. And I will point out before I leave this screen that these bottom 3 blocks are awesome blocks to use, but were not actually available when we were creating this curriculum project. In fact, only those first few blocks that Sarah showed were available. So it's been really great to see how this extension continues to be built out. We love that the MakeCode team is building them out, and there's lots of conversation on the forum specifically about this raycasting extension, where folks were first requesting it and then offering features once it was actually live. In a moment, you'll see this pop up. Oh, there we go. But yeah, actually just by adding in this 3D render, which is what the extension name looks like, but the raycast, just adding that and then setting the player to this myself sprite sets up everything that you need to have the raycasting live. This is definitely an opportunity where it's great to spend some time considering what your tile map looked like. We wanted to have our player sprite start on the outside of the tile map, and so that's why we just have all these blank tiles around, because it's also important to think about the backgrounds, because that background color will show. And we spent some time sort of playing around with what that looks like in our raycasted project here. But yeah, we have a key that's hidden somewhere outside of this museum, and then you have to use the key to enter the door, and then you're inside the museum where there's going to be some enemy sprites and some artifact sprites that you are the museum heist. You're trying to steal those. So yeah, I was going to point out that we used the A button to be able to toggle the view if you want to, knowing that just for the plain tile map, we just want like a very basic background. But then when you are inside versus outside, we had different backgrounds for the game as well. So again, I didn't explode the code on this. I just sort of left it all intact, but you can explore it to this bright green code. And yeah, it's just taking the game a moment to load. But as you can see, really, this is just sort of a basic project. We use basic code. It doesn't really require anything fancy to do this raycasting. It just took a little bit more on the design side to be intentional about where we left open space, where we put walls, like the actual tile map walls, and then yeah, how we formatted these backgrounds.
Bill, I was going to say, while the project is loading, there's a comment in the chat that I agree. This extension is definitely a little bit more advanced. But Matthew says that some students download it and then decide they don't want it, and you can remove the extension in the JavaScript view. So I wonder if we want to show that quickly while the project is loading.
Yeah, I'd be happy to show that. So once you go to Explore, I switched over to the JavaScript view. I should also make a plug that at 1:30, Sarah and I are talking about the transition from blocks to JavaScript and how powerful it is for kids to switch back and forth. But that's in another half hour. If you scroll down in the Explorer mode, you can actually see the extension, and I don't want to do this, but I can actually just delete it right here, and it'll remove the extension in any blocks or functions used from that extension. Also, another good thing to do, and something I did when I was pulling up this project, is it's actually good to refresh the extension as well. I realized that the version of this project was using an older version of the raycasting extension, so before I made this link, I made sure to update the project. It does seem like maybe the project is loading. Awesome. So just to go in full screen, here is the outside of our museum, and you can see we have a backdrop that intentionally has like the night sky. There's the key right in front of me, but I made it so that if you press A, you can see what this tile map looks like. And I'm not sure if you can see, but that little teal square in the left corner, in the left side with the red directional arrow, that is the player sprite. That is that point of view. And so I can actually see where I'm going that way. But then if I hit A again, I can go back to navigating in raycasted mode. So let me grab that key. I got it. Let's go back to the museum entrance. I know we're running short on time, but let's get inside that museum. There we go. There's the entrance. And then let's Go inside, and here we go. I changed the backdrop again, so that way it looks more like the inside of a building and no longer the night sky. But I can see where my security guards are. I can see where the artifacts are that I'm trying to collect. Of course, it's so much more fun in raycasting mode. So yeah, this really was simple. It was just using a tile map and using a background intentionally, but it's really cool how the extension does all of that work for you. So let's return to our presentation. We just wanted to share a couple more of the extensions that we really love at Code Ninjas, and just Sarah and I ourselves. Arcade Minimap is a really fun extension that, again, adds that extra layer of bringing a game to life, especially because a lot of the games that kids play will often have a minimap in the upper corner. So I just included a project here where there's a really large tile map maze, and it's awesome to have that minimap because you can even drop mini versions of the player sprite and any enemy sprites or goal sprites or collectible sprites on that minimap, which is just such a cool feature. And kids love that. And it really makes the game feel professional and real. We also love the arcade tile util, just some extra tile map blocks, especially the ones where you can just cover a tile, which is like a temporary thing, especially if you're like switching between tile maps often. It's nice to just have a cover instead of replacing a placeholder tile. I mentioned earlier the arcade text is a really cool extension where you're actually creating text sprites. You can change the font a little bit, you can change the size, tweak the color. That's just a really cool way to get text on screen that's not in those dialog boxes or splash screens that are just part of the initial toolbox. And then one final extension our students love are the timer extension, because it allows you to add in throttle, which means that you can't just spam press the A key if you're sending out projectiles, but you can actually add in some of that throttle, or even have a little bit more control on when things appear on screen without just using those pause buttons. So yeah, let's go for it, Sarah.
Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, I know that was a crash course in extensions, and we only got to showcase a few of them, but just had a couple reflection questions before we close for our session. So thinking about all of those examples, how might you introduce your students to extensions? I know there were a lot of comments. It seems like people are already familiar with a few of these, but if you're new to extensions or new to any of these, how might you go about introducing them to your students? And what might you create or add on to a game using some of these extensions? Feel free to share any ideas in the chat. We'd love to hear your thoughts on those. And then as you're thinking about those questions, we just want to say thank you again and make sure that you fill out the survey for this session. Our code word is ninja, so you can scan the QR code or go to aka.ms/arcadeconsurvey. Thank you all again for joining us today. We hope you learned something new about extensions and are excited to bring them back to your classrooms.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and join us again in a half hour to talk about the transition from blocks to text in MakeCode Arcade.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, everyone.
All right. So we just got to hear about some of Bill and Sarah's favorite extensions. And now I was thinking it would be fun if we make some of our own. Is everybody ready? before, I mean, I got you already, and now I'm going to say, wait, before I do, I wanted to do another giveaway. So if you were here this morning, you got a giveaway of stickers. Yay. Everybody loves stickers. The stickers are at aka.ms/arcade stickers. Well, now we're going to give away some posters, and I have an example of our poster here. We had them all professionally designed. There are, I think, 6 or so of them available for you. And the link to those is aka.ms/arcade posters. And then, because you don't have enough AKA links right now, I'm going to give you an AKA link to our forum where you can continue asking questions after these sessions are done. The links to any of the really important links from the sessions, including the stickers and the posters and upcoming giveaways, as well as the slide decks and basically anything else that we've talked about during ArcadeCon, are going to be at the forum at aka.ms/ I want to double check this, ArcadeCon forum. So ArcadeCon forum. All right. I'm ready to rock and roll. How about you? Slide deck. So we're going to talk about making extensions for your class. This is a little bit more advanced than some of our sessions have been in the past. It does require text-based coding, or at least swapping back and forth between blocks and text-based coding. We'll talk a little bit about what extensions are. We just had a great explanation of that. But for those of you watching this as a standalone, I just want to give a brief little mention of that. And then we will get started, build an extension, learn how to share our extensions, and I'll give you some resources. So I'm doing all of this on the fly. I did not practice, but I make so many extensions for our tutorials and skill maps that hopefully everything will go as planned. For those of you who haven't seen any of the prior sessions, I am, well, even if you have, I'm still Kiki Protzman, and I'm at Kiki VSIT at all my social. I founded Thinkersmith. I went to work at code.org, and I joined MakeCode just about 5 years ago because I loved it that much. And I have a few books on Amazon if you're interested in looking. Our producer for this section, thank you, is Richard Knoll, and he is at Richard on the MakeCode forum. He is one of the very first engineers on the MakeCode team. He's been around longer than nearly anyone else you've seen on the stream today. And he has a wonderfully helpful blog on the forum called Arcade Tips and Tricks. Thank you, Richard.
I also make a lot of extensions. So
a lot of extensions. In fact, I would have loved to have pawned this off on him. But you can tell me anything I'm doing wrong. All right. All right, I am going to go to arcade.makecode.com, and I have this in there for later. I'm not going to use that right now. So I'm just going to start off here, arcade.makecode.com, and I'm going to go into a new project. And I'll give this a name, and I'm going to call it Play with Extensions. All right, so what is an extension? You'll see that we have our project window, as many people are used to seeing it, and we have these standard categories in the toolbox. A lot of people don't know you can click this and there's more stuff down there. If you are often in our beginner tutorials and things, you won't see any of these, but we do have more features down here as well. But that's it. We like to keep it nice, simple, short, so that people don't have to wade through tons and tons of blocks just to make simple projects. But sometimes simple won't cut it. Either you're looking for something that you don't know how to do, or you've seen people use blocks on the forum, on the Twitch stream, and you want to know how to get them. That's where extensions come in. They are essentially additional categories that you can bring into your toolbox so that you have the capability to do more. One of the things we really love to say is that we have a really low floor, but also a super high ceiling. So people have been commenting occasionally how this looks like Scratch, and in some ways it does because of the block-based coding. We have a lot of differences, particularly in the way the code is structured. But one of the things that makes this more than just, say, something an elementary school student would use or something a middle school student would use, it really makes it extensible all the way up into adulthood, is this idea that you can add additional functionality, either to make something really super cool, or because you like to use certain blocks over and over again, or maybe even you want to be able to use some special images once in a while. So let's talk about that. When you click extensions, you will see a bunch of preloaded, these are Microsoft allowed extensions. They're things that we've gone through, made sure that they work great, make sure they have their documentation, that kind of thing. And they are super helpful. You'll find a lot of things, particularly I love the multiplayer. I also love the character animation. I really like that in platformer games because it helps you do the animation in a lot fewer steps. And you heard about some of Sarah and Bill's favorites, but you can also make your own. And one of the ones I was playing with an image pack. So I made an image pack, and it is in my directory, fish. And you'll see it load here. It already knows when I put Kiki Lee, it's going to assume that I mean in GitHub. So it's going to go look for my repo Kiki Lee /fish. And then I can add that to my project. And you'll see that when I go to, there we go. Oops, to put a sprite in my project now, I have all these fish added to the gallery that weren't there before. So that's a really powerful way to be, well, I should have probably chosen one. Let me go ahead and choose one. There we go. There. That's a powerful way to be able to let your students spend hours and hours creating images and not have it just be done when their project is done. They can continue using those images. They can take them with them from project to project, and they can make as many of these things as they want to. You'll also notice that in the custom tutorials and skill maps, we use this kind of thing quite a lot. We'll often give you extra sprites that relate to the skill maps that you're using that we don't have in our normal library. So what if we want to do more? What if we want to, maybe I'm an educator and I want my students to be able to build a pretty detailed game with not that many blocks. Or maybe I know that I have a feature I like to use over and over again, and I don't want to have to code it up every time. I just want to be able to drag my block over that I've already made. That's where creating your own extension comes in. I'm going to start out doing this just in the workspace, in blocks, figure out what I want, and then I'll show you how I put it in an extension format. And then I'll show you a couple of ways that you can get your extension from here into your next project. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the fish. Sorry, fish. And let's see, what do I want to do? One of the things I find myself doing in multiplayer games, do I want to combine extensions and multiplayer games in the same workshop? I think I do. Okay. I find myself wanting to put the sprites in certain locations when I load them in. So I'm going to start with loading the multiplayer extension, which is right here because I think I'm going to need it. And then I like to load my sprites using a for loop because it's less code, and that way it can just go through all the different players and assign them. But there's not a really easy way to give them numerically give them a sprite costume, I guess you would say, the sprite image, just like this. So I'm going to need to pull in an array. And I will do this. And I'm going to pull this in so that I have the image block. And I'm going to turn this array into an image array. And because using the for loop is most helpful when you have multiple, I'll go ahead and make this a 4-player game. And then that way this is going to be 0 to 3. So I'll have sprite 0, 1, 2, and 3 that I'm working with. Okay, so, and I'm thinking now this is probably going to need to be multiplayer. I'll get there when I get there. I'm going to put some fish in my array. And these will be the characters that get loaded, and I will load them in the order that they're in the array. Whoops. All right, let's use this lacy fish here. All right, so now I have my characters that I can load up. And now I need to actually build my function, or rather my feature that lets me put all of my characters on stage. So let's see, for multiplayer, I'm going to do this set player 1 instead of using this one. The issue is that this player 1 doesn't respond to these. So I'm going to have to grab a field here that I can pull in the index so that it will be player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. But you'll notice our index is 0, 1, 2, and 3. Fortunately, there's a block for that. So we're going to do player at index here. And then we need to, can I just get away with that? I can. Okay, that's the one I need. I'm just making sure I have the correct index in there. All right, and now I need to be able to call the correct image, depending on whether it's 0, 1, 2, or 3. And so I will do that by pulling the array get value at index. All right, just to take a breather so you see what I've been doing here. Normally, you would do a different sprite for each player, and you would preload that image right in that set player block. But because I want to use a for loop and do everything automatically, instead of doing it one by one by one by one, I needed to make an array so I could have a numerical way to get those images that I wanted. So that's where we are. I've made a numerical way, and you can see all the fish stacked up right there. Well, that's no good for me. I want, when the fish load, I want them to automatically load to certain places. The easiest way to do that is put them all in a line. So some of the features I like to do is put them in a line this way, put them in a line this way, or do 1, 2, 3, 4 in their appropriate corners that go with their score. But for now, I'll do the 1, 2, 3, 4. And a good way to do that is to remember how wide your screen is. And then you want to cut it into pieces so that your fish can end up in the appropriate area of the screen. But I don't like my fish on the edges either. So I'm just going to cut it into pieces and shift everybody over. It still usually takes some math for me, but that's okay. I'm not scared of a little bit of math. So because I'm only changing their X value, I'm not going to use the whole position block. Let's see. Now I can no longer just use player at. This is a sprite. So I'm going to have to put this player at inside of a sprite block as well in order to replace the my sprite, because you'll notice none of my sprites are named my sprite. So I'm going to go back into multiplayer. I'm going to grab, sprite, player sprite. I'm going to copy player at index, put it in here, and now I have a player number, I have a sprite, and I can replace the my sprite block that came in there. All right, now everybody's X is going to be 0. That's not helping at all, right? Because we don't want everybody's to be right on top of each other. We want them to be spread out. So now we're going to bring in a math block. Math. And let's see. Let's start just by getting their positioning right. So I'm going to multiply by what number they are so that the first one will have 0 added, the second one will have a certain amount, the third one twice that amount, etc. So what should that amount be? Let's start with 25. 25 sounds good. And instead of 0 times, we're going to make it index times 25. And now you should see them spread out. Good. Not far enough, but good. Let's do 35. Liking that better, but you can see that one fish is all the way there. So I'm going to just move them over a scooch, and that is also math. Math is amazing, isn't it? So I'm going to add 35 just to keep everything kind of equidistant while I can. Put that whole thing in there and add 35 to everybody's location to push them over. That looks good. If I were actually making an extension of this and I was actually going to use it in something, I would probably fiddle with it a little bit more till the middles were exactly even, but I'm not going to spend time on that right now. Instead, I'm going to say that this is something that I want to do over and over again. Basically, every multiplayer game where I have 4 people, I'm going to want to spread them like this. So I'm going to make a function out of this. And let's call this function, well, I'm going to call it sprite setup. Now, I have a lot of options here. I can add all my images here so that you can call this function with your images and it will automatically do the array stuff for you. I actually kind of like that idea. Or if I want to always have the same characters because I have a world, a universe, then I can leave that in the function. But, you know, given everything, let's go ahead and just put the 4 images in here. And we can pop this in. I'm going to save these guys. They're going to get overwritten. Let's see. I think they'll pop themselves out when yeah, they will. Okay. So we have my image 2, my image 3, my image 4. And now when it runs, let me move these. Nothing will happen. And this is really common when people are learning functions. They create their function, but they never call it. So nothing happens and they don't know why it's broken. But it's generally that. I mean, there's obviously other things it could be, but we start with that one. Now I can just call the function with my different images. And now it should work. Yay. All right. So now I have done basically the hard work that needs to be done to create a extension here. In order to turn it into an actual extension that I can use over and over again. Sorry, I'm just reading comments to see if there's anything. Yeah, functions with images. There we go. Okay, so we have functions, images. Now I'm going to go into JavaScript and you see I have my function just nicely packaged for me right now. I'm also going to take this let list. I'm going to take this too because I use that list inside my function. I could redefine the list up here, but in this type of TypeScript, we don't really scope our variables in that way. So it doesn't actually matter if it's in the function or outside of the function. So, but I'm going to take it all. Now it's going to complain because I'm calling something that I don't actually have, but I will in a minute. So I'm going to create a file and I'm going to call this What should we call this? I can't call it multiplayer. We've already used that one. So let's just call this fancy players. This is my fancy. Wow, that could be. There we go. Fancy players extension. Now, just because I did that pretty quickly, I went over here into the Explorer. You do need to be in text to get to the Explorer. I went to the Explorer. I clicked to this plus button, and that allowed me to add a new file. And the file I added was called fancyplayers.ts. That lets it know that it's a TypeScript extension that I'm creating, and that my program should use that little folder that I'm sticking in as TypeScript. And you'll also see that when I did that, it gave me kind of this template for extensions already. I am not going to need an enum. I do want to keep the custom namespace, and I do want to keep this export function. And you'll see that it's got the foo and the fib, and I'm not going to use both of those. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the stuff that I'm not going to use right now. And then the other stuff I'm going to go ahead and keep around. So we've got this here. This line is going to help determine what goes into the toolbox. So I'm going to keep that for now. And for my namespace, I'm just going to call it the same thing, fancy players. And then I'm going to take my function that I copied and paste all of that. And I'm putting this declaration for the variable inside of fancy players. The reason that I'm making sure to do that, because it would work if I didn't, but this is now basically fancyplayers.list. So it won't collide if someone decides to use list in their main game there. All right. So now I'm exporting my function sprite setup. But even though I now have a sprite setup function here, you'll notice that my program is still complaining. That's because when I gave this code a namespace, that namespace now needs to be to precede the function name so that it knows where to go to grab that. So I'm going to take my fancy players. I'm going to go back into my main. And then I'm going to do this fancy players dot sprite setup, and you'll notice that it stopped complaining. I am copying this text because I was around in the day back even before logins, back in the very beginning, where if you lost something, you were just in a bad place. You just had to live with it. So I got in the habit of copying everything before I switched from JavaScript back to blocks. But now we have version history, we have stuff saved in the cloud, so it's not as big of a deal, but still. All right, pop over the blocks. Oops, what did I? Oh, I didn't give my stuff a name. Okay, so it works. Yay. But the block doesn't look pretty, and it's not, and fancy players is there. But oh well, okay, so it does look pretty. I just thank you, Richard.
Hi, Kiki.
Hi.
So this is specifically because you are using images as the type in your block. So images are kind of a special type in Arcade. When you use them, they get converted to a dropdown like this. In order to make them not a dropdown and instead be a block that you can slot something into, if you go back to your block definition, first delete this though from your, yeah.
All right, let's go back into the block definition.
Okay, so you're going to add some more comment annotations that are going to, for each of these types, or for each of these parameters, you're going to want to do my image, whatever number, dot shadow equals.
Yes. So we'll do the there we go, my image dot shadow equals.
And then for the block type, because it's an image, you want to add, I'm looking it up right now. Give me 1 second.
It's not catchy. Like, it's not super memorable. So
yeah, it is screen underscore image underscore picker.
we want the screen image picker. So I have done this now for one. I'm gonna risk flipping over to see what it looks like and show you that difference. I might copy and paste the rest, but we're running out of time. I really do want to show you how to now use this in other projects. So Richard, feel free to stay on, help me out here.
Will do.
Just in case. Okay, so we're here. I'm going to go back into the JavaScript and it's empty, which is fine because it's only one block. I'm going to pull it back out anyway. Go into blocks. And
you're going to have to, so there you go.
Yeah, now I need to grab an image so that I can put the image in there. And you'll notice the one I did now works the way we intended. It works the way Richard intended. And the other ones still work the old way. So we know we have this issue. We're going to go back and forth several times with this. So to share this now, you could go into JavaScript, copy everything in here, send it to someone, have them copy everything, and they can now use that in their project. Or something that's quick and dirty, but also can cause problems sometimes, is you just make sure your project is empty and you have your code back in your folder here. And then you grab the share link. And we've talked about how this can cause problems sometimes, especially if you're using tile maps. So maybe don't do this one if you're using tile maps yet. Anyway. Okay, so we'll do that one. And then you go into extensions. This isn't going to work here because it's the same project, but you add that link as the extension and it will pull in all the code. Keep in mind, it's not just pulling in that little library. It's pulling in all the code. So if you actually wrote stuff in the main, it'll pull that in too. So this one does cause problems. Now, I didn't actually add that. But the thing that you can do that is actually the recommended way to bring extensions back and forth, and Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, is to publish this to GitHub. So I'm going to click this little GitHub button. If you have not already signed in with GitHub, it will ask you to sign in, and you'll do your sign in, you'll do your auth, and then it'll start by asking you your repo name and a description. And I'm going to say extension for player, and then click go ahead. And now it's going to make my repo in the back. It won't automatically be ready to go because you still have to create a release. And when you create a release, it makes it, it lets the public be able to see where you are. That way you can keep messing with it and get it in a state where it's broken and you're not messing anybody up. But once you do a release, then that will be the new version going forward. And you'll see we have this check mark here. I'm going to click that again. Oh, I'm going over someone's time. Why is it only me? I'm the only one being bad.
I was just about to cut you off.
Okay. Create release. Now you'll be able to use it, and it's going to tell you right up here, this is what you'll add as your extension in order to use this in other projects. Okay, I did it. And I'm just going to quickly go to my survey slide. So you have my code word, and my code word for this section is link. My apologies to Bill and Sarah. We will get them on as soon as possible. And I think I come on after them again, so I'll let them go over it. It'll all be okay. I'll see y'all in half an hour. Thanks. Bye.
All right. And we're going to switch right over to our next session. So we bring on Bill and Sarah.
Hello again.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. We're back. Now we're going to be talking about transitioning from blocks to text in MakeCode Arcade. If you just joined us, my name is Sarah, and I'm joined by Bill. And we work for Code Ninjas on the education team. And we're responsible for creating the content for just all the students in our franchise locations across 3 countries. So we've got quite a big population. And we've used MakeCode Arcade to develop our core curriculum. And one of the reasons that we chose to use MakeCode is because of its feature of how it so seamlessly converts code in blocks, and you can transfer that code into JavaScript text. And also during our writing process, we worked with several team members, and many of us came from more of an education background rather than a computer science background. And so we didn't already have this JavaScript background at all. And so as we were writing the curriculum, a lot of us were going through the same process that many of your students might be going through of we've kind of dabbled coding in blocks, coding a variety of projects, building that foundation through blocks, and then figuring out how to transfer that knowledge into text. We're going to be primarily talking about JavaScript today, but as many of you know, you can also transfer code into Python. But we just wanted to share that to kind of give some context of what we'll be talking about today. I'm going to pass it back to Bill, if you want to go to the next slide.
Great, thanks, Sarah. So MakeCode Arcade provides a smooth and beginner-friendly pathway for transitioning from block-based coding to text-based coding. Oops. There we go. And so it's really cool that it offers both JavaScript and Python. There's great reasons for using both of those different languages. At Code Ninjas, we do prefer to use JavaScript. That's just what a lot of our curriculum has been written in the past, but it's awesome that kids have that option. And that flexibility makes it an excellent tool for scaffolding students' understanding. So yeah, starting with the visual blocks, help kids grasp those foundational computer science concepts, and then moving on to the more advanced syntax of text-based code once they already understand those computer science concepts. That switch between block syntax, views, and the MakeCode Arcade editor, to do so, you want to begin by creating a project in blocks, and you can see that on the left side of the screen. And then along the top of the editor, you can actually select JavaScript and then click on that arrow to see the dropdown, and that's where you can also select from Python, and then the project will just automatically convert your code. It's really cool to see that happen, and today what we're going to talk about are some of those nuances and interesting things that occur when you do transition a project from blocks to text and then back. So Sarah and I are going to talk about that. On the next slide, we're actually going to share a link with you so you can follow along with us. We're not going to be doing any live coding today. We have lots of screenshots and things, but you can do some live coding by grabbing the link on this on the top of this slide, and even do what I just said, which Sarah's about to walk you through too as well.
Awesome, Bill. So like Bill said, the example project, if you want to tinker or just look through some of the example code with us, is at the top of the slide. It's aka.ms/arcadecon-blocks to text. We'll be walking through those examples, and all of those code blocks are present in the project. But to get started, we just wanted you to kind of take a second and start to identify some similarities, some differences, some nuances that Bill just mentioned between the code in blocks versus the code in JavaScript. So on the left side of the screen, again, you'll see that code in blocks. It's the same exact code on the JavaScript side, but just take a second and share some ideas in the chat. What are some similarities that you notice? What are some differences? And what do you wonder about these two views? So take a second, and we'd love to hear just some of your initial thoughts, just looking at these two images just kind of side by side in this project. We're both former teachers and very good at wait time, but we do, want to make sure we have enough time to get through everything, but no worries. Oh, awesome. Yeah. So Mine Art Book says simplify and complex. Sprites are objects, says Dawn. Yeah, the left side, right. is very visual. The blocks are easy to understand. The text is a bit more complex. Don said sprites are objects on the JavaScript side. Awesome. All right. Well, if others have more ideas, feel free to continue popping those in the chat. Matthew says, I always find it interesting that the order in JavaScript doesn't usually match the blocks. Absolutely. We're going to talk more about that as well. Daksha says blocks are easy on the eyes. For sure. You can really see how much easier it is, especially for young kids, to get started with the visual display of the blocks before they even get into, reading this complex text, especially if we're thinking about maybe upper elementary students. You can see how much easier the blocks are as they're, still they've learned to read, but, are not maybe proficient readers yet. And then once they're ready, they're able to kind of graduate, I think someone said earlier, into the more advanced text-based code. Alrighty, thank you everyone for sharing. I'm going to pass it back to Bill.
Awesome. So we are going to jump right in by taking a look at a single function, a pretty common function that kids might use in both blocks and JavaScript in their projects. So in blocks, students are introduced to a variety of functions, including this set background color block. They can customize those functions using parameters that have visual graphic tools, such as this drop-down menu to visually select a color that assigns the background color. MakeCode Arcade offers those 16 color choices, and each color choice is actually assigned in each color is assigned a unique color in the paint editor. When customizing the background color in JavaScript, users will still have to add a color parameter, but instead of just selecting the color from that dropdown, they actually have to select a number. So already we're seeing that it's really easy for kids to get started in blocks and takes a little bit more practice to get started in JavaScript. So it's really helpful if they are already familiar with that idea of dragging in the block, clicking on that gray bubble and seeing that color palette pop up. It then makes it easier when you explain like, okay, well now you just have to think of the numbers for each of those colors and input that as a parameter.
Yeah. So this transition from blocks into JavaScript also gives students access to a wider range of functions and parameters for their projects. So for example, in these screenshots, we have the sprite say block, which makes sprite say a message on screen. In the blocks editor, it has just 3 parameters. You can specify the message that's going to be shared, how long it appears on screen, and whether or not the text is animated. So if it appears 1 letter at a time on screen. When you go to the JavaScript editor, and as students add those parameters within the parentheses, a pop-up guide that's shown at the bottom of the slide will appear. We call that the code completion tool, and it will reveal additional options. So not only do you have those 3 parameters, but you also have the option to set the text color and the text box color. And it just gives students a greater creative control and flexibility in their code. And they can see, we got started in blocks, we had a few options. Now that we're in JavaScript, we have even more options. And not only is it just these parameters, but they're actually additional functions that are only available in JavaScript. At Code Ninjas, we endearingly call them secret menu options that are only accessible if you, type the dot operator and can find them within that pop-up window as well. On the flip side, if you want to go to the next slide, Bill. So if you're going, one great feature of the MakeCode Arcade editor is that not only can you convert code from blocks into JavaScript, but you can go both directions. You can convert code that's already in JavaScript back into blocks. But because of this, if you've used a function or parameter that's only available in blocks, what does it look like, that's only available in JavaScript, what does it look like when you flip back to blocks? And so at the bottom of the screenshot, you can see that gray block. Notice how the JavaScript text is preserved. It doesn't have the drop-down menus that are usually available in blocks. And so it's not editable in this form. You'd have to go back to the JavaScript editor to edit and change any of those parameters. If you deleted the text color and the text box color and then converted it back to blocks, it would resume the normal functionality. But this is just, again, one of those nuances that students will encounter, especially if they're in this transition and kind of toggling back and forth between blocks and JavaScript and testing out new functions and parameters. They might notice some of these gray blocks appear. The project will run totally normally. They'll just need to go back to the JavaScript editor to make any other changes.
And before I leave this slide, I want to point out that we still have that link for the starter code project that's along the top there. And that's the same link. We're just using one project. And you can actually try these things out for yourself if you haven't already experienced them. All of the code that you need is exploded, as we like to say. It means like the blocks are just out in the editor area, but they're not actually plugged into an onStart loop or one of the other containers. But yeah, try this out. We highly recommend. Put that say text block into the onStart, toggle to JavaScript, play with some of those advanced parameters that are only available in the JavaScript, and flip back to see this for yourself. Because again, we're not doing the live coding here, but please do follow along and experience that, and then share what you find in the chat as well. So yeah, the next thing that I want to talk about was the idea of events and what these container blocks look like in JavaScript. So what's really cool about blocks is that you have this container or C block, which visually shows that the code blocks inside of the container will run when that event occurs. As students transition to text, it's really important to point out where that container exists. And you can see that highlighted in yellow on the code part of the screen up ahead. And that helps students notice that those curly brackets really are making that container shape, and that all functions are put inside those curly brackets in the same way that all of those blocks were dragged inside that container. Like the set background color function we chatted about earlier, this button pressed event also has customizable parameters too. And so it's important to point out that in this connection between blocks and text, that in blocks, students can use those drop-down menus to select the button and the type of event parameters. But in JavaScript, those parameters are still there. They must just be retyped in order to change that argument. This is also a really great time to use that code completion tool, which will help students sort of autofill that. So typing like controller button event and something's going to pop up, especially after they type the dot operator, that will show them some of those options that are available. So students aren't fully left on their own, but it does help to have some of that prior knowledge from coding in blocks to know what those parameters might be. So once we introduce additional container blocks into our code in blocks, looking over at JavaScript, we realize that when we flip back and forth, that things might appear in a different order. So as you can see in the top part of this slide, we have that onStart loop or the onStart container first, and then the onA button press container second. But when we flip to JavaScript, events are usually placed above any code that was put in the onStart container. And there is a certain sequence that the code follows that's just built into the tool. And so it's important to prepare students to anticipate that their code will appear in a different order. So yeah, as you can see here, the onA button pressed is underneath the onStart, but in that code snippet, the A button pressed event is showing up in lines 1, 2, and 3. So it's important that kids are aware of that. They're welcome to copy paste it and move it down to a place where they'd prefer to have it. But yeah, this is just part of the JavaScript editor. It's also important to notice that kids will not see the onStart container. That will not exist. The code that's in the onStart will just appear written out, typically, again, below different events.
Yeah. And so like all of these examples that we've mentioned, but starting in the blocks editor just really helps students kind of grasp these complex computer science concepts, especially in a more approachable way. For example, if we're looking at the repeat loop as shown on the slide, in blocks, it looks really simple. You have that simple container block. You have one parameter that sets how many times the loop runs. You can drag those blocks into the loop. And yeah, you can easily just change how frequently the loop runs. When you switch to the JavaScript editor, you can see how much more advanced it becomes. The repeat loops are translated into for loops, and they have 3 expressions. one to initialize the variable, one to set the loop condition, and one to update the variable. And you can just see just how much more of a text load that is for students to read through. And so at first, the syntax might feel pretty overwhelming. And so just having that solid understanding of repeat loops in blocks provides that helpful foundation, especially if you're introducing what this looks like in JavaScript. It's helpful to go back to blocks and saying, when we were in blocks, here's what the repeat loop looked like. What do you notice as we go into JavaScript? Where do you notice if we set the loop to repeat 4 times, where does that appear in the for loop? And so as students become more comfortable, for loops in JavaScript also allow for more flexibility. So now that we know what it looks like in both contexts, instead of just using numbers, students can also use Booleans or variables and other conditions, and just expand the way that these loops and events can be controlled and customized. So we think it's all about just kind of easing this transition, again, showing those similarities, those differences, showing the connections and how, the same code can be run in blocks versus JavaScript, but then also expanding and saying, wow, like when we're working in JavaScript, it really just opens up new opportunities for us to personalize and continue customizing the code in a project.
Same is also very true of using arrays and array functions. In fact, again, encourage you to open up that starter project. This code that you see on screen here is already in the coding area, and you can just remove the other code from the onStart and drag this code in, and even encourage you to try out some of the other array functions because this is really a key feature of this switch between blocks and text, because the blocks editor makes it easy for students to explore arrays and their functions, because each array block clearly describes the action. For example, it says, add this value to the end of this array, or remove the first value from this list. Unfortunately, that is not the same for the actual array functions in JavaScript, because when you switch to JavaScript, those actions are represented by function names like push and shift, which over time students will begin to understand, but initially those names are not intuitive. And so it can be really helpful for students to be able to switch back and forth to the blocks editor to remind themselves about what each of those array functions actually does in more plain language. That back and forth reinforces understanding while giving students a bridge between visual and text-based coding. Again, highly recommend, if you have not already played with that, to drag in just a bunch of those array functions, switch to JavaScript, see what they're named. Also, Sarah mentioned earlier, we refer to them as the secret menu options. There's a lot of additional array functions available in the code completion tool that you can find in Access that you might not be able to find in blocks. So it's also good to explore that and notice what is possible. Yeah, arrays especially are something that's can be complex for students to understand, especially if they're a little bit younger. And so having that transition between blocks and JavaScript just makes it that much easier and that much more accessible.
Before we go on to this last example, I saw a comment from Geldrick. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. They say blocks means the students will never experience a syntax error. And Don says, if you try hard enough, you can have syntax errors. But I totally agree. They will not have the typical syntax error where they, don't add a space in some place or forget to add a semicolon. But syntax still matters. We still talk about sequence. We still talk about where you're placing different things. We're talking about when you define a sprite and then add sprite or blocks related to that sprite below it. So it's still there. It just is not necessarily the typical definition of syntax that you're thinking about when you go to text. But having that background, that foundational understanding in blocks just frees up that kind of cognitive load so that you do have more space to think about the syntax when you go back to text-based code. Alrighty, so one last example that we wanted to talk about when transitioning from blocks to text is how you can create custom sprite kinds in a project. And these are used to group sprites of the same type in a project. This is really useful. As you can see in the screenshot, MakeCode provides 4 different default sprite options, which are player, projectile, food, and enemy. Those are really useful if you want to create a new custom sprite kind. So let's say we want to create a goal sprite kind in our project. In the blocks editor, this is super easy to do. You can select that drop down and then just select add a new kind, and then type in your new custom sprite kind name and then press OK, and it will automatically create that new sprite kind in your project. But when you go to the JavaScript editor, creating a sprite kind requires even more advanced syntax. Students need to access the sprite kind namespace and write a line of code to define the new kind. So again, when we're thinking about beginners, that can feel like a really big step to do something relatively simple and relatively common in a project. And so to support this transition, students can use the blocks editor to easily create their sprite kinds, their custom sprite kinds. And then once they've done that, they can toggle back to the JavaScript editor, notice how that code is written, again, looking for those similarities, those differences, how they can view the same exact code. It's doing the same exact function in blocks versus JavaScript. To help them bridge their understanding as they build their confidence with text-based coding. And again, I know there's a comment again about putting these into maybe classroom posters. I feel like this would be a really great thing to have as a classroom poster. It's just a reminder of how you can create a custom sprite kind, because this is a super common thing that can happen in a project. And this text is a bit more advanced. Even for us, I feel like I always need to go back to an old project and see how we added this. But I think just having that toggle easily available just makes this transition much easier. So yeah, there are lots of little things you'll notice as you kind of introduce this to your students. There are lots of nuances between blocks and JavaScript. And it's okay. It's good that students are, discovering these things on their own, but anything that you can do to kind of support this transition, helping them notice the similarities and the differences between the code is great. Alrighty.
Thanks. And to the person who asked about making them classroom posters, we did provide these slide decks to the MakeCode team, and I believe they are sharing them out. So you are welcome to grab any of this and print any of this or share this with your students. Please do, and then we would even love to know how you're using this, because this is such an important topic, and I think some people are sort of nervous to switch over to text because it is a little bit daunting, especially if you are new to coding. And as Sarah said at the top of the presentation, both of us aren't, computer scientists and don't have that background. We are educators who got into coding through teaching kids to code. So it's really cool to explore these things and even explore them with your students. And we even know that there's some additional things we could add to this presentation about that transition from blocks to text, because there are just so many nuances to pick out. But yeah, we want to highlight some of the important ones. And we hope, this is useful for you and your students. And so to that end, we do have some reflection questions, and we would love to hear from you in the chat. We would love to know, how might you use how might you use MakeCode Arcade to help students make that transition from blocks to text? And we can actually ask both questions at the same time, and then we'll be good teachers and employ our wait time. What's one difference between coding in blocks versus coding in JavaScript in MakeCode Arcade that you noticed and/or you might wish to highlight with your students? So please share your thoughts in the chat. So Sarah, I guess we don't have, we're unable to see the YouTube streaming chat or any of the other streaming chats, correct?
I think they are integrated based on the icon next to each user.
Got it. That makes sense.
What I figured out.
Cool. Also, it looks like the slide decks were just shared in the chat, so you're welcome to grab our slides too. Just at that aka.ms/arcadecon 2025 slide. So please do grab our slides. We would love to know. It would make Sarah and I very happy to know that they were being printed and shared with students on classroom walls. I love the idea of quizzing students about the differences between blocks and text, and just, bringing that to the forefront and having, kids really aware of it and anticipating these things too, because it is daunting. You're like, wait, I used to just pick that from the drop down and now I have to remember it or type it in. Once students have transitioned to text, I can teach my students more advanced concepts like object-oriented programming. Absolutely. it's really powerful to see just how rich the JavaScript and Python. Again, we are only talking about JavaScript, but both editors are really strong in a really great way to get kids set up for success with other programming languages, other programming tools. When you get used to typing language, your thoughts can flow into the computer more quickly if you're a quick typer. Agreed. And even on our team, when we were writing curriculum starting in blocks, there were folks on our team who were just more used to typing code. And so it even works in reverse, where some of our teammates, as we were creating projects in MakeCode, would actually create it in JavaScript first and then flip it over to blocks as we were creating block-based curriculum. So yeah, it's great that it works both ways. The order of code is one difference for sure, Ren. That's a really important thing to highlight with students because it will surprise them. It continues to surprise us sometimes. You're like, oh, where did that function go? Oh, it's up there, even though I thought it was over here. Because kids do get used to the layout of their coding space. It's the first time you've sat and listened to someone for so long. Time flies. Awesome. Yeah, it can be tough to take the training wheels off. Absolutely. But the switch to text doesn't have to be permanent. And yeah, we would even encourage pretty regularly switching back and forth between text and blocks. Even as I code projects for different things, sometimes I start in text, sometimes I start in blocks. Sometimes I like the visual layout of blocks, but then I'm like, oh no, I need those extra parameters or I need that function. And so I flip over to text and, type it out in JavaScript or add in some parameters there, flip it back, and, I just navigate those gray blocks as Sarah showed earlier. On the flip side, the blocks make the project code a bit easier to grasp all at once. Very much so. I'm very much a visual person. I love the visual layout of seeing something in blocks, especially when they're color coded. The color coding in the JavaScript editor is great, but those blocks are just, it's very cool to see that visually. And yeah, it helps learners who benefit more visually and making it fun to see it in text or vice versa. Yeah, the visual aspect of both is like really powerful and an important thing to reinforce with your students.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just going to mention
yeah.
one thing before we moved on. I realized we didn't talk about this, but when you're thinking about transitioning from blocks to text too, one other great feature about MakeCode is that you can actually drag the code functions from the menu in JavaScript. So it's not like students necessarily need to type everything from scratch all at once, but MakeCode has a ton of built-in functions that are the same built-in functions in blocks. Some of them don't always appear or don't appear the same way in JavaScript. But you can just drag, a huge chunk of a function into the editor. And so they're only kind of tinkering with small pieces. So when you're thinking about the transition and you're wondering if maybe students are a strong enough typer, they actually maybe don't need to do a ton of typing right away because there is that ability to kind of drag out and then adjust as they need.
And that's especially helpful for those overlap events, for loops where there's a lot of syntax that kids have to worry about or kids have to make sure they include. So yeah, it's really great to drag those out. Sometimes I still drag out the for loop or I drag out the overlap event instead of trying to remember all the things I've got to type.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we want to thank you all for spending the time with us today. Again, the ArcadeCon survey link is there, as well as a QR code, and the passcode for this presentation is FLIP. Yeah, we want to thank everyone for participating today. Please, let us know. I mean, it would be awesome to see this discussed in the forum as well. I hope you find all these resources helpful and that your students are successful with making this transition. And Kiki, we're happy to pass it back over to you right on time. So thanks, everyone.
That's good. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Everybody having fun so far? We have had a couple of great giveaways, a bunch of amazing presentations. We've learned how to collaborate, use extensions, flip from blocks to text. It has been an amazing day so far, and I'm ready to keep the party rolling. So let's do another giveaway. And this one is going to be, let's see, actually, I think this is a good time to do our worksheet giveaway. So we have a word search that we have just created. Now this is, I'm going to call it in beta. This lesson is in beta stage. I'm putting this in the chat. It is aka.ms/arcade word search. And the reason I'm not showing you yet on screen is because I will get to it in a minute. It is part of our new Friday Fun Day activities. So this session is going to be full of top secret projects, things that are either brand new or upcoming for your classroom. I'm really looking forward to this one. Hi, I'm Kiki Protzman at Kiki VSIT on pretty much all social media. I have been in the CS education space for a very long time. I started with my own nonprofit and moved into code.org, where I worked for several years before moving to MakeCode in 2020. And I love it here, and I love all the MakeCode products. And that's why we're here doing ArcadeCon for you today, because there's just so much to share. My producer for this session is, again, Richard. Thank you, Richard. I always feel just a little more comfortable with Richard when Richard has my back. So I already shared that he has arcade tips and tricks on the forum, but he also leads the Twitch live stream 3 days a week. We still call it the Twitch live stream, but really it's now live streaming on Facebook and YouTube also. So catch it wherever you want to catch it. Anything else you want to say, Richard?
I like pigeons.
I like turtles. Okay, so we're talking Friday Fun Day today. What is Friday Fun Day? What do we have to offer? And how can we maybe enhance those? Because I finished so much yesterday, we might not actually get into the multiplayer and kiosk here. I'm going to save it for delighters. And then coming soon might be is now here. So let's take a look, shall we? What is Friday Fun Day? Oh, well, wow, I didn't make a slide for that. That's okay. What is Friday Fun Day? Friday Fun Day is this idea that sometimes you have one of those days that you just don't want to prep anything for. It could be the Friday right before a holiday. It could be the first snow of the year that kids still have to come to school. It could be a surprise substitute day. It could be anything, but something where you know you have a little folio of lessons you can just pull out and give to your students. And so these are made to be very flexible in the way of if your students have only been doing this for a day, it's something they can use. If your students have been using this all year, it's something that will still be fun and refreshing for them. So the giveaway that I have for you is one of those activities. I'm going to pull from it right here, and it is the word search activity. So I'm going to open the word search up. It gives you just a quick overview. So a substitute could read this in 5 minutes and understand what's being asked of them. It is then a word search full of words related to MakeCode Arcade. And they can go through, and this could even be used as a bell ringer activity for multiple days in a row if you wanted to. They'll go through and find all of the words related to arcade, but then they need to think or discover how the words are connected. Some of them, like let's say debug or sprite, are pretty obvious, but maybe confetti isn't. And they need to figure out where each of those words came from. But then there's also a question section that asks them to look at the words provided and ask them to locate 10 basic block categories that make an appearance in the words, which 2 basic block categories are not directly represented, which words represent variables inside of MakeCode Arcade, which words are connected to the sprites category, and then finally, kind of a more subjective question. In your opinion, which categories represented the most by the words from the list? And then explain why. And there's no direct correct answer there. I mean, maybe you want to create a direct correct answer for that. But what it's going to do is challenge the students to browse and look and see if they can figure out what's going on. All right. So that is one of our latest Friday Fun Day activities, something super easy to pull out of a folder and pass out to the class. And if you wanted and you had a smart board, you could even go through them together and make things a little quicker. Or would it make it take a little longer? I guess that depends on your class. All right. The next Friday Fun Day activity that I want to talk about is actually lots of activities. It is the ability to take basically any of our step-by-step tutorials and skill maps and turn them into a last-minute activity. So what I've done is we'll go back to the Friday Fun Day folder, and we're going to look at the skill maps activity. We now have a skill map one-pager. Just make sure that's showing up good. Okay, looks good. The skill map one-pager is actually 2 pages, but it could be front and back. We're still calling it a one-pager. And it gives you a little overview, a purpose of the activity, the goals for the activity. It gives you a QR code so that you can get some additional help on the forum. Seriously, don't sleep on the forum. You can go into the educators lounge, ask other educators questions about how do you teach this? What would you do if you were trying to teach this? What's your favorite lesson? Educators are so helpful, and some of them have done quite a lot of work to create lessons that they are happy to share. So yes, we have that there. And then it talks about just how to guide the students in a skill map or tutorial. It encourages you to go in and choose one together and then get it started, shows you kind of how to navigate through the skill map, which we did a session on earlier. All of the sessions will be posted on the Educator YouTube channel as soon as we get them sliced up. And then talks about kind of the level of each of them. So Full of Stories and Whack-the-Mole are sort of that basic level. The next up would be Talent Show, Save the Dinos, Burst in Balloons, Turkey Day, et cetera, et cetera. Save the Galaxy, Monster Truck Racer, Sparks Flying, Shark Splash, 80s Rockstar Maze come next. And then some of the most difficult that we have in that in those tracks are Save the Forest, Code and Adventure, and the Jungle Jump platformer. And they aren't all difficult because the actual coding is difficult. Sometimes it's because they're very long or use larger words. Yeah, and then just gives an overview of what each of these things is. And that should be a great kickoff, even if you get a substitute who's never taught computer science before. This should give them kind of everything they need to be able to come here, choose any one of these, and go through with the students. We have some great help also on the educators page. So if you go to arcade.makecode.com/educators, hey, have you considered registering for ArcadeCon? It's happening now. So here are some educator resources that can help as well. So if you've chosen one of the skill maps or tutorials and there's some bugs happening, well, for skill maps, that's pretty easy because you can go into the lesson resources for the teacher, the lesson overview, and there's all the keys there. But some of the tutorials, you don't know how to get to them quickly. You don't know what the answer key is. So we've put that all together for you in the quick links. It does scroll a little ways because it's kind of a wide table. But for example, let's take one of the tutorials that's not a skill map. 100 days. So how many of you celebrate the 100 days of school? Anybody? Let me know in the chat if you do 100 days of school with your classroom. We have a tutorial for that. It's a beginner tutorial, 100 days. You learn how to put 100 things scrolling across the screen, and you really get to see how many 100 is. It's really fun. But where do you find it? We don't really represent it very well on the main homepage. The link for it is generally fairly long, as many of our tutorial and skill map links are, but we have an AKA link, a short link for it, or as I call it, a quick link here for it. But you wouldn't know that if you didn't have access to this. So if you love sending your students directly to a specific tutorial, directly to a specific skill map, definitely bookmark the educators page and take a look at these quick links. And then here underneath this, you'll see that every one of these tutorials and skill maps has an educator resource with it. This one is the answer key for the 100 things. And so you can go through and that will help your substitute debug or help you debug to figure out why what the student has done is not going to match. Oh, we have some people emphatically not doing the 100 days. Okay. That's fine. You don't need to. I'm not going to force it. Okay. So with that, I am going to show you the most top secret activity I have ever worked on. It is so top secret and brand new that I only got just the rough draft up last night about 1 a.m. So you are seeing just the very, very first view of this. And I make no apology. Actually, I make every apology for the state that things are in. Please, if you do take a look at it, if you go through it, share your thoughts with me on the forum. Let me know if you find bugs. Let me know if you find misspellings, anything, typos, whatever. But, you know, these are the things that happen when you first put stuff out. You need people to test in order to make sure that they can be at their very best. So I'm going to go back to this Friday Fun Day folder. Oh, we do have an AKA link for this Friday Fun Day folder. It is aka.ms/Friday Fun Day. I'm guessing you wouldn't have been able to guess that. Yeah. So it's aka.ms/Friday Fun Day. And that will give you access to the 3 things that I'm discussing here. The skill maps, which you can do any of the skill maps, which should give you dozens of free days if you should need them. But if you've already gone through all of our skill maps and tutorials with your classroom, then you can do the word search. And that's a nice breath of fresh air. It's very low code, but high thought process. And then we have cryptic coordinates. And to kick this off, I'm actually going to come back into the stream and I'm going to play a video for you. And you should be able to hear it if you have your sound up. I think I'm going to switch to another stage for this and take myself out here.
Attention students, we have an emergency situation and need your help. The government has intercepted a scrambled transmission containing critical coordinates. The transmission seems to contain the location of a very important asset. One of our special service agents, Agent Whiskers. One of our top feline operatives has gone missing, and we believe that the encrypted coordinates hidden in the message will lead us to our last known location. However, our top analysts have determined the message is encoded in a way that can only be accessed on school property. It looks like we'll need you to retrieve the coordinates and send them back to us before it's too late. We're going to provide you with a link. Copy it down. Once the URL has loaded, dispose of the note. At the address, you will find all the instructions you need. By completing the code, you'll uncover the exact coordinates of Agent Whisker's location. Time is of the essence. If you don't recover her, she'll miss snack time. Work quickly, follow the instructions, and get those coordinates to us as soon as possible. The fate of Agent Whiskers depends on you.
Oh. And one more thing. This mission is classified.
So if anyone asks what you're doing, just say you're playing some online video game. Good luck, students. The government is counting on you.
Huh? Yeah? Yeah, that's the first take at the video too. So if you have any constructive feedback, you're welcome to share. But I wanted to go in and give you a sneak peek at the cryptic coordinate activity, see what your thoughts are on it, and then see if you want any more that are packaged up in a way kind of like this. Yes, we must save Agent Whiskers. Very Carmen Sandiego. Yes, I agree. So with this comes a slide deck. So we do have the video, the captioned video. There's so much glitchy and stuff going on. I wanted to make sure there were some good captions at the bottom. Once we do send this live and visible on YouTube, I think we will have it captioned so that it can be in multiple languages. But for now, we have the captions built right in. We have this little slide deck. And it starts with the video, just in case you want to start it off that way. But the idea is you'll give the students a bell ringer, whatever. It can be the word search. It can be just anything. But keep them busy. And then you play the video. And then the students, basically, they have their assignment now. The teacher doesn't need to tell them to do anything. The video already told them. And there are slides that they can go into so that they can learn how to use the tutorial that comes with this procedure. And then they do have these two images, which will become useful during the course of this tutorial. They can be shown on a screen, or if you want to do printouts in advance so that they have them available as printouts, or even if you wanted to do just a couple of printouts that were scattered around the room somewhere and the kids had to discover them and how they would be useful to them. That can be helpful too. So there's those. And then I will show you probably, if we get to there, how Flappy Bird fits into all of this. All right, so that's the slides. And I showed you the video. And then each of those, the map and the image are each also provided as individual PNGs if you want to use them that way. So let's go ahead and go into aka.ms/decrypt. I just uploaded this last night, so I'm really hoping it all went through. Hey, good. There will be another little video at the front here with a special agent who is telling you what happened, basically, and that you need to read the instructions, pull blocks from the toolbox, and put them in the workspace. We don't have that yet. So here's what we've got for now. And let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit to make this. There we go. All right. I just want to make sure everybody is seeing my coding screen. I think I somehow got off of live. There we go. I got off of live on the YouTube stream. So I was seeing myself several minutes ago, which is actually a little weird. All right. Here we go. It is going to tell them everything they need to know to do this coding. If you were around for the extensions tutorial earlier, I created a decrypt extension, which made it so the pages and pages of code that were needed to create this game all get condensed down into just a couple very simple blocks that the students need to put in a few different places. So they will do their initiate protocol. And that will be the first thing that they need to do to get started. And then it tells them to look at their screen. And they'll see that when they initiate the protocol, they now have access to secure files. And when they click the A button, they are initiating the decryption protocol. And then they have this message come through. Forgive me for these animations. Those were the glitches that I could figure out how to do in the time frame I had. If anybody wants to work on better glitch effects, I will take them. But yeah, that's what we have. The problem is after we see the code go by, we have nothing more we can do. There's no way to enter what we think the code is. There's no way to replay it. We're basically stuck. So we need to enhance this decryption machine so that we can finish de-encoding basically the code. So we'll go through, and we need to be able to attempt a decode afterwards. We'll put that in. And now you'll see that when we play this, we get this code, and then it's going to let us know or give us a space where we can enter our decrypted code. Because of our new keyboard entry, I can just now type in 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have to go from item to item and highlight it. And then I'll hit enter, and it tells me that I want higher, 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 lower. Now, will students know immediately that's what it's telling them? Maybe, maybe not. But the whole thing of this is about using your head, figuring it out. What does this mean? What do I do? And as the teacher or as a substitute, you can say, I don't know. This surprises me as much as it surprises you. We've got to figure it out. And one of my favorite lines, we can figure it out together. So there we go. Now we need to figure out what to do next. All right. So we want to show the number we got correct. So now we go into decrypt, show number correct, and we can put that in there. And it'll do the same thing. Now, just for time's sake, I'm not going to show every step of the way. I'll go ahead and finish creating it so you can show what's happening. If you don't want spoilers, I'm going to say spoiler alert. I will be trying to walk you through as much of this as possible so you can see what actually happens. If you don't want that, if you want to be surprised too, our next session starts at 2:30, just letting you know. But yes, so here we go. All right, so the next thing we need to do is we're going to pull this out from the controller, and we want to make it so that when the left button is pushed, that we can, we can display the encrypted code again so that we can watch it multiple times if we want. But then if we watch it again, we need to be able to guess again. So now when we press the right button, we want to basically take these two things and display them again. So we need to be able to attempt to decode again. We need to be able to show the number correct. And then that is essentially the code that they need to build. Whoops, I'm not ready to submit to Bureau quite yet. If they get stuck and they don't know what they're doing and they don't understand how to figure out what the actual code is, the last step does provide the classified document that decodes each of the numbers if they want to try to be fast enough to actually figure out what the numbers are. We won't be loud about that, and it is after everything else. So only those who are really stuck maybe need that one. And then we have the world map, which is going to be necessary. It looks like I have an extra parenthesis in my code. I'll go fix that. Not right now, but later. The world map, which will be necessary to actually discover what country Agent Whiskers is in. So, all right, let's go ahead and make this nice and big. And we are going to do this again. And so we have a up and a down and a side and a center. And I don't remember which any of those are. I feel like the center is 9, but I don't know what the up and the down were. So I'm just going to guess 4, 5, 2, 9. And it's lower, lower, higher. Yay. Okay. I'm going to write this down so that I don't make a fool out of myself. Is if anyone else wants to decode this as I go, you can put it in the chat and I will use yours. So now if you remember, the left is going to show it again. Oh, it's up, down, right. So up, down, right, and then 9. All right. And so I can go back and I can look and have that for me, but I know that it was lower than 5, lower than 4, higher than 2. So I'm going to now encode it. Let's do 3, 3, 7, 9. Yes. No. Okay. So I should have known that it wasn't 3, 3 because those things weren't the same. So I got the 3 and the 9 right. And I think for time's sake, I will go ahead and look at, although if I shrink down, will it restart this? That is a very good question. All right, I guess I'm going to keep going. You know what I can do? I can go back here and look them up. So I have up is 3. I knew that already. Then I have down, which is 4. And then I have right, which is 6. So it should be 3, 4, 6, 9. Come back in here. And oh no, it did restart on me. Ah, okay, side, side, down, corner. All right, I should have printed this out. Anyhow, I'm going to skip this for time's sake because we are almost out of time and I could go back and forth all day. But with 2 people working, a printout in front of them, they should be able to get this fairly quickly. Yeah, thanks, Randy. But when you go through and you get it correct, it gives you a code. And then you take that code and you look at, oh, this is fun. See the things that happen when things are brand new. You go through, you look at your map, and the code that you get is D4. And when you decode D4, you get Chad. So I'm going to go back into the code, and I'm going to get to the end, and I'm going to go submit to Bureau. And I will get a checker. It says enter the secret location. And so now I'm going to, I don't know why, but this won't accept keyboard input. So I'm going to go to type in Chad. There we go. And then when I get it right, it lets me know, yay, we located Agent Whiskers. Some reason it's a orange cat instead of the white cat we've been seeing. It's a master in disguise. And then it glitches out and it becomes Flappy Bird. And no matter how many times they reload, it's just now Flappy Bird. It was never here. It self-destructed. So that's a fun kind of resolution. Also, if they go through and do not get it multiple times, I think they get 3 attempts with this submit to Bureau. If they do not get it multiple times, it just glitches out and breaks and they can't try it again. So they do need to get it in under 3 tries. They need to just not guess randomly each location. And that's a fun little extension that we have that allows you to do that. So those are our Friday Fun Day lessons. You can find them. We will be adding more. We will be enhancing things. We will be making changes to the fixes. You can find them at aka.ms/Friday Fun Day. If you do use them in your classroom and you have ideas for me, go ahead and send them to the forum and I will be learning from those and I will make updates. I showed you the educators page. That is a great place to have your Friday Fun Day for all of our other tutorials so that your substitute or you have everything you need to run any of the tutorials at any time. I told you about the forum. As always, make sure that you keep an eye on Kiki's Corner on Medium because as we get new things, I write about them and then you know everything we know. And don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel, the MS MakeCode YouTube channel. That's our educator YouTube channel. And as I do videos about all of this, you'll have access to those. And then Microsoft MakeCode is the YouTube channel for our student-facing videos. And that's our Friday Fun Day. Thank you. I did not go over this time. Our keyword for our code word for this top secret session was whiskers. So please do fill out the survey for this session. Use code word whiskers and enjoy your giveaways. I will see you one more time before we conclude this day. And now I'm going to pass it to Jacqueline, who's going to talk about choosing your arcade curriculum.
Alrighty, can everyone see and hear me okay? If you could kind of just give me a thumbs up. I know we're 5 hours into ArcadeCon. I'm sure those of you who stuck with us are getting a little bit antsy, but maybe this is a good time to kind of get up and stretch and get ready before the next session. All right. Everyone can hear or see me okay? Yes, perfect. Thank you for confirming. So welcome everybody. My name is Jacqueline Russell, and in this session, I'm going to guide you through all of the curricular resources we have available for MakeCode Arcade. So this session is really going to be kind of like a show and share of resources. I do want to make it interactive and keep things going. So please, if you have questions as I'm going through any of these materials, please type them into the chat. I'm watching it, so I'm just making sure that I'm answering all of your questions. Okay, so with that, let's dive in. So you want to teach with a MakeCode Arcade. That's great. Great news. I think the first thing we should talk about is the type of time that you have with students. So I've broken it up into kind of 3 kind of buckets. One is you have a dedicated computer science class. This could be a semester length class. This could be a year-long class, but you have dedicated time with your students to teach computer science, which is great. That's fabulous. I kind of think of it as like a sit-down meal. You've got 3 courses. You can sit down, really get into the material. That's wonderful. Unfortunately, not all of us have that possibility. And so there are other options where you may be teaching like an after-school club or a summer camp program, or maybe you just have a unit of study. And so you have sort of this abbreviated time to focus on CF, and kind of thinking about that as more like fast food meal deal type curriculum that you would really want. And then the last bucket that we're going to go through is this idea of sort of standalone activities that you can do with MakeCode Arcade. And this is like for a single class, like you just heard about these Friday Fun Day activities that Kiki went over. Those are perfect for these sort of snackable computer science learning materials, or if you just need a quick assignment type thing to give your students. So we're going to be covering all 3 of these buckets in this next session. Okay, so let's talk about this first one. So you have a dedicated computer science class. That's great. We do have a couple options for you. One is, and both of these options are full year curriculums, so 2 semesters. One is Introduction to Computer Science. It's free. It's really targeted at the high school level, but I have really seen it being used at middle school all the time. So it absolutely can be adapted to middle school. Again, it's this year-long session, but it's pretty modular. So the first semester really focuses on block-based coding, and the second semester focuses on text coding. And you can teach either one of those sort of standalone. It is project-based, and the focus is on programming skills. The second option is our AP Computer Science Principles course. Again, this is a free curriculum for you. Again, looking at that sort of high school level, but again, I know it is a survey course, and so I know a lot of middle schools do take pieces of APCSP and teach it at the middle school level. Also project-based, like I mentioned again, it's a survey course, so it covers all aspects of computing. So there's actually only 2 units that focus specifically on programming. And the rest, talk about data, impacts of computing on society, and all sorts of other things. And our curriculum is College Board endorsed, and it does prepare students for the AP exam at the end of the year. So let's dive into each of these curriculums. So starting with Intro to Computer Science, with Microsoft MakeCode. This was actually written by Alex Kulzar, who presented in one of the earlier sessions here at ArcadeCon, is a fabulous educator and deep knowledge of MakeCode Arcade. So Intro to Computer Science is, like I said, again, 2 semesters. The first semester focuses on blocks, and the second semester focuses on text, either JavaScript or Python. The materials are written for both, depending on which you would want to teach. And this is sort of the scope and sequence of each of these semesters. You can find this course at arcade.makecode.com/courses/introcs. And I'm just going to jump over to my browser actually and show you this. So this is, and again, you can find our courses if you go to arcade.makecode.com and you scroll all the way down, all the way to the bottom. You'll see a row called courses, and here's where you can get all of our course materials. So again, the one that I'm talking about here is the Introduction to Computer Science. So, so this is a landing page, and you can see there's kind of an overview. There's the course outline, kind of gives you a little bit of a feeling of what the course is about. So, so that's there to get more familiar with the course. Let's see, the curriculum, let's actually go through what is included in this curriculum. So the curriculum materials live in a GitHub repo, which I will show you. Let's see, right here. So, so this is all the TEALS MakeCode Intro CS course. It was originally written for to replace the TEALS Intro CS course. And so it adheres and aligns with that framework. But all of the materials are here in this GitHub repo. And you can, explore all of these materials here. So let's look at sort of the additional resources first. And you can see there's a pacing guide, there's a syllabus, there's a calendar. And let's go ahead and open up the pacing guide just to show you what this looks like. So again, you can see each lesson, what the objectives are, what the labs are, how many days it should take, and then also what standard it's aligned to. And so you can see that for each of the units here for semester 1 and then semester 2. So kind of helps you with pacing out the content of your course. So that's the pacing guide. There is also answer keys, of course, listed here. Culture days are nice. These are additional days that you can, sprinkle in throughout the course if you have time. I'm not sure if any teacher has extra time, but yeah, these are nice culture days. And then you can jump into each of the semesters, and each of the semesters are in these different units. So if I was to explore, let's say unit 2, lesson 2.2, I can open up any of these files here. So let's go ahead and open up a few of these. So one is a bell ringer. We provide a bell ringer for each lesson, and these are just sort of short activities for the students to help, refresh their memory of what we covered in the last course. And so those are available. There is an instructor guide for each lesson. So in this instructor guide, you can see sort of an overview of the lesson. Okay, it looks like this lesson is Introduction to Variables, describes the learning objectives of the lesson, any materials or preparation you need to do prior to the lesson, sample solution, for the lab in this lesson, and then also a quick pacing guide, just to give you a sense of how the lesson will be structured. So this is nice. And then we also provide a student guide, which is really nice. So for students who may be absent that day, for example, or just need a little bit extra scaffolding or hand-holding, there is a student-facing guide that, basically writes out the concepts that are covered and gives them instructions in greater detail. So this is also available for every lesson. And then, of course, a PowerPoint. So let's see, this one. So for lesson 2.2, here's a nice PowerPoint presentation. You could optionally use, to present this lesson to your students. So, yeah, and it goes through the instructions for the lab, as well as debrief questions to use for discussion. Okay. So that is all available, again, free as part of this Intro to Computer Science curriculum. All of the materials are hosted in this GitHub repo. You will, skill map, I forgot to cover it. This is new. This is very cool. So in addition to just the labs, the instruction, there is a, let me just open this up again. There is a skill map associated with each of these labs, which is really nice. So you can see, lab 2.2 that when we were talking about, this is use variables to ask the player about their age, right? That was we were learning about variables. And so you can have your students go through these skill maps. And skill maps are essentially just a series of tutorials, right? And this gives the students sort of step-by-step instructions on building a mini game with that particular coding concept. So in the case of what we were talking about, it was variables. So those skill maps are great. And we will be adding more skill maps to pretty much every lesson in this curriculum. So, all right. So I think I covered pretty much all the materials available. Yep, bell ringer. Oh yeah, solutions and examples. So as I mentioned before, we do have solutions that are provided as examples. Again, some students may submit multiple correct, games. But one thing I did want to call out is a lot of teachers were confused that these solutions are actually PNG files. But if you don't know, MakeCode Arcade saves programs down as PNG files. So even though they look like they're image files, they actually are code files. The code is embedded in the image file. So if I was to open up a game here, okay. Oh, it's a tutorial. But if I was, let's see, if I was just to create a new project, my test game, I could save it. And to do that, you click on this little file icon down here at the bottom of the screen. Do you see where the name of my project is here? If I click save, it's going to save this as this little PNG file here onto my computer in the downloads folder. But I can import these PNG files by clicking on this import button on the home screen. If I click on import, I can import a file and I can choose a file. Actually, let me see if I can just drag and drop. I think I have a PNG here. Yeah. So, so I have this PNG that's actually the lesson 2 solution for the lab. And I'm just going to drag and drop it into Arcade here. And then that should just automatically open up this solution, this program here in Arcade. So yeah, so this is the solution for the lab, the Counting Sprites lab. So yeah, so just a note that if you see these PNG files, they aren't just image files, they are actually code files, and you can use those for your solutions. All right, let's get back to the deck. Okay, so you do have to get verified to access the materials. And to get verified, you can go to makecode.com/github-teacher verification. That has the information on exactly how you can get your teacher account. So this is makecode.com. And actually, let me copy and paste this into the chat so you have that link. So this has been a little bit tricky for a lot of teachers, but you just have to do it once, and hopefully, after that, you'll be set. So these are the instructions. There's a video that Kiki put together that's very helpful, just walking you through exactly what to do to get a GitHub account, verify your account as an educator, and then you'll get approved. And once you do get approved, then you'll be able to access all of the curriculum resources. And we just put it behind a gate because, there are answer keys and solution files that we just don't want to, let out into the open. So once you are verified as a GitHub educator, then you can access all of the materials on that GitHub repo via this link, aka.ms/TealsIntroCS. One thing to note is that if you want to just download all the materials at once, I do recommend using GitHub Desktop. So I don't know if you noticed here in GitHub, but if I wanted to download any files, for example, this bell ringer, I would have to download each one, which can be a little bit of a pain. So again, I recommend using GitHub Desktop. It's a free download. And that will also help keep your files synced. So if there are any changes to the curriculum, it'll automatically bring those changes, those new files down onto your computer. And then you can use that. So that's also a good tip. All right. Oh, training. Yeah. So if you are interested in teaching this course next year, or maybe parts of it, or you're just kind of exploring it, really recommend that you sign up for training. Alex is offering week-long training through Infosys Pathfinders workshop. There's going to be one session held in June and one session held in July. And you do get a free handheld arcade gaming device if you go to the workshop. So encourage you to go. You can get to that workshop. Let's see here. You do have to create an Infosys Pathfinders account. And so that's one thing I would recommend is creating an account and then signing up and registering for this training session. It's quite good. So question, sorry, as a student, I want to know, do you guys provide certificates for the workshops? We do provide certificates for teachers who attend these workshops. I think, though, that you do have to be a teacher, an educator, in order to register. So I don't know that we have any workshops available on these curriculum materials for students. So yeah, that's a good question, though. We do provide certificates and clock hours for educators. All right. So that was our Intro CS course. The next course I'm going to talk about is our AP Computer Science Principles course. So this course is, again, aligned with the College Board's AP CS Principles course that's administered in the United States, although I do know teachers outside the US who are also teaching this course, not doing the AP exam at the end, but again, it's a great survey course. You can see kind of the 5 different big ideas that it covers around creative development, data, computer systems and networking, impact in computing, and then algorithms and programming. So you can access this course at makecode.com/CSP. And this is the scope and sequence for the course. So an introduction, and you can see units 3 and 5, this algorithms and programming, are really the only dedicated units to coding. The rest is a lot of just other stuff. And let me go to the landing page for this. So yeah, so makecode.com/CSP. Again, I'll put this in the chat too, so you will have it. Okay, Kirsten says, I took the training last year. Great. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. All right. So the APCS principles curriculum, you can kind of read more about it here on this landing page. It really focuses on design thinking, project-based learning, and then this is kind of an overview of the course, what it covers, as well as some excerpts from the course decks. And I think in this deck, I also have some examples. Hold on. Yeah, so the teaching approach, this course is really designed for educators who have never taught computer science before. So everything is written very down to earth and easily understandable explanations. The assignments are mostly open-ended projects, coding activities, as well as reading and journaling. Rubrics and solutions are provided for all of the assignments. And there is some group work, some group projects towards the end. Yeah, so these are some example lessons that I'm pulling from the curriculum here. So this is Unit 3, where we're teaching about strings and string functions. And this is a game. This is a parts of speech project where students are creating a game with two characters kind of speaking to each other. And the second character is just pulling out certain parts of speech. So thinking about strings and string operators there to build this game. This is another one. This is Unit 4. So this is talking about cybersecurity and encryption. And so this project is to, understand program control flow and kind of change the encryption key to understand how that changes the image that gets encrypted here. So, and how to use ciphers and stuff like that. So this is another good example of a project. And then this is a recurring assignment that focuses on impactive computing, where students will have to, find a current event or sort of some news about technology in society, and talk about what it does, what's its impact, both beneficial and harmful, and then have a discussion about this. So this is another cool lesson. Okay, I'm just looking at the chat here. Will these links be added in the Educator Lounge? Yes, I will do that, Ren. If teaching APCSP, find out when the test is at the beginning of class. Yes, so that is very true. Pacing for APCSP has been a challenge too with the AP exams and spring breaks for some districts occurring at, awkward times. So definitely think about your course pacing ahead of time for sure. Okay. So the materials for this course, again, all free and available for you. You will have to be verified as a GitHub educator to access them, but we do provide an educator guide, which is online and in OneNote. There is a text for this course called Blown to Bits, but very short reading passages required. And that's provided via sort of PDF files. There are videos for each unit. So these are sort of teacher videos to kind of help you get familiar with the units, and then PowerPoint slides with talking points for each day of the lesson, as well as Word document handouts and worksheets. So all of this is available at, let's see, github.io. So there is an online version of this course right here. So let me just copy and paste this link into chat. So, this online version, this is a student-facing version of the course. So meaning it doesn't contain any of the answer keys or any of the educator materials, but you can certainly explore the course here online, or at least the student-facing parts of the course here. But you will have to get verified as an educator to access the teacher, all of the teacher materials. So, and you would go through that same verification process that I showed you before for the Intro CS class. And then once you're verified, then you can download the course materials from from this link, aka.ms/MS MakeCode APCSP. And again, don't worry about memorizing all these links. I will post all of these links in the Educator Lounge on the forum. All right, and training for this one. So we are hosting two free workshops this summer for APCS principals. One workshop on June 16th and one on July 14th. You can sign up for those at makecode.com/CSP. In the professional development workshop section, there's links to each of those workshops. And again, they're free, and it's going to be a mix of asynchronous, kind of on your own assignments, as well as live Teams meetings. Okay, so those were the two main courses or options that you have for dedicated CS courses. I do want to cover that we have some very good friends over at TinkerGen, and these folks make this cool little GameGo arcade handheld, and they've created some courses. If you go down here to courses, they've created some courses here for the GameGo specifically, but they are quite good. If you click on them, and again, these are freely available courses. And you can see kind of what very much game-based learning in this, but very pretty and colorful. So feel free to explore those courses as well. All right, so now let's talk about camps and clubs. So again, this is the option if you do not have a dedicated computer science class that you're teaching, but rather you're doing like an after-school club, or maybe you're doing a summer camp and you just need sort of more abbreviated type lesson materials. There's a few different options for you here. One is you can just pick and choose different lessons from our Intro CS course or from the AP CS Principles course. So again, if you just want to teach like, a couple lessons here and there, feel free. Again, all the materials are available for you. The other option is we have a Code a Carnival STEAM project, which is really fun. It combines game-based game development with MakeCode Arcade, as well as microbits, where students are creating their own midway games. And I'll show you that in a minute. The other option is you can choose to use our skill maps, which again are a progression of tutorials plus a hardware build. And the fourth option is you can choose to host a game jam, which is a lot of fun. And I'll talk about these options next. So Code a Carnival. So this is really fun. We did these Carnival skill maps for our 2022 Hour of Code, and they were just so popular. Kids and teachers really, really love them. And so we took those and we kind of fleshed them out into this sort of mini course called Code a Carnival, which you can get to from arcade.makecode.com/courses/carnival. And let me just show you that here. And I can paste this into chat as well. So this is sort of the landing page that we have for this Code a Carnival. You can see there's a facilitator guide, there's resources associated with it, and there's a student-facing. And so the facilitator guide here, you can go through it, but basically it will just walk through sort of how to create a sort of mini course. And you can do a 1-day Code a Carnival, you could do 5 days, you could do 8 days, right? With some example activities. And again, you could use the microbits. I think it's down here at the bottom. You could use the microbits, to have the kids create their own physical computing sort of midway games. Yeah, so this is the information on that. So that's a lot of fun. And yeah, so this is the lesson with the 3 different tutorials that we have available, as well as the little midway game instructions. So that's a fun one to do. All right, let's go back to PowerPoint. The other option is just combining a skill map with a hardware build. So again, a skill map is a scaffolded set of tutorials that are available for you. So I'll show you just an example here. So on our main homepage, the skill maps are actually the top rows here. So we have a set of beginner skill maps, which are, tend to be the ones that you would start on first, as well as sort of a little bit more advanced skill maps that are a little bit more involved or a little bit longer. But again, these skill maps, if I was to open one, this is the Save the Dinos skill map. Each one of these squares represents a tutorial. And so in this skill map, there's 4 tutorials to help you build out this Save the Dinos project. And to open it, I would just click on it and select Start. One thing I do want to call out, though, in each of these skill maps, you'll see this learning outcomes. I know it's not very, it's a little bit subtle, but if I click on this learning outcomes, I can get all of the educator materials related to this skill map. So you can see how long it'll take to do the first, to do each of these tutorials, the learning objectives, the computer science concepts covered, and then as well as the, the blocks used, as well as the solution for each one of these tutorials. So, so highly recommend using these learning outcomes with the skill maps that you do with your students. Okay. And then the hardware builds. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. So again, if you go to the main arcade page and you scroll down, you'll see a couple different rows here. One is DIY hardware. And this is where you can create your own arcade cabinets, a shoebox controller, kiosk. You can use Makey in your games. And then we also have arts and crafts. So you can make your own pixel art t-shirts. Like, I don't know if you can see the t-shirt that I'm wearing here, but this is a MakeCode Arcade pixelized t-shirt. And this is the Lego bricks murals. So I'm just looking at the time. I think I'm actually over, so apologies. But I think all of these slides will be available to you after the session at aka.ms/arcadecon 2025 slides. I'm just going to put this in here. So, so I just got the hook to get off stage. But thank you all. And all of these resources are available free to you to use. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Sarah. And actually, I think I'm on your session, Sarah.
Yeah, I would love to help to moderate a little bit, I think, because sometimes it's hard to pay attention to chat while you're trying to answer questions. But let me go ahead and present really quick here.
Just popping in real quick. Also, Jacqueline, we lost your camera. If you could try to unshare that and share that again.
Oh, let's see.
All right. Yeah, well, Jacqueline's hopefully fixing some camera issues. I'll just go ahead and get started. Thank you everyone for being here. I hope you've been having a great day so far. I've been kind of lurking in the background watching these sessions, and it's so energizing to see so many passionate people present our awesome product. But this is an AMA for me. And again, thanks to Jacqueline for being kind of my moderator here and leading that awesome session. But yeah, this is me. I'm an
Yeah.
engineer.
So, am I back? Can you hear or see me?
Yes, lagging a little bit. Maybe that's on my end though. I've been having some
Okay.
weird internet problems.
Okay, great. But you can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, so this is an AMA. So ask me anything for Sarah. Sarah, do you want to go ahead and give everyone kind of a brief overview and introduction to yourself? And then I have some queued up questions that people have submitted beforehand, but we're also very open to taking questions from the chat. So, so Sarah, hand it off to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jacqueline. And then yeah, for anyone who's asking questions live, you can use hashtag #AskSarah so we can kind of sift through questions easier. But I do know Kiki gracefully passed me some of the questions that were asked before, so I do know some of them. And it's kind of nice because some of the questions were about my background and how I got here. So I think I'm going to answer some of them, Jacqueline, just as an FYI. But basically, I am a engineer on the MakeCode team, and it was kind of an arduous process getting here. I'm going to start back in my college years. I graduated in 2022, so I've been working as an engineer for about almost 3 years. It'll be 3 years in August, but I didn't start with computer science or software engineering. My college, my first major going to college was mechanical engineering because I really liked engineering. Like this course that we had, it was basically a makerspace, and like I just liked making things. And so I was like, okay, mechanical engineering is that, and you have this physical element to it. And so I went in that direction, but just didn't like it. I took the courses, and the time I spent studying was exhausting, and it was hard to like process the information that I was getting through or even do the assignments. And I'm like, and meanwhile, I had friends in computer science who were just diving in and creating things and finding out some like all about really cool algorithms. I'm like, that seems great. So I basically just kind of made the switch. I first started in computer engineering though, just because I was like, maybe I'll still like the physical stuff. Like maybe I'll get into robotics and go from there and get that makerspace part of it. But electrical engineering classes are really hard. If anyone's taken electrical engineering classes or know anything about that, it's tricky. So I was like, I don't see myself doing this either. And so I just made the full switch into computer science, and then also ended up getting a minor in computing for the interactive arts. So I was able to integrate some creativity in there. And then upon graduation, I got hired by Microsoft and was able to join the MakeCode team. So that's a little bit of a long story into software engineering, but it was a fun process getting here, for sure. And the MakeCode team was kind of a surprise for me. For Microsoft hiring out of university hires, you don't really get to choose what team you're going to be on. It's just kind of like you're in a pool of all these hirees, and you get placed into whatever teams have availability, essentially. And so when I was told that I was getting placed on the MakeCode team, I was like so excited. First of all, I actually didn't even know what MakeCode was. So that was I was like, oh, that might not be a good thing. But then I looked into it a little bit more, and I was like, this is exactly what I wanted. Because at the end of the school year, as you're applying for all these jobs, that you're trying to find a job in the software engineering industry, it's kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall and trying to get into a company that you like. But it was exhausting for me because coding challenges are so hard. And like I was just like, I can't keep trying to apply to companies that don't really speak to my interests. So I eventually started applying to tech ed or ed tech jobs. And then I got the offer from Microsoft, and now I'm working at MakeCode. So it's kind of like, it felt like divine intervention almost. where I was like, I was looking for this kind of work, and now I'm at Microsoft with the exact same product. So
That's a
that's why I'm
wonderful
here.
story. That's a great
Long-winded, I
story.
know.
So we do have a few questions in chat. So Mine Art Book asks, as a student, could you provide like a roadmap for becoming a computer science engineer?
I mean, my roadmap is going to look so much different from anyone else's. I think it really depends on the kind of interest that really pulls you to computer science. But I would say, like, to start is to just experiment with stuff. And that's what I really wish I did more when I was starting with CS and software engineering, is just playing with things. Like, how does this website work? And inspecting the element, and then like maybe trying to like hack with it a little bit, and then maybe go from there to making your own website, or like, how does this app work, and try to get into app development, or like, what makes this hardware tick? Like, just kind of digging into it, because then you're going to find out what you really enjoy, and then you can kind of get more niche and get your independent interests from there. I think that's like the start point. And then you would just kind of build on top of it. Whatever language or area really suits your fancy, just kind of build skills on top of it, and kind of try to stay up to date with a lot of stuff that's going on, like join communities where like that kind of development is happening, so you can kind of get a feel for what the culture coding in that environment looks like, because the programming culture can change based on what kind of coding you're doing. So yeah, there are a lot of roads to take, and I think the best advice I could give is be curious.
I love that. Great advice. And then Don asked a more technical question. So MakeCode JavaScript seems to actually be TypeScript. Is it backwards compatible with JavaScript, or do I need to learn TypeScript too?
This actually is a question that I'm not 100% confident on, but it is backwards compatible with JavaScript to an extent. Like, MakeCode kind of does our own flavor of JavaScript, so it goes well with gaming and retro gaming and the hardware that we use. So yes, yes and yes. I think TypeScript, just to put it out there, TypeScript is a kind of more modern take on JavaScript, and I think is more valuable for students to learn at this point anyway. Like, JavaScript might be a good starting point, but at the end of the day, if you're wanting to go into web development, you need to know TypeScript. So it's a good thing that MakeCode can kind of play this inner role, because it's important.
Yeah, the way I've heard it explained is, TypeScript is strongly typed JavaScript, Don. And so as students are learning about data types and things like that, TypeScript might be a better option than JavaScript, where you can basically do anything. So a few more guardrails on it might be good. All right, so Ren has asked a couple really good questions here. I'm going to pick one of them here. She asked, what was a standout moment for you while working at Microsoft? And also, actually, I'm going to put both of these questions in at once. Also, what do you love about coding? What really sparks your interest? So, standout learning moment, and then what do you love about coding?
Oh my gosh, there's so much for learning and loving. It's a great field to be in to start out with. But for Microsoft, I think you can tell by now, I work with some amazing people. So it's kind of like I'm learning every day on the job just by being able to hear about what other people are working on. But I think the biggest learning moment was kind of like my start out project. I think Kiki has mentioned it. There's also an article out there in Reinvented, if you know that magazine at all. where I basically started my work on the Mako team with Kiosk and kind of refactoring it a little bit and adding the ability to get that code. Since been kind of reworked even more by our amazing engineer Eric, and now we have the Kiosk in the Xbox. So it's just kind of like taken off from there. But I got my hands dirty, so to speak, with like starting this refactoring work for Kiosk and like knowing what it looks like to refactor code and make things a little bit better, and like digging more into React because I didn't have a lot of web dev experience before starting work. It was a huge learning experience, and I'm so grateful that I was able to work on something so independent, like fresh out of college, because not a lot of like teams will let you do that. A lot of the times you're just kind of sitting on bug work and you might not even get your first bug fix in until like a month after. But I basically started diving into Kiosk the first month I was working here and took it from there. So I think the standout learning moment was just all of Kiosk, because there's so much learning you have to do when you're starting something like that. But yeah, and then in terms of what I love about coding, I think it's the problem solving and the creativity and the like kind of different creativity and problem solving together. Like they're the separate parts, and then how you can be creative by solving a problem. Like I actually asked this question on the forum, because I host weekly topics. So we're on the forum, as most of my colleagues have mentioned. At this point, we have a very vibrant community. But I host these weekly topics just to kind of spur a community, more sense of getting to know each other and all this stuff. And I asked this week, I'm like, what's your favorite part of coding? And a lot of people said just creating something, being able to say like, I started at this point and I got something here. And I think that's the same for me. It's just like kind of knowing that the world is your oyster almost, is the best part, where it's like, you have a foundation of like, okay, I know for loops and I know if statements and I know all of these things, and now I can put them together to make something amazing. So I think creativity and then problem solving, like being able to be like, okay, how does this fit into something? Why does it work this way? It's so fun to learn about because computers are so complex. I think that's it.
All right. That's a great answer. Yeah. So I'm going to take a question that was pre-submitted first. So the question is, can you give an example of a challenge that you really had a hard time with in your work that you faced? And like, how do you overcome these challenges? How do you like troubleshoot your way out of some of these, kind of issues or problems that you face?
Yeah, that's a really good question. There are so many problems, so many different kinds of problems. I could give you an example of all the sorts. But the first thing that I think of, or the biggest one that I ran into when I first started working, was actually Kiosk, and like the feature where you have the code that's generated for students to add games to a kiosk that runs on a timer. And once the timer runs out, it switches out the code, and et cetera, et cetera. And I was struggling with making that timer work well and make sure that the state wasn't overlapping and making sure that like the old code didn't still accept submissions for the kiosk. And it was just like, it was a mess. So the way I got out of it was asking for help. Eric helped me a lot with that. And I think that's the biggest thing for most of the problems I've had since, where it's like, you just need to kind of know when you run into a roadblock that's just completely impossible. Because of course you have to do your due diligence of try to like, kind of like the curiosity thing, right? Of digging into something. Why aren't I getting it? What piece of information am I missing here? So take that time a little bit to kind of sit with the problem. But after you've hit this wall for so long, it's like, okay, I can't do it by myself. I need these amazing people that I work with to help me out. So I think most of the time when I run into blockers, I ask, of course, experiment and research a little bit, but most of the time I get help from others.
That was great. Okay, I see in the chat, Comet Vids has asked this question twice. I think this is a feature request rather than a question for you, Sarah. But question is it possible to have the proper height in the raycasting extension?
You know, I don't use the raycasting extension very much, and I've seen some amazing projects being done with it. I would imagine that it is possible. I just don't know how.
All right. And then Ryan asks, hey, does Microsoft offer some kind of virtual speaker program to have female computer science professionals such as yourselves come and speak to schools? Because I imagine it could be very inspirational for young women to see role models like yourself.
I don't know of any. I have to imagine that there are. Just because Microsoft's mission is to have everyone on the planet achieve more, and getting more women speaking about tech to especially young women would be so incredible. But I haven't tried to look into it, unfortunately. I know there have been opportunities here in MakeCode where Kiki's hosted some things with Girl Scouts, and I've been able to sit in and experience it, and it is incredible. So yeah, not that I know of, but maybe it's something I could also look into starting, But great question.
I love it. Let's do it. Yeah. And I will say that during CS Education Week in December, we do have Microsoft employees going out into school districts and doing an hour of code with students and talking about their careers. So that is a great time. And certainly if anyone would like members of the MakeCode team, Matthew, to come, like Sarah or Kiki or whoever on the MakeCode team, please do drop us a request in the forum, and we'll definitely see how we can accommodate, because we love going to classrooms, interacting with students. So
definitely.
All right. So let's see. Let me pull out. I think we have just a few more minutes. So another question from Ren. Do you code in your downtime? And if so, is there something that you've made, as just like a hobby, or as something that, you want to do on your free time?
I haven't coded in my free time in a while. I've had new hobbies since kind of starting the job that I've just kind of dove into, where I don't spend as much time coding outside of work. But I was trying for a bit to make my own personal website, just because I haven't really had one before. I know it's kind of common for people starting out to kind of have your own portfolio and yada yada, but I never really had that. And so I was like, well, what would mine look like? And so I was kind of diving into making art for it and making my own website and using Vite. If anyone knows about Vite, it's a great place to start with React. But yeah, don't code too much. But I did start trying to make my own website.
All right. And then Alex asks, what other topics outside of programming would you like to have explored more in school?
Oh my gosh. Oh, there are so many. I wish I could go back. I took a landscape architecture class in college. It was one of those first GEs that you just kind of knock out. It was for a practical arts or something like that. And I ended up really liking it. And I think about it a lot, actually. So I think it would be really cool to kind of, if I could, elaborate that education and maybe even integrate landscaping and computer science and see how those things meet. But that was my favorite for sure.
Love that. And you have cats. They also take up a lot of free time.
Yes, that's true. I adopted 2 cats just a bit ago, and they're a hoot.
All right. So let's see. One of the questions that was pre-submitted talks a little bit about what you talked about before around why you like coding. Can you talk a little bit more about combining technology and creativity and how you get to use some of your creative skills and sort of that left part of your brain, or is it the right, in
One
like
of the
your
two.
work, in your coding? So
Yeah, I kind of like I said, I think a lot of the time when you're problem solving, you're also doing creative things, even if you don't really realize it. But on the MakeCode team in particular, there are always like some things where it's like the UI could be a little bit different, and maybe I can fiddle with it to make it a little bit better. And so sometimes I take the opportunity, or even with kiosk, or there have been some other small bug fixes where I like make a little piece of art and put it in there. So I think you can take small things and incorporate it into the problem solving that you do, to add that little creative spark in there. Even just like leading things in your team to be more creative. That's the thing that I think I've found as I've worked more, is that creativity doesn't necessarily just mean art, as I really liked a lot before when I graduated. I'm like, I want to just do art and design and UI, and like that's it. But now I'm like, well, there's a lot of really creative things you can do with writing and answering questions and creating community. And so I would encourage you to kind of try to find what brings you joy, and then like trying to like integrate that into your work and seeing where you can get it, because that's creative in and of itself.
love it. Love that. All right. So I think maybe last question, Sarah. And this one I'm going to pick from Don. And he's asking a question to kind of get a little bit of the behind the scenes kind of sausage making in the factory. Like, what kind of processes do we use here at MakeCode? So if you can kind of give us a little bit of insight into sort of a day in the life of, or like, how do you know like what you're going to build, and like what is that process for you to like actually build out a feature? So maybe just walk us through that.
Sure. I do think that processes like per engineer actually varies a lot on the team. Like I think there are a lot of things that I learned from other engineers, just from like, oh, you can do this keyboard shortcut in VS Code and make your life a lot easier. It blows my mind all the time. Uh, so I think my process usually is a little bit more manual because I don't dig into the shortcuts as much. But usually like a day to day, it looks like I look at emails, I look at Teams messages. I also try to kind of set the priorities for the day. Usually I'm working on bugs or features or whatever else, and I kind of have to break it down to like, okay, well, what's the most important thing, right? And then after kind of getting context of like where I'm at with my coworkers and also the problem I'm solving, you kind of dive in and work. And then you have meetings, of course, which can kind of take you out of the flow sometimes. But yeah. And then of course we use VS Code underneath the hood. I'm pretty sure most of us are, if not all of us are, using VS Code, GitHub for all of our code in the cloud. What else? I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like the biggest processes.
Yeah, I
regular
would just also
processes.
add that, we're lucky in that we're a small team and we can communicate and collaborate a lot. And so we have daily stand-ups, and stand-ups are, I don't know, Sarah, you want to talk a little bit about what are our stand-ups?
Oh man, our stand-ups are fun. I don't know. Like there's always someone like throwing a joke in there, but I mean it's great to kind of come in contact with the people that you work with, even especially working remotely, and getting like an insight of what people are working on. Everyone's sharing like, oh, what I went through this today, maybe I ran into this problem, and maybe we'll sync afterwards because it's a pretty short meeting and sometimes our stuff is kind of complicated. So
Great. All right. Any last pearls of wisdom you want to share with any of the educators watching, or any of the aspiring computer scientists watching?
yeah, while I answer this, I'll throw this up on the the screen. Of course, don't forget to take the survey, and the code for this session is inspire. But I would just really, especially since the title of the session was for women in coding, and I know we've answered a lot of questions, but I want to say for women, sometimes it's like, I think when I was first learning about computer science, I've had this very rigid understanding of what it was. I'm like, okay, this is what it's going to be. I'm going to get into computer science and I'm going to get a software engineering job, wherever that's going to look. But there's so many niches out there, and I think Arcade does a really good job, and MakeCode itself actually as a whole with Microbit and Minecraft does an amazing job of kind of painting this picture of how broad computer science can be. Like there are so many cool niches that you probably don't even know about that definitely uses computer science. So if there's kind of like I was saying with like the landscape architecture thing, like if you have another passion and you also really like computer science, try combining them. You might make something new. You might be able to like just kind of blow apart an industry. You never know what you can do. The world is your oyster. I'll say it again. I know it's a very cliche thing to say, but there's a lot of stuff you can do with code, and just dive in.
Great. Thank you, Sarah, for sharing all of this for us today. And with that, I think we're going to hand it over to the next session. And I'm not sure. Let's see. I think it's delighters. That's right. All right. Well, thanks everybody for joining.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Hello, I'm back. Did you miss me? Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Jacqueline. That was wonderful. Sarah, it's always fun to hear about someone's progression into computer science, especially when they're sort of at the beginning of their career. I think a lot of times we get speakers places who have been in programming forever, and it was such a different experience when they were going through, and to be able to hear a little bit more about what you did, and the fact that you said that that your experience would be different, your pathway would be different from other people's, is super helpful. I also love how you just casually dropped that you might blow apart an industry if you start learning computer science when you're young and mixing it with other things. So you heard it here first. You might blow apart an industry, and that's what we're looking for, is just people to disrupt, people to make it so that the status quo is not quite so status or so quo. So thank you. This is our final session. Do stay tuned after this. We're going to bring everybody back who was able to come back, and we're going to do a Q&A. So people in the chat can ask us anything about any of the sessions that we've already had, or anything that's left over on their mind about Arcade in general, or even if you would like to know something more specifically about MakeCode. So, all right, Dr. Horrible. I'm not going to say that I'm making Dr. Horrible references on live. Yeah, I love Neil Patrick Harris. Okay, delighters in MakeCode Arcade. We're going to do introductions again. We're going to talk about what's a delighter. And then that will lead into a bunch of things that are just inherently delightful. Speaking of delightful, my name is Kiki Protzman. I am at KikiVSIT across all my social media platforms. And I came here via code.org, joined MakeCode in 2020, and have been here ever since. And I'm just happy as a clam. So that's me. This time, I would like to actually bring Richard up to do his own intro. Richard?
I'm Richard. This is my cat AutoZone. It's nice to see you all. I'm at Richard on the MakeCode forums.
Richard will be producing this segment and saving my hindquarters if I need it again. But I think we're good with this one, because this is all about delighters. So all about the things that really make MakeCode Arcade just delightful. And at Microsoft, we talk about delighters as if they are something that is not required of a product. We it's not something that if it's missing, people are like, oh, well, this doesn't have this. It's more something that we put in there purely to make people smile. They weren't necessarily said, we're going to put this in so that we can reach this target or that we can make this happen. But they're things that just make the experience a little bit nicer. And so some of these fit that to a T. Others do have quite a bit of functionality, and we hope to expand on them at some point of time. So I'm going to start with MakeCode Arcade multiplayer. And we could go back to arcade.makecode.com, scroll through and find the multiplayer tutorials. There is a line for them. But we've been doing that a lot. And that is one way that you already know how to get to basically everything in MakeCode. But each of those rows also has a page associated with it. So if you want to go straight to the multiplayer tutorial page, you can use this URL here, and it will take you to our list of multiplayer tutorials that we have. So I love the multiplayer tutorials, not just because they're fun games. Many of them are pretty elaborate games that use extensions to make them much more succinct so that students can get through them in a single class period. But also, just as Scott at the very beginning was talking about how when you put something, when you take it off your computer screen and just you know how it got there, it's really not that special, to you anymore because you've been coding on it for days. You put it on something else, suddenly it becomes real. It becomes a real thing. And if you were here for the coding game show games session with Alex, then you saw firsthand what it's like to share a game and have other people jump on and then you battle each other. This arrow battle game is one of those. This pizza party game is one of those. They're games where you can have multiple people from across the country jump on at the same time and play. And one of the wonderful things about multiplayer on Arcade is that we've prioritized safety. There is no way to chat with one another. You can't send messages, ask for secret meetings, tell people who you really are. You can't do any of that. The best you'll get is like if you look at Pizza Party and you see how these sprites are color-coded, your avatar will be that sprite. And that's pretty much as personalized as it gets. And then for chatting, you can't talk to each other, but you can press number keys 1 through 5 and spam as many emoji as you want while you're playing. If we have time at the end, maybe I'll come back and we can play one live. But we do already have some games that are coded if you want to experiment with it. If you remember me mentioning, this is one of the features that you need to be logged in to initiate a game. So these multiplayer games are already created. They don't need to be coded. If you'd like to play around with them and see what it means to host a multiplayer game, they're right there. No problemo. While we're talking about amazing games and how fun it is, I want to move over to Kiosk. If you were just listening to the last session, Sarah worked on bringing Kiosk to life. This was also shown by Scott in the very first session when he was basically loading these things live. He brought this up on his Xbox. And I like to say that MakeCode Arcade is the quickest way to get your game on an Xbox. So other Xbox games take a long time to develop, a long time to get in the store, and it can be quite a process. But if you make a game on MakeCode Arcade, you can pull in Kiosk and you could be playing your game on your Xbox, your own game, the game you created on Xbox by lunchtime. And that's something that Kiosk has allowed us to do. I think that's super amazing. This version of Kiosk, this is how it comes by default. There are already games on it. You now can scroll using your arrow buttons, using your mouse. You can click things around. It didn't used to be that way, but we had Eric do some work to make sure that it was useful, whether it was on an actual kiosk or whether you're using it on your computer. But all of these games were made in MakeCode by our engineers. Some of the majority of them, I believe, were built in blocks and using extensions. But it's just a really good illustration of how detailed and fun you can get with some of these games. Oh, Asphodel. That makes a great Friday Fun Day, by the way. Yeah. So these are the games that come on the kiosk. And if you want to use the kiosk in your classroom, maybe you're building a classroom kiosk, or maybe you just want to collect all the games at the end of class and have your students turn them in, and you can go through them and just kind of let people know, let them celebrate the work that they've been doing to class. Oh, we do have a question. Is there a limit to how many games you can put on kiosk? I'm going to imagine that the answer is yes. Richard, I'm going to let you hop in, or if Sarah is still around. But I don't know. I've never tried to max it out.
Not that I'm aware of, but that's more a question for Sarah than it is for me.
Okay. Well, I think Sarah went to take a break before the Q&A, so we will ask her then. That's a great one to bring back to the Q&A. If you want to use this with your own class, we do have a tag that or a flag, clean equals 1, and that will give you an empty kiosk. So you don't have any of those games mixed in with your classroom games. I'm going to take a leap of faith here, knowing that I have the ability to delete or switch tabs, and I am going to make my kiosk open. So we have a kiosk ID here, and this kiosk ID, you can go into your game and you can share your game to this address. Let me copy this real quick. And let me go into one of those games that's already coded. We will go into, let's do Falling Duck. Falling Duck has had its day a couple of different ways today. And I will go to share my project, and under this button here, this is the joystick for kiosk, and you put your kiosk code in there. When you click submit, you'll see that it was submitted successfully to the kiosk, and I heard the little ding that let me know. It also said Falling Duck added. So when I return to the menu, now you'll see Falling Duck over and over because that's the only game in there. As other people add their games, they will add, there we go, Dungeon Crawler. Thank you very much. At the moment, we don't have usernames to know who is contributing, but I'm just going to say thank you and leave it at that. But the really neat thing is when you do this, you can go through at the end of class and say, oh, look, this is Falling Duck. What a creative use of duck. And just make sure everybody gets a moment to acknowledge their game before you're done. And it makes it just a whole lot more fun for students. I also wanted to mention here, you'll notice that some games had, I'm going to click and go back in this. They had animated GIFs as they were showing up on the kiosk. You can do that by when you go to share, update project thumbnail. I'm so good at this game, as you can tell. I can't play and click buttons at the same time. I am not that great at these. But yeah, you can record your game. I'm going to hit record first. There we go. There we go. And then it records your animated GIF. It asks you if that's the recording you would like. And yes, I really wanted a recording over and over of my failures. Let's see. Oh, sometimes when you record, then hit reload, it just takes the screen before you hit reload. But you get the point. Maybe on a slightly less difficult game, you could get a slightly longer animated GIF, and then that becomes your thumbnail. Then when you apply it, that is what will pop up on social media, in the kiosk, et cetera, et cetera. when that link goes in. So that's another little kind of delighter. And if you're going to be looking at kiosk, then you should, okay, I'm really over that do sound. So I'm going to go back to the educators page so I can show you the hardware projects that go along with this. So if you've been using kiosk in your classroom, then you might want to consider making your own classroom kiosk. So we have a couple of versions here. This wood and laptop version was created by a local makerspace, and they designed this in CAD to be cut out on a CNC router. And we have all the files for it. Everything you need, including the list of hardware, everything is here. And you've got the drawing kind of exploded. It breaks down into a top cabinet and a bottom cabinet. Bottom cabinet. And then you can put them together, but you can also just leave it like this and set it on a desk. It depends, I guess, on how big your router is and how much wood you want to purchase. These buttons are the typical buttons we use for this, for the shoebox controller, for lots of different projects that we have, because they just work really well with USB. So this is a really fun project to make. And then in this one, they actually purchased a screen this size that was made for arcade cabinets and plugged it in through HDMI to their laptop. And then the buttons and joystick just work like your controllers. They send those same signals so that you can continue playing just like you would play on the regular computer. This is one that we're kind of continually working on. This is a cardboard arcade cabinet. And the fun thing about this is that is a laptop in there. So if you have a Surface PC or if you have Chromebooks that your kids are coding on, then you can have them measure those Chromebooks and figure out, okay, here's your hands-on maker project. We're going to be making arcade cabinets for our games today. So you need to measure, you need to figure out what size screen you're going to cut out. You need to figure out how you're going to support the laptop inside the arcade cabinet. How are you going to make it so that you can put the buttons up there without it bumping on the keyboard if your laptop doesn't open to 180 degrees? And they can design their own stuff out of cardboard and tape. And it's a really fun project. And the neat thing about this is once it is set all up in there, it feels like you're playing on an arcade cabinet. And then students become even more excited to create their own games for the arcade cabinet. So my suggestions in classroom is you start with your tutorials, teaching them how to use arcade. And they do some things that everybody's kind of doing the same thing, but putting their own flair. And then you do this project and you have them make their own arcade, have them theme it, have them say, and usually it's in pairs or even small groups, and have them choose a theme for their arcade cabinet. Maybe it's monkeys. And then once they have that cabinet and they have it themed, then you set them off to create games for that cabinet. Suddenly, those games are for them. They're not for turning in. They're not for grades. They're for their cabinet. And they're so much more excited to create them. It's a really, really cool project. I highly recommend. And yes, embrace the cardboard. I love it. Along the same kind of feeling is these little doohickeys. So we saw a version of the standalone little handheld game thing when Scott was presenting this morning. This one you can get, it's already kind of coated in rubber. This has the ability to hold multiple games. It comes with some games on it. This is the Game Go that Jacqueline was showing the curriculum for earlier. So you can put your game on one of these puppies. And the really neat thing about this is that it feels just much more real when you're playing on one of these types of things. It feels like it's no longer just an assignment that you did. It's kind of like, wow, how did my game get on a real handheld? You could take it and play it while you're waiting in line. You could play it in the car You can play it on the bus on the way to school. People will want to play it. People won't believe you made the game. And then we have this type of thing. And this is very similar, but it's meant to use microbit cartridges, which I just happen to have like half a dozen of. But it uses microbit cartridges to store the games. And the really neat thing about this for people of a certain age is that you remember being able to put game cartridges in and then swap them out and play another game and not constantly have to overwrite what's on there. And so if you have multiple microbits, you can have multiple games that you just swap out and use as game cartridges. It's so much fun. And these types of things used to be really inexpensive. They have grown in price over the past 5 years or so. But you can still get them anywhere between $40 for something like a Meowbit, up to, I think these run into the like $60 range, up to $80, depending on how nice you get. And you don't have to get one for every student. That's kind of a cool thing also is I have talked to some teachers who get maybe 5 of them. And now we don't sell these. So I'm not like pitching them. I can't get you a volume discount or anything. We don't sell these. I have to order them the same way everybody else does. But if you order 5 of them or so, and then people who get done with their game, if they met and exceeded standards, or if they were done first, or however you like to prioritize kudos for your students, you can have their 5 games be on each of these handhelds, and then people can play with them, show them off, and their game is on there for a week or until however long you do the next project, and then it swaps and somebody else's game goes on them. So that's a really fun little delighter as well. Okay, so we talked about hardware. We talked about kiosk. We talked about Xbox. So let's go ahead and talk about let's talk about the little delighters within the program. So these have been hinted at as well throughout different sessions, but I'm going to go to, I heard this ding. I know somebody else added something. Toy Story by Roman. Very nice. Thank you, Roman. So I'm going to go here, and I want to not underestimate the delightfulness of choosing your theme. So we had so many people celebrate when we added dark theme, and the ability to change your theme from person to person really is a small step to make this feel like it belongs to you and like it's your interface. So I highly recommend showing your students how to use that. Another thing I wanted to show you was I talked a little bit about image packs. Image packs is another one of those delighters, the things that you can add to your code that, yeah, see, this is the banner they were talking about earlier. I did that. That's my fault. I'm very, very sorry. I'm going to go ahead and make it so that that doesn't pop up anymore. Let's go ahead and look at the image pack style. Ooh, this throws me off because dark is not usually my theme. Let's go ahead and move over there. See, visceral reaction. Just you can tell when it's yours. Yes. So we have Richard is going to be working on the ability for us to make the process of creating image packs even easier. So we do have something in progress, and it should be done before long. I am going to attempt to use that version here because I'm feeling fearless, because I know Richard is behind the scenes. I'm going to go ahead and do it.
I'm not 100% sure it's in beta yet.
Okay, well, we're going to try it anyway. We are live at the moment. However, this ends after this day, and if it doesn't work, I don't have to put it up. So here we go. I need an image to put up there. So let me add an image, and I'm going to be pretty cliche and boring. Oops, I always forget. Pretty cliche and boring right now. I'm just going to do a smiley face. So here we go. smiley face, but imagine that this is not a smiley face. Imagine that this is art that you've been working on for your final project, for a game, and you want to be able to go over to the forum and share all that art. Man, if you visit our forum at all, you will see some of the most unbelievable games done by the people on our forum, a lot of them quite young, and they do some amazing art. So I highly recommend you look at some of the games on the forum. Occasionally, people will also post their asset packs, but it is possible to basically turn any game into an asset pack. All right, I have an asset now. I usually delete my blocks, but this won't be necessary at some point to do that, because when you label it as an asset pack, it doesn't look for anything basically other than your assets. So, all right, I'm going to click over to JavaScript. We're going to have a little drum roll as I go down to the pxt.json. Not there yet. That's okay. That's totally fine. I was prepared for this. So we're going to go to asset.json. And the reason we're going to do that is because in order for it to be treated as an asset pack, we need a line down here that is asset pack camel case. And then we need this colon, and then we need true there. And then this little bit here is what tells the project you're importing it into that this is an asset pack and that you should treat it as such. All right, so now I'm going to click back into main TS to save that. And then just because as a coder, I'm paranoid about whether stuff saves, I'm going to just go back in and check. And it is there, so we are excellent. I'm going to go back to main TS. And now I have this to add into other projects. I can, like I showed you before with the extensions, I can kind of take the risk into my own hands, although we have the asset pack thing, so this shouldn't be an issue now because asset packs kind of get their own category that they go into, so it shouldn't collide with anything in a new project. But I'm going to go ahead and copy this link. And now when I go into a new project, I really feel a drum roll in my head, just so everybody out there knows. Hello. Oh, it wanted to reload because this one's not in beta. Just to make sure I don't cause any issues, I'm going to put this one in beta too. There we go. There we go. Extension. And then I'm going to pull that asset pack in as an extension. All I did was make a project, share it. Now it's an extension. Yes, I know it's already open elsewhere. But now you'll see that my assets are in this project as well. So, and it's going to fuss at me because I brought in a project that is already open somewhere else. But that is the process. You can also do the same thing that you did. Yeah. I know I did the conflict myself. I'm sorry about that. You can also do the same process as you do with extensions where you upload it to GitHub and then you pull the GitHub URL to import it in. But then it's sometimes easier for people to make a bunch of images and bring them in than it is for them to do a lot of code and bring them in. So just wanted to show that. Those are some of the main delighters in Microsoft MakeCode Arcade. Speaking of delighters, I think it's time for another giveaway, right? We did stickers, we did posters, and we did a word search. I'm now going to do backgrounds. So we have a folder full of desktop backgrounds based on MakeCode backgrounds. So these have been sized up. In some cases, they've had things added to the side so it'll fit a larger desktop. But we now have a bunch of images for you that you can use in graphics on your computer, on a website, when you're doing stuff with MakeCode Arcade. And the URL for this is aka.ms/arcadebg. Okay, I think with that, it wraps up our sessions here today for ArcadeCon. So we have one final Q&A left. I really want to hear what burning questions have been left on your mind. Hopefully we now have some people coming into the green room that can be added to the chat. We will wait until 4 o'clock to officially kick off the Q&A. So I am going to hide back behind the scenes, go rally the troops, and we'll be back in a minute. All right. Okay, I'm going to welcome everybody who wants to pop on stage to add themselves. We'll add Alex. Hello, hello, hello. All right. So many comments since the last time I checked because I was staring at my computer and not at the chat.
One of them, did you share your code for your session, Kiki?
Oh, yeah. I did not switch back to flip to my survey. I will put that in the comments. I need to remember what it was. Amazing. Seems appropriate. It's almost like someone made it who thought I would do a really good job. There we go. Oh, I'm not sure if that actually went out to everybody. There we go. Okay, I have a question for the extension master, Rick Knoll. I love your extensions. Which one are you most proud of?
I don't know. I think my favorite one is my arcade state transitions one, which I think nobody uses except for me, but it's very useful. So that one's probably my favorite. But the one I had the most fun making is my fancy text extension, which, by the way, if you're a fan of the fancy text extension, there are a ton of updates coming to it soon. So look forward to that. Like, I'm adding a bunch of things like kerning support and multicolored fonts and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah.
Can you tell us a little more what the states extension is?
Yeah, the state transitions extension is for doing little state machines in your games, which is really useful because a lot of times in games you have like a title screen and then you have the actual game and then you have like a high score screen. And so it's a nice way to say like my game is currently in the title screen state. Now it's in the game state. Now it's in the high score state. And then you can go kind of back around. It's just a really neat way to organize your code.
Yes, imagine having the option to say when the A key is pressed, but only when you're in the main game page, the player should jump, not when you're in the title screen or something like that. It's extremely useful.
We're going to test out how much weight the screen can hold. We're just going to add as many people as possible.
I believe the limit is 10 people.
Okay. I think we're good. All right. Do we have any other questions for any of us?
I wanted to answer the kiosk question because I did hear it, and I was like, oh god, I was listening, but I wasn't in the StreamYard, and I was panicking. But there.
Can you repeat the question just for people who didn't see the last session?
Yes. The question is there a limit to how many games you can add to kiosk? The answer is yes. Like most things in computer science, there are limitations and constrictions that you have. It's basically confined by your local storage in the browser. So I just looked it up. It's like 5 megabytes. And we also do some throttling on our end. But the games that are stored, your custom games, are all stored in your local storage, and they can only store 5 megabytes worth of content. I hope you're not pressing that limit because that's a lot. That's a lot of games.
Realistically, you're not going to hit that limit with MakeCode games.
So probably if you're doing it for like a classroom or a couple of classrooms, you probably shouldn't have an issue.
Yeah. Also, I think 5 megabytes might be like the minimum. Like I think Chrome and stuff give you much more than that for local storage.
Excellent. Mine Art Book asks, does the distance matter in multiplayer games?
That's a good question. So our multiplayer is done with a serverless model. So when you are doing a multiplayer game, whoever is hosting the game is actually streaming that to everybody else who is connected. You're streaming directly to them using a protocol that I don't remember the name of right now. But that means that the distance and the internet quality of people who are streaming the game is very important. So if you have a bad internet and you are connected to the game, it's not as bad. But if you're the person who's hosting the game, it can be pretty bad for everybody else who's playing. You might not see lag, but they will. Woof woof. I already answered this question in the chat. But any chance we could have more than 4-player multiplayer? We've talked about it. We don't have plans to do it right now. If we were to do that, we would probably have to switch from the approach that we currently do of streaming directly to the other people and instead host it on servers, which is something that I think we want to do long term, but we don't have any plans right now for like when that would happen. So. All right, I think we can round robin this one. So I'm going to go a solid JavaScript.
Yeah, sorry. I figure we'll probably just go around JavaScript for sure.
Yeah, I've never had to do professional Python. Oh, maybe once for like a month, but I've only ever had to do JavaScript professionally. So I'm going to go JavaScript there too.
Yeah, JavaScript. Another one.
Ditto, for sure.
I'm 100% in the JavaScript camp too, even though I've been told time and time again, that's not a real language. I think it is. Why would it not be?
I don't know who's saying that. It's like the most popular language because every computer has to run it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't code on the daily at all, but I would say, I mean, we are a web app and we live in the web world, so JavaScript.
Well, this is an interesting one. If I find a way to send messages to other users, is there a way to report it?
Yes, I don't remember specifically where it is, but on the multiplayer page, there is a report button. And if you report it, the link will be taken down, or if you report somebody, they will be prevented from joining, multiplayer games with you anymore.
Okay, I'm not skipping Woof Woof's question here for long, but I'm just giving someone else a chance to ask for a question. Dream scenario. What would you like to see get added to MakeCode Arcade in the future? Realistic or not? I'll start. I'm on the education side, so I have thousands of things that I'd love to see added to MakeCode. But the thing that is on my passion list right now, the thing that I'm going to be like a dog with a bone, is I really want kiosk to be attached to a portfolio, to somebody's profile, so that you can bring up the same kiosk on multiple computers or send your kiosk or portfolio to somebody else to look at. I think that would be amazing. Now, there's no promise. Any of the things we say, there's no promise they're being added anytime soon, just so you know.
That one is planned, though. So, yeah.
I personally would love to be able to play my MakeCode Arcade games on my phone. I would love something like a kiosk app or something like that, so I could play them there. I mean, you can go to the website on mobile, but it's a little bit iffy, so I want a proper app.
I have one. The code verification, because I think the microbit version has it where it kind of auto grades, and I think that'll be great for teachers where you create your own kind of custom rubric. If Arcade could do that, game changer. Yes, for sure.
We have a lot of people in the chat agreeing with you as well. Anyone else?
I'm just gonna agree with Kiki about the kiosk stuff.
Yeah, I have so many. It's really hard to say. And we all have these on the backlog, so don't worry. If you like, we've thought of everything. But classroom, definitely one, being able for teachers to group their students together and create assignments and get feedback and do auto code evaluation, auto grading, and having a teacher dashboard. I think all of that would be wonderful. I think better tutorial or skill map or learning content authoring systems so that anyone can create their own tutorials much easier than they can today. And then also, of course, I have to say AI and having like a troubleshooting AI buddy for students to help them kind of debug their programs would be great. So that's just a couple on my wish list, but many more.
Thank you. Okay, Randy asks, will we ever get blocks coding for the MakeCode VS Code extension?
Yeah, so I have mixed feelings about that. I want that to happen, but I think the reason that I have not done it up to this point, I should mention that the main person who's been working on the VS Code extension are me and Joey, who's not currently here. But we've talked about doing blocks coding. And the reason we haven't done it is because I think that if you have something in VS Code, there's an expectation that it works with multiple files. And it's not clear how blocks projects would work with multiple files because in blocks, everything is global. All variables are global. All functions are global. And we don't really have a concept of how to export things or import things or kind of encapsulate your code in a file like you would expect to be able to do. So that's kind of the thing that's preventing us from doing that. But the actual thing of hosting the blocks editor inside of VS Code is relatively easy for us to do. So I'm not saying it'll never happen, but I'm saying that it requires a lot more like thought and design to make sure that we have a really good.
And I'm personally against it. So
oh yeah.
Yeah, just use MakeCode. Randy, why do you need to be in VS Code for blocks?
But yeah, I mean, it is. So I love MakeCode, obviously, but we don't handle multiple files very well. So if I were to do blocks and have multiple files, I feel like VS Code would be the way to do it. So I guess what I'm really wishing for is that you can do multiple files with blocks. I would love that so much.
I was going to say that's another.
Yes,
yeah, that's another dream item for me is multiple files for my blocks.
So is there a particular reason that the Python side seems so unused?
I think you got a pretty good glimpse as to why that was the case when we went around and talked about which programming language we use. It's just because Python is underused. It's used in to me, my interpretation is that it's used in very narrow and very specific places. And so in those places, like numerical science, like Python's everywhere. But that's about it? Question mark? So That's probably the reason why it seems so unused, is just because it's not as popular as JavaScript is in the profession. That's my take.
I feel like the most popular place for Python is requests from parents. Parents feel like Python is very important and that students should learn Python, but that doesn't always reflect out in what's being used in industry. Personally, from the education side and the education side alone, I think students should learn as many languages as they possibly can, because it's when they become fluent with that second or even third language that they realize it's not about the translation between languages, it's about the algorithms behind everything. And that's when you really unlock the ability to be an amazing coder.
All this being said, if you have particular pain points when using Python, please post about them on the forum. I like fixing Python bugs, but we have a lot of them, and I don't really know what the right ones to prioritize are. So if you are a teacher, or if you're trying to use Python for a big project and you're running into a bunch of problems, please post about it on the forum or post it into our GitHub so that I know, like, what are the big problems that we need to look at.
Thank you. All right, Matthew says, the one challenge I have is students editing other people's code and trying to turn it in as their own. Any chance we could include an edited from tag or something to help teachers know? So this is a modded from type situation.
This is another feature we've talked about for a long time, because Scratch has the remix history, which we don't really have because our share links are anonymous. So once a share link is created, we don't really keep track of who imports it and uses it. But I think philosophically, I will say that even if you did this, kids would find a way around it. They would copy and paste the code into a new project or things like that.
But version history does help in that respect too, to some extent. It's got a pretty large byte right now, so you could type quite a bit of code in that amount of time. But if you see a student who goes from 1 or 2 blocks of code for an hour and then suddenly has that much code, you can also see that there's something possibly suspicious there. Possibly. Yep. But, you know, there's always, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And the way I tackle that is I kind of have my students defend their code and explain it. And you get a really good sense of if they understand what it is. And if they do, then they made it. If they don't, then they really don't. But just that's kind of another teacher tip.
Excellent. And then we do have some responses in the chat to some of the stuff we've talked about earlier. Scott says that Python will be used much more since it's been picked up by IB and will ultimately make it to APCSA as well. Probably better than other languages that could be picked, I suppose. And then Randy McDonald, who we love, by the way, is saying no shade for the MakeCode site, but for myself and more advanced students feel more comfortable in VS Code. So I do think that there is a feeling when you're learning to code that if you're coding in VS Code, you're almost professional. If you're coding on a very colorful website with blocks, then you're not. And so I do understand that. However, it would be the same, right? We've had this question a couple of times. I'm interpreting it as, so it says, when do you guys think this is the right profession? And I'm interpreting it as, when did you know that this is what you wanted to do?
Well, my answer is short and sweet. I took my first computer science class in college. I realized that at that point, I'd always wanted to do physics, and I realized that physics was comparably very boring than being able to make a thing and have something at the end of class. So I was immediately very excited about it, and I haven't regretted it since. I like computer science a lot. So
great.
No offense to physicists.
Sarah and Thomas, I'm also really interested to hear from you.
Yeah, Go ahead,
most
Sarah.
of this for me, just really quick, I think most of this was answered for me when in my AMA. So if you want to know my answer, go back and watch that. I'll leave the answers for everyone else here.
Nice plug.
There you go. Yeah, for me, it's interesting. I am one of the many people who, right around middle school, played a lot of video games and really wanted to make some. So I was very fortunate. My parents bought me a book on how to get started making video games just using Game Maker. This was before MakeCode existed, of course. And it just clicked, and it was amazing. I just had so much fun just making my own things and doing silly little games that I was very proud of. I had a great time with that. But I think that was kind of game creation. The thing that I remember for computer science where it clicked for me was actually much more boring, but it came a little later. I was in school and we had just, I'd been in an algebra class and we'd learned about the quadratic formula. And I had remembered, I thought to myself, I could make a computer program to just solve this for me, and then I never have to do it again. And that, I think, is maybe when I fell in love with computer science, separate from just game development, and thinking oh yes, I can automate tasks and it's this beautiful thing. And it worked, and I was very proud, and I showed that program to my teachers, and I think they were maybe not as impressed as I was, but so it goes.
Thomas, I'm there's a great story, but I'm very sad that you weren't making games for your TI-83.
Yeah, no, I was not a calculator programmer, unfortunately. Yeah.
I want to make sure Jacqueline doesn't go last this time. So Jacqueline.
I'm sorry, I've totally forgot the question. Oh,
yeah. When did you know this was the right profession for you?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think things have changed throughout my life. I think all I could say is if you're having fun and you're learning a lot and you're working with really cool people, then you're in the right place. And as soon as those things start to change, then maybe you need to start thinking about changing as well. So, yeah, I think it's a constantly evolving thing.
Beautiful. Ryan and Alex.
You're pointing the wrong way. All right. I mean, later in life, really. Again, it kind of started with MakeCode Arcade. And that kind of, again, I didn't have that exposure when I was going through school. Our typing class actually used a piece of paper. Then we had the manila folder over our hands, and that's how we practiced typing. I don't know if that's kind of back in my day or just kind of the resources my school had, but that was kind of our computer lab. But then kind of stumbled across MakeCode, and then from there I just kind of kept going with it and just kind of found my passion. And then now I'm kind of directing it towards kind of what I do professionally is teaching, and kind of just marrying those two ideas together. So that'll be my answer. It's never too late, I guess, is the simplified answer.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Also, I will say that kids today are very lucky. I think there's a lot more exposure to computer science in high school and middle school and younger than there was in the past. When I was in high school, I lived in a very poor school district, and I didn't have any, no programming experience at all until college. And it's kind of a shame because I liked it a lot. I probably would have liked it then too.
Probably. That's escalator method. Bring it to kids as young as you can. All right, Alex, it's you or me.
Mine's simple. It's the same story as Thomas's. My parents bought me a computer when I was 10, and in those days, the computer didn't do anything automatically. You had to tell it to do something because it turned on and you were in a programming language or a programming environment. You could buy games, but when you turn the computer on, it wanted you to program it. So that's what I did. And I haven't stopped since.
That's awesome. Yeah, I guess mine isn't all that far off. My dad was always at the super forefront of technology. He had everything. So we had computers in our house before most people, and he actually had one for himself. And then he got one invested for the daughters. There's 3 girls in the family. And I used to say that I joke that my dad always believed my place was in the kitchen, but that's because it's where we kept the computer. And I learned very early on that if I needed him to help me with something, I wouldn't get the computer back for the rest of the day. So I had to figure out how to fix everything that went wrong. So I did a lot of problem solving, and I felt like it was like working on cars, but cleaner. And so I really enjoyed that. I still like working on computers and working on cars. But ultimately, I actually wanted to go to school to like make cows fly, like in the movie Twister, the original movie Twister. And they said that computer science is what you needed to do if you wanted to get into that graphic stuff. It wasn't back. That's not what I went into, by the way. But I just fell in love with it. It just felt like a good place for me. And I've gone away in my life. I've gone away and come back several times. And as an adult, I went back to computer science class. I was one of two girls, and we both had the same name, which is why I go by my nickname, Kiki. You heard it here first, people. Yeah, and then it became a mission. I needed people to understand that computer science was a passion. It was an art form. It was something that you could enjoy and express yourself with. And it wasn't boring, and it wasn't dark, and it wasn't lonely. And so I basically committed the rest of my life to getting more women in computer science, and now more everybody in computer science starting from a young age. So that's what brought me here. Thank you for the question. Let's see. Okay, this is an interesting one. To know how to make algorithms is a skill that will always be useful. But when you see the advances in AI, do you think that the children that are using MakeCode and other smaller tools, well, what do you think the children that are using MakeCode and other similar tools will need?
I can take this one
Right.
to start. Because one of the stats that's been thrown around for probably the last decade and keeps getting thrown around is that there will be a year-on-year decrease in the demand for computer programmers. And statistically, that is absolutely true. That's not all of the people that you see on this screen right now. None of them are computer programmers. They're software engineers. And there is a very, very, very big difference. I can hire computer programmers who literally will take a list of steps and translate them into a computing language. That's what a programmer does. I don't need those. I need people who can think. And that's what will continue to grow, even with the advent of AI, because AIs are just complete the next word type. No, that's a simplification, but they don't think. I need thinkers. I don't need programmers. So if you want to get into software engineering and thinking, you're going to be fine.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that a little bit of my experience. When I was in school and I was learning algorithms, we eventually had to code them, but we didn't start by programming them. We started by understanding the kind of logical flow of an algorithm, basically pseudocode. And I think while AI will, over time, make it less important to know all the nitty-gritty syntax of a language, you're still going to need that ability to understand the flow of a computer program and how it operates, and to look at code, to read it, to understand it. I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon. So AI is certainly a helpful tool just for, amplifying your own productivity.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off of that because there are so many things. Like, I've been integrating AI a little bit more into my workflow, and it's been super helpful. But there are things that it spits out sometimes where I'm like, I don't think that's quite right. And so it's like you're still going to, like Thomas said, you're still going to need to know what that code does in order to fact check the AI essentially.
I think AI is going to keep getting better and better, and to some extent, creepily better. But I think that our BS detector is also going to keep getting better and better. And people as consumers are going to stop enjoying the stuff that we can tell was formatted without art, without the artistic stylings of a thinker behind it. We already see it with imagery, with video. People start to kind of reject the stuff that comes out with no soul. And so I think that there will always be a place for the soul in computer science. And not only that, but there's always going to be a client, and your client is almost always going to be human. And there, I say almost always because, times are changing. But not just that interfacing, but the real understanding of a team, knowing how to break down what they need so they can put it back together into what the client is asking for. I don't understand how that could happen without either a bunch of really intelligent clients or a team of real people figuring out how to translate everything. All right, we're asking for more cat, Richard. Is there any?
I don't control the cat. He does what he wants. That was breakfast. So if he comes back by, I'll hold him up again.
Well, that's it for us today. I can't believe it's over already. I do have one last comment. This was a thank you from somebody who's actually been watching most of the day. So thank you for this comment. And to the people I met today, the ones who gave their time to teach us, I'd like to thank you because for the first time in a long time, I was so into a session and interested. And that means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all. Yay. Last sticker. If you are as sad as we are to be done with this and you want to keep learning more and you want to be able to watch these again, please go to the forum. Go to our forum. There is a thread for the ArcadeCon, all the links we had for today. And we will be doing more sessions throughout the year. We'll be doing webinars and hosting little half-hour and 1-hour webinars throughout the rest of the year. If you want to be able to catch those, make sure you subscribe to our educator YouTube channel. And the tag for our educator YouTube channel is @MS MakeCode. Thanks,
And
everybody.
check out live streams
Yes.
3 times a week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. But if you want an immediate answer for us on a technical question, if you ping us in the Twitch chat, we will have to respond to you. So.
Thanks so much, everyone.